you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Hello, hello, hello. Absolutely lovely to see you. Good afternoon. Hope you're having a splendid day. You are Dan, aren't you? Yeah, Dan said he's having a splendid day. Well, that's what we want to hear, isn't it? We've got an absolutely lovely, lovely lineup today. So let me just give you a quick rundown of what's going to be coming up all the way until 8 o'clock. And then, of course, we will hand over to Gwen because we've got some superb collections today from Creative Expressions. So we're kicking off with the Designs by Dora collection with Gwen. Then at 2 o'clock, we've got Lily. It's the first time I've worked with Lily from Crafter'S Companion. So she's here and we've got something completely different to what we've done before. The first time that we've ever been able to launch the Craft Club. So that is coming to us here at Hobbymaker. Then 3 o'clock, Carla will be with us. We've got something else that's brand new to air for us to be able to bring you, which is the full Courtyard Collection at a fantastic price. 4 o'clock, Gwen will be back as well. And we've got another super collection, which has been very, very popular, which is the Here Comes Summer collection. So do make sure you tune in for that as well. 5 o'clock, we've got the Edgeables collection with Lily again. 6 o'clock, you've got another chance to see what we're bringing with Carla from Carnation Crafts. And then at 7 o'clock, Crafter's Companion are back with the Confetti Cut in Dies collection with Lily again. So really, really nice day with a lovely mix of bits for you, a lot of brand new bits as well. Now, we have got something which I do just need to give you a really quick heads up. So this launched yesterday. It has been so popular. So already we are looking at some bits being very limited in terms of availability of stock of what we've got in this hour. In terms of the main collection, we're looking at over half of the allocation having now gone already. So it is something that you are going to want to jump in and get as quickly as you can. And I will be kind of talking through what we have here. We've got a couple of smaller bundles and then we've got the big bundle, which is by far the best value for money. But before I show you all of that, welcome, lovely to have you back.
Thank you, nice to be back.
Yeah, this collection's lovely, isn't it?
Yes, it really is gorgeous, and everybody yesterday responded really well to it, so we're pleased about that. And this is from a new young designer in our Creative Expressions portfolio. Called Dora, and I love her designs. They're just so different. Yes. They're so quirky and fresh, and I think that's what you were all really loving about them. But they're still quite approachable and quite usable.
They look very hand-drawn as well.
Well, they are,
like
yes.
If you stamped it out, you know, it would look almost like you've drawn it yourself.
Yeah, well, that's really nice. That's something else I really love about this, is that they are from Dora's hand-drawn artwork. Yeah. So they are original, they are unique, and that's always lovely to have in a collection.
Definitely. Should we look at it? Yeah, so we have got a couple of smaller bundles. So I will just go through these with you first. Now, these are the stencils that we've got. So I'll give you a little look through them and then we can have a look at a few samples as well. So this is where you can have the chance to get all 4 of the stencils. So you've got the flower one, which I think is brilliant. That's a 6x6 as well. Feels like it could be 6s, feels like it could be mandala even that you've got there as well. Really big sizes with those flowers, which I think is absolutely lovely. You then also get, the name of this makes me giggle, the slime trail. I didn't think of a slime trail when I looked at it. I just thought of kind of like, you know, the swirls and everything that we're seeing there, but I love the name. Very, very cool kind of what that can actually do. Then we have got the shell, where you almost look in, I sort of think of ammonites and that sort of shell when I'm seeing this. So you could really imagine adding the most gorgeous kind of colours and maybe metallics. The neons that we've got on this show actually would work so, so splendidly with this. And then finally, you get the honeycomb, which has a real mix of kind of designs within that one stencil as well. So you've got the chance to get all 4 of those in a smaller bundle. If you're thinking, well, I just want the stencils, then this is the chance and the opportunity to be able to get these at £16.99. They're really great, aren't they?
They're lovely, and like you said, they're reminiscent of the 60s and maybe that psychedelic era and all of that, and the flower power. But also, I think they tie in with the more modern boho, and I think there is a connection between the boho and the flower power. I think it's like reinvented, isn't it? Yeah. And I think these fit into that category as well. So they're very modern, very fresh, and quite young, which is really lovely. I really like that about them.
Yeah, same, absolutely. And they're £16.99 for all 4 of them, which is a superb, superb deal. We're looking at
and they are 6x6 stencils.
Yes, they're good size, aren't they? Really, really good size. You're getting it in your baskets already. I do want to show you the other smaller bundle we've got, and then of course if you want them all, then we have got a superb deal on this. I've got people already checking out on the I Want It All bundle. That's if you want all 4 of the stencils and all all 4 of the stamp sets. So these are your stamp sets that you've got. I absolutely adore this. Like, he is just the best character I've seen. I just think he's an absolutely beautiful character. He's so fun, isn't he? So this is your hedgehogs. So a lovely little play on words there. And if you look at this kind of main hedgehog, if I just sort of spin it around, you can see that the stamps are all separate as well. So you get the little kind of extras, the feet, the face, you know, all of those different elements as well. And, you know, you've got the little hedgehog in all different ways, whether he's hiding behind your little mushroom there, you've got this little fun one there, and then you've got all of the extra little elements. You've got the leaves on them, and then you've got additional kind of leaves that you've got there as well. Love and hugs that we've got there. It's just adorable, isn't it?
Aren't they gorgeous? They really are beautiful. Yeah. And they're all, you know, beautifully drawn with great characterisation and lots of fun. I think you're going to really have fun with these.
Yeah, absolutely. So a super, super fun collection for you to be able to jump in and take advantage of. Then secondly, and I can see some amazing... Should we show a few samples of this one?
Do you want to run through the sets, or do you want to go one by one? Shall we do
you.
one by one?
Do you want
what would
to?
we have?
Yeah,
Let's sending hedgehogs.
Go on, let's just have a look at a few, shall we? Yeah.
So we've got some fab samples. You can tell the DT have absolutely loved working with these because they've gone to town with the samples. This is actually from Kathy Shuttleworth of Pink Ink.
Oh, okay.
Origin. So thank you to her for joining in as well.
Yeah.
And Kathy's really good at doing these sort of inky backgrounds
Really
and things
nice,
like that.
yeah.
So she's obviously done a background and then started to add the composition, which is fabulous. And I love this one that she's done in kind of monochrome, just neutral tones there. But then you can go really full on. This one's got some gilding leaf. And that's been done with a stencil. That's really beautiful.
Yeah,
and we've got this lovely little shy hedgehog. I love him.
You see how well the stencil actually works with it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And here we've got traditionally inked through the stencil for the background in nice bright colours. And then again, this little shy fella. Love that. And then we've got the hedgehog sitting on the tree trunk. And he's got leaves stuck in his prickles and all of that. So they're really beautifully drawn. Christine's done some gorgeous little samples. That one was from Danny. And then we've got Christine here as well.
What I really like about the size of these stamps as well is the fact that sometimes people can feel a little bit scared by like colouring. You know, if they're not a colourist and they're starting their colouring journey.
Yeah.
Whereas when you get bigger size stamps like this, it feels like you could be an absolute starter and it's quite easy to start that journey.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or,
and because they're familiar characters, so you kind of know what colour they need. Not that you have to stick to traditional colours. I mean, we've got purple frogs and God knows what going on. But you can do wacky colours or you can stick with traditional colours. And as you say, it's a great place to start. And also with all the sets, you get so many little additional stamps that are great for building up backgrounds, borders, or standalone as on here with just the leaves and some of the little kind of lily pads and things like that. Really lovely. Bright colours, you know, you can go to town with these. I love this one. We've used the stencil here to actually emboss through the die cutting machine. Then we've got the leaves embossed on here, and we've got that gorgeous little hedgehog there as a focal point. So that's your sending hedgehogs.
So fun. Now this one, I know how popular this is going to be because any time we see bees, everybody adores it. And this is your Bee Amazing. As soon as I saw, some of the samples of this bee one, I was like, wow. Yeah. You can get all of these individually on the web if you want to as well. It's just that we do great prices in bundles. And you can see here, I mean, the size, I just want to spin this around for you to see the actual stamp. The size of that main bee.
It's huge.
It's huge, isn't it?
It is huge.
And then, of course, you've got all those extras, sort of little insects that you're seeing as well. You've got little flowers, you've got your honeycomb. Honey for my honey as well that you can see. Yeah, and this almost looks like it's been tangled in. You can kind of do your tangling if you want to.
It's really lovely. And actually, I'll show you some of the samples from the stencils because some of those have been doodled on and they look
great
amazing.
Idea.
Amazing. So,
have a look at this sample for this because that central image of that bee, to me,
it's
probably the best bee stamp I've seen.
It's stunning. It's quite, I would say realistic in a way it is, but then it's got these sort of fantasy additions with all the swirls. And on that set, you do get an extra pair of loose wings, so you can enhance the wings with vellum or acetate or fantasy film, if you know what that is. So that's a really lovely addition to have. Then you've got smaller character bees. You've got the jar of honey and that lovely honeycomb corner stamp, which will feature shortly on one of these, I'm sure. Just that bee is just, and everybody loves bees. And I'm up from, well, our closest city is Manchester. I don't live in Manchester, but the bees there are very symbolic. And even the buses have got bees on them and everything. It's lovely. Yeah, really, really lovely symbol.
Look. And I love that with all of this whole stamp set, you know, you can go for just one image, you can go for all of it together.
Yes.
It's sort of totally up to you, really.
Yes,
you are getting
absolutely.
a lot jam-packed into it.
And here's that lovely honeycomb corner being used twice on here by Emma.
Nice.
And then the bee. You don't need to do a huge amount, but you can if you wish. And this is a gorgeous little book that's been done by Diane. I absolutely adore this. And it's sort of shaped like a honey pot.
Yes,
And then she's done all these fabulous pages and used, I would imagine, practically every single stamp from that stamp set. So that's a really gorgeous way to use them as well. And this one is just so colourful. I absolutely love it. This is from Sheila.
I feel like that's just happiness in a card. It makes you
could
smile,
frame that, couldn't you? You
Absolutely.
could frame any of these. You could really make beautiful wall art with these because they are such a good size and they're very striking imagery. And that stencil in the background, it almost disappears, but it's there. Those lovely swirls that you can see. It's just gorgeous. So that's your bee.
That's your bees, but there is 2 more sets as well. Now, this is the frog that you just mentioned, which, you know, you'd think of green, you'd think of traditional colours, but some of the samples have really gone kind of out there with different colours and sort of modernising it in many ways. I just think these are super cool. It's not necessarily what I've seen in terms of images of frogs before, so this is totally awesome, which is a great play on words. But I think it's like the size of the eyes and the imagery that I just love with this. Very fun.
I think because of that sentiment, one of them must be a toad.
Yes,
so I think we've probably got a toad and a frog. What I
so.
love about that toady one is there's a separate stamp of its tongue catching a bug. And you can attach it or not. It's really clever. And then you've got the psychedelic frog on the other side who's just wanting to party on. You know, he's from the Brazilian rainforest, I reckon. So yeah, here he is in all his glory.
Look at that. Oh yeah, that's
that's just stunning, isn't it? With that slime trail stencil and then the frog there. And then if you want to go really colourful, this beautiful rainbow done over white embossing, acting like a resist. How about complete colour overload? I absolutely adore this. This is from Diane. She's really good at using these little stamps to create layers and borders and patterns. Or you can take a little bit more of a traditional approach, perhaps, and keep everything in natural colours. Love that too. Let me just show you this one. I love this one. This is Diane's as well.
Oh, great.
She's created a beautiful scene with blending inks and big lily pad and then the frog there as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
And then one final set that we've got, which is this one, which is Snailed It. But you've got, is this your favourite? It's Dan's favourite one. Again, you can see the size of the stamps that we've got there. Just flip that over. Look, he is such a centrepiece that you've got there. And again, you look at the top, you've got a little cool frog, his little froggy friend that's kind of riding him just there as well. Everything on there, I mean, I just think they're so different. I think they're so fun. I think they're, you know, something for every occasion, every age group as well. I think that's what I absolutely love about them.
I know it sounds a bit out there, but they've got a kind of carnival feel to me.
You know,
I don't know what it is about it, but just the colour and the fun and the vibrancy of them. I think they're just stunning. Yeah, and I love that lamppost. That lamppost on there could be really useful for Christmas.
Absolutely. That's
you could have a gorgeous lamppost with a yellow glow around it and some snow, and you know, you'd be laughing, 100%. Wouldn't you? So this is stunning. This is using practically all the stamps I think on that set. This is Emma. I love this stack of mushrooms here. They do.
Yes.
You find them like that up the sides of trees, don't you, and things like that. They're gorgeous.
Yeah.
And there's your lamppost and your snail friends. They're just stunning. And that, as you say, that central stamp of the snail is huge. And here we've got the lamppost. This is Kathy again doing a gorgeous ink blot and then adding in some interesting little details. The tiny little accessory stamps she's put to good use around the bottom there, and that little stamp with the little snail on top who's finally made it and snailed it.
Snailed it.
It makes me giggle. And I love this colourful background.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't
Just, like picking up ink from the craft mat perhaps, and then adding those lovely stamps on top and some shimmer in there.
Yes,
Always really beautiful. I think probably watercolour inks, if I remember rightly. And this, I love this one because the stencil's been done on black card, but with a white ink pad. So you get that.
I mean, every one of these samples is so different.
They are. They really are. And here's another one. This is lovely. This is an easel card.
Oh,
look.
great. Okay.
Again, we've got the gilding flake thing going on there, which is beautiful to do through a stencil. And then this really lovely snail who's on a boinger. You don't call them boingers. What do you call them? One of the springy things.
A boinger works.
And then this from Sheila again. Sheila's really good with her watercolour, so she's been able to create this beautiful scene. But you could do, you could do some blending inks. You could use the stencil in the background, and then she's built up this gorgeous little garden. I just love them. They're just such
I think
fun.
it's brilliant.
So
if you want to get just the stamps, you can get all 4 of those stamp sets, okay? And we are going to take those to a lower price point as well, £49.99. So we are down at that discount deal price today for you to be able to get all 4 of those stamp sets. But I imagine most of you are going to want all of this, okay? I've just realised that's actually come on split pay, which is pretty lucky, isn't it? If you do just want the stamps, it's there at £24.99 for you to be able to get this. But think about £49.99. Now remember, for £49.99, you are getting your hedgehogs that you can see just here. You are, of course, also getting your opportunity to get your Be Amazing. You are then getting your Snailed It, and you are getting your Totally Awesome. But would you also like the stencils? Because here are the 4 stencils. Now, we have got your honeycomb, we have got your shell that you can see there, we have also got your slime trail, and we've got your flower. Now, all of these together, we should be looking at £79.92, okay? We're not going to do that. £49.99, remember that price, because that is the price just for the stamps, okay? And that's when we've discounted the stamps as well. Of course, the stamps at their full price should have been £59.96, okay? So if you're buying the stamps individually, you'd be paying £59.96, okay? Let's get a clock in and let's get this price down. So, oh my, in 30 seconds, we are going to do something a little bit silly. I do need to let you know we are limited on this. Lauren, whenever you've got a chance, would you just be able to switch my board over from Sewing Street? Thank you. So we are going to do an absolutely, I was just about to tell you all about a Walkature knitting scarf kit. That's the details I've got there. And I was like, oh no, that's quite right. Right, 32 left, that's what I wanted to know. So we've only got 32 chances left now of this big bundle. So we don't have many at all. Are you ready for this? £59.99. Now, if you were buying these at full price, that means these are 4p. 4p, a penny each. Would you like them for a penny?
Yes,
1p,
please.
1p,
Yes,
1p,
please.
1p. That is unbelievable,
That's
isn't it?
awesome.
Full price. You are basically just paying for these, and this is 4p. I mean, that is an absolutely silly deal, isn't it?
And split pay, look.
Yep, split pay's on. 10% of that remaining stock has now gone. It means you can actually take that full collection home today at £29.99. It is. I mean, you've seen from the samples, you've seen from what we've got here. It's an absolutely stunning, stunning collection for you to be able to get all of this. They are beautiful stamps. They're brand new. We've got the most stunning stencils to go with this as well. And of course, we have taken it to an epic discount where in essence, you are getting all of those stencils completely for free, which is an amazing deal for you. Right, 20% of that stock has now gone. Should we come across to a demo?
Shall we?
Yeah.
That might be a good idea.
Great.
All right, so I'm going to start with Snailed It, and I'm going to use that big snail. He's got such a lovely face. He, she,
yeah.
Who knows? But he has got a really beautiful smile on his face, and he's carrying his little mate frog on the back. And I just want to show you how to use a stamp. If you're perhaps not familiar, you might be a beginner. Excuse me, I've got half my stuff. Oh, right. So I'm going to use black embossing powder and a Versamark ink pad. So you saw me there take the stamp from the carrier sheet.
Yep.
So your stamps come on a clear carrier sheet and they have the image printed on, and that's for storing them. You then find that these are self-cling. So you pop them onto an acrylic block or into a stamp press, and that's how you use the stamp. So that's going to stay. It's not going to fall off.
Yep.
So then you need some form of ink, and on this occasion I'm going to be using my anti-static bag's gone walkabout.
I've got one. Do you want it?
Oh, thanks.
Yes, there you go.
Brilliant. So I use this. This is a bag with anti-static powder. And if you swipe your card with this before you stamp, it stops the embossing powder sticking where you don't want it to. So the powder will only then stick where the ink goes.
Great.
Because you get static on your fingers and oils from your skin and things like that, and that attracts the powder.
Yeah.
And it can be really frustrating when you stamp in an image and you suddenly find you've got speckles in the middle of it and you can't get rid of them. But I'm using a clear ink here, which is a sticky embossing ink. And I'm tapping all over the stamp lots of times, rather than pressing really heavily, because that gets the ink into crevices where we don't want it, and that's not good. Then you pick up your block, turn that over, and you print your stamp, basically.
Yeah.
So make sure you press firmly all over the stamp to transfer the ink to the cardstock. I'm stamping on a smooth stamping card. Excuse me. And then I'm going to bring in that black embossing powder. We've got a set of black and gold for you, which are two absolute basics if you're getting into stamping perhaps for the first time. These are certainly two that you won't regret having in your stash.
No, definitely.
So you tip that onto the ink and it sticks where the ink was.
A great price as well at £4.50 because you use so little of it, don't
That's
you?
right, yes. And then all this that I've thrown on the paper, that just goes back in the pot, so that's not wasted at all. You actually use very little, and a pot of embossing powder will last you a long, long time.
Definitely.
Now, that's not fixed at that point. It's still a dry powder, and if you were to disturb it with your finger or something, it would come off. So we now need to fix it, and you need a heat gun to do that. So I've got my heat gun, and I'm going to heat this until the powder starts to melt. Embossing powder is actually a type of plastic. So when you heat it, it melts, and that then bonds it to the card. So it doesn't bond it to the ink. The ink's only there to hold it until you heat it and fix it. So if you use an ink that's likely to dry fast, the powder might stick to it initially, but if you don't melt it straight away, it can brush off and fall off. So you need to get it melted or use the correct ink. I mean, there's lots of different ways of doing it. So this is now melting and creating a beautiful black, shiny outline.
That looks so nice.
Okay, so that's done. Just be careful initially because it's very hot and you don't want to be touching that.
No,
So I don't know if we can see the lovely shimmer on that. You can see the
just
glaze
there.
So it does give a shiny finish, but that then acts as a resist. I could now get some paint and I could paint all over it and the black would still pop through.
Brilliant, isn't it?
So that's how you stamp and emboss. And let me show you what we're going to be creating.
Oh, that looks great.
So we've got these fabulous neon polishes, a set of 6. These are really full on in your face. I love them. And these haven't been on the telly since, well, it's about 2 years, I think, when I launched them when we first came to Hobby Maker. So yeah, quite a while since we've seen these. And these come from our family of polishers. So they work in the same way in that we have the sponge applicator in the lid. And the polish is then in the jar. You just unscrew that.
Oh, look at that colour.
Look at that colour. That is our shocking pink, funnily enough.
Yes.
And you can just build a little slope up the side of the jar to load your sponge, and then away you go. I don't actually want to use the pink at the moment, but that's how you would utilise them.
Perfect.
All right, so I'm going to use a stencil, and I'm going to show you how easily these polishes can be used. So
can I just quickly just give people just a look at the full colour set that we've got just here? So you can actually see just there that that's the pink that Gwen just showed you just there, but you can see all of those other colour. Look at from the neon yellow to the orange to, you know, the blue that you've got there, the green, that almost peach colour that we've got as well. Absolutely extraordinary. And when you actually see these being used, you're going to be amazed by them. I will let you know that we have got less than 20 chances on these. They were so popular on launch yesterday. It's taken over 2 years to get them back on the show. Let's get the price straight down, okay? $41.94 is the price you should be paying for the set individually. Amazing, I have to say. Instead, $28.99 today. So a big saving that we've got on those. But as I say, less than 20 chances available. And Gwen's going to use them so we can see them actually in use.
So I am using a magnetic stenciling platform here. You can tape your stencil out if you want to, but I actually want to make use of the border I've got here. So I don't want to cover it up. So I'm going to use the magnetic platform instead. And I'm going to be using the happy yellow and the lava orange neons.
It is a proper happy yellow, isn't
Yes, it really is a proper sunshine. I'm going to start with the yellow because it's the lighter of the two colours. So I don't contaminate my sponges. And then I'm just going to build up that slope.
That's amazing. I love it.
It is amazing. And I'm just going to start to work in little circles, making sure I also go onto the border of my card.
Yes, okay.
Okay. And then I'll just work in little sections. You can work in circles. You can also stipple just to get that polish evenly spaced. And these sponges are a lovely consistency, so they will get into the little nooks and crannies, which is really good.
That is phenomenal.
Yeah. I'm just going to do a little bit of yellow over here.
You don't see paints of that sort of colour, do you?
No,
Usually?
no, you don't. They're quite unusual, and they're really such fun. And I just felt it was straight away where my head went when I saw this collection. I thought, yeah, we've got to have some psychedelic neon. I mean, we've just got to, haven't we?
Yeah, without a doubt.
And again, because they haven't been seen so often, I thought they were perfect choice. So that's my first little section. I'm just going to wipe the polish off my stencil so I can move my magnet and it won't get dirty. And then I'm going to come in with our orange, which is just the most beautiful colour. It's like tangerine.
But it almost looks like you've kind of got like sheen in it, you know, like shimmer in it.
Yeah.
That's what it's sort of.
It's a really unusual consistency. It's almost like a jelly, like a blancmange almost.
Definitely.
But they're very easy to use, very creamy to apply. And
Wow. We're actually down to single figures now.
Wow.
To be able to take advantage of these. So if you do want them, you must be quick. So over half that stock allocation has now gone. Could you actually sort of mix these together to make different sort of colours?
yes, you can.
Wow.
Once you'd have to do it first because once they're dried, they're quite resistant to mixing.
Yeah.
And also, once you've done a background like this, you can't really stamp on top of them. They kind of act like a resist.
Yeah, yeah.
So they do dry with almost like a seal on them. But yeah, but yesterday, if you didn't see yesterday's show, it might be worth having a look for it.
Yeah.
I was painting with them as well.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I'm going to do that now, so you might see me do a little bit of it now.
Yeah, it's always great, I think, that you can watch back the other shows as
Oh,
well.
it is. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
Because not everybody can, you know, you might be at work or you might have family or whatever.
Yeah.
So just blend away any sort of dividing lines as best you can. It doesn't really matter too much because it's through the stencil and it's the background. Right, so I'm happy with that. And then once you've done, you just need to pop your stencil straight into water.
Yeah.
But look at that.
So good. Wow.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's really in your face. Love that.
Love it.
So that's our background. So that needs to dry. I'll just pop this away. And then I've got my snail. I'll show you a little bit of what I did. I've got one done because it does take a while to paint all of this. Now I did also use one of our colour clouds, which we have as well available on a fantastic pick and mix selection.
We've got a great little pick and mix deal on that we'll speak about after Gwen's demo.
Yeah. So I've brought you 12 colours and they are different from the ones I've had before when I've done this pick and mix.
Yeah.
So I'm just bringing out some of the colour and putting it into the lid of the pot so I can paint from it. And then I just pick up with my water brush and I'm going to paint in bits of the snail. So I've done his tail. I did it initially brown and then decided actually I wanted it to be black. So what I did instead, I coloured the front of his belly, if you like, and up his throat. Talking like him, like it's a person, but you know.
Yeah.
It's a character. It's got such character. It really is.
I have to name things because I just think that they feel
Well,
like they have got a character.
I think these deserve names, don't
Yeah,
they?
I do. I'm going to call him Pete.
Pete.
Yeah, I just feel like that's what he looks like. He's sort of...
Okay, so he's forever Pete. And I'm going to put some brown on the top of his head and just a little bit down his back there. This you'll see why in a minute because I want to show you something else interesting about these neon polishers. All right, so that's all I need for the brown. And then I've also got for you today, well, such a lot of goodies, these Koi colouring brush pens. Because I wanted to give people different colouring options. Not everybody's into using polishers and inks pads, but pens, everybody likes to use pens, I think.
Yeah.
So the Koi are a beautiful watercolour ink. They've got a fabulous fibre tip.
Oh, yeah.
If we can get a close-up on that tip, just so people can see
Yeah, we can
how good that is. And it's very flexible. So if you like to do brush lettering, these are really cool for that. But I also love them that you can colour direct, but you can also watercolour with them. So I've just scribbled down a little bit of ink And I'm going to bring in the black, and I decided I wanted the rest of him to be black and grey. So I can go over the brown. It won't retain much of the brown colour. Yeah. But if it gets to be a little bit mottled, well, that's fine.
Yeah, definitely. Doesn't matter.
So, no, so black, we're going up into his throat area. Put a little bit more ink down. And then I'm going to blend it up here into this part. Just blend away any border lines, and there we are. And that just wipes up so easy to clean up off your mat like that. All right. So what I discovered, because I decided I wanted its head to be yellow, so I took. Don't ask me why. I hadn't been on the gin at that point, I promise. And so I thought, right, well, I'll just paint over the ink. Okay, so if you want to paint with these, you have to scoop out a little dollop. Right. And I'll just work it on my mat. Put a little bit of water. You don't need a lot. If you wash them down, well, you can wash them down. They go much, much softer, and you kind of lose some of the luminosity. But you can layer them to get the real vibrancy. So for instance, with this, I would give it 2 layers. Yeah, okay. And then it really brings up the neon effect. Yeah. So I've watered that down a little bit. Just work it with your brush. You do get little globules in it. You just have to flatten them and work them in. Yeah. And then it's really quite unusual stuff. It's quite an unusual texture, but it's just lovely. And then I thought, right, well, I'll paint his head yellow. Well, it didn't go yellow, did it? So it kind of took on...
Like the undertones.
Yeah, yeah, because they are translucent, these polishes.
Yeah, of course.
So I thought, oh, quite like that. So then I decided to go over this bit as well. And that is literally what happened. It was all a bit of an experimental process. Yeah. Sometimes these things work out and sometimes they really don't. But this time I thought, yes, I quite like that. It gave him a really unusual kind of shade. I don't even know what colour you'd call it. It's really unusual.
It is, isn't it?
But it kind of worked.
Yeah. Definitely.
I decided the brown was boring, you see, when I got to that point. So that's how I got that bit done. And then I've painted the rest of it with all the polishes. Yes. So I'll just show you a little bit. I won't do too much because it does take a while. Yeah, of course. But the yellow, where did I do? I did the yellow on the spiral here. All the way around. And the black embossing resists. So you can see I'm painting straight over it, but it's not covering it up. All right, so that's where I put the yellow, and then a little bit of orange, and I put that into the main part of the shell. So I've painted around the leaves, left those open, and then did those green. And you can just have real fun. It's such a relaxing sort of thing. You can sit and do this. And
actually with the water brush, it almost gives more of a subtlety.
Yes.
The colour, doesn't it?
It does. It softens it. Yeah. It's still got that kind of luminous quality, but not the full-on neon. 100%. But if you want that, just let it dry, give it another coat. Yeah. And I like that about any product, that you've got variety in the way you can use it and the results you can achieve. It always adds value for money, doesn't it? So, and I don't normally need to wash my water brush. If it's just been ink I've been using, it cleans off. You just wipe it on some kitchen paper. Right, but because of the nature of the polishes, you will need to just rinse your bristles. But it just falls out of them. It doesn't stain them or anything like that. And then our little frog up here, he's got to be green, hasn't he? So again, just paint in. This green has got the best name ever, Absinthe. Yeah. And it really is that kind of psychedelic look. Absolutely. So you can see how fluid they are. They really do paint really nicely, and they also go on with a sponge really nicely. So again, that's giving you different options for how you're going to use these. You could do the spiral there a different colour, but I'll just go the whole thing. Let's go. And you can see with my water brush, although it's quite a big brush on it, I can still get into these tiny areas. If you get up on the tip, where it's... Precision, aren't you? Yeah, absolutely. And I can get into all the little nooks and crannies. So that's how I've gone about that. Yeah, lovely. Now let me show you the one I've finished. There we go.
Look at that, so good, isn't it?
So vibrant, isn't it? Let's just wipe that up.
Yeah, it's great. Really nice colours. We are very limited, by the way, now, if you do want that set of 6. So if you are, you know, thinking, well, I love these, I want them neon colours. Obviously, it's been 2 years since we've had these on the show. We have only got that single figure stock available. So it's limited. We've still got Brenda Julie, we've got West Yorkshire, we've got Rebecca, we've got new Crafter'S, Susie. Lots of people still looking at these. So if you do want them, there's more of you now with this in your basket than we have availability. So
What is it they say? Don't be a basket dweller.
100%, because you do miss out.
So I've also created a little panel with an edge for that to sit on. But it needs another coat. It's not very strong. So it's had one and I've let that dry. And now I can really build on that. And the second coat's really going to give it that neon, fabulous, vibrant colour. So it almost glows. It's almost like radioactive.
Yeah. It feels like, you know, when you go to like the golfs now and it's like glow in the dark, it feels like it's like that. It's
well, it kind of is. All that neon lighting and all of that, isn't it? It's, yeah. So just swipe that up and down the edge of your piece of card to get that second coat and that lovely strong neon colour. I just think these are such fun. And the other thing I haven't mentioned is that you can actually stamp with these as well. So if you apply the polish off the brush onto your stamp, and then you can stamp with it.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
So very versatile. So that's my panel for my central image. So I'm just going to glue this down. And you can see from this, I've oversized or undersized, should I say, the square, so that I've cut, there's bits that come out of the...
Yeah, I like how you've cut
Yeah, so it's not completely square and straight.
Yeah.
Square and straight is overwritten. So there we go. And then just to really set that off, I've popped that onto a tiny black border. I do think black and neon works exceptionally well.
Yeah, I do.
It's just that total stark contrast, isn't it? So I'll pop that onto there. Just a tiny bit of black.
Yeah.
And then here's my stenciled background that's had 2 coats. Now you can see the difference there.
Can't you?
This one's quite soft and this one's like, hello, I'm here.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, it is. Like,
and you can see now why I wanted to retain the edge. It just gave it that matte effect without having to do it. It happened all at the same time, and that was just a happy accident because
which is great.
I'd gone over the edge without meaning to, and then thought, oh, actually, I can make use of that.
Yeah.
So we can glue this down. I've just got a large card. I think it's about 7 by 7, something like that.
Yeah.
Pop that on there.
Lovely.
And then I've also done the Tower of Mushrooms.
Oh yeah, that colour's great as well.
And what I did, I put the yellow polish onto a piece of card first, let that dry.
Yeah.
No, sorry, I stamped it first. Then put the yellow down, because you can't stamp on top of the polish.
Yeah.
And then I painted in the green on top. And that's how I got my stack of mushrooms.
Super.
So I just need to assemble this, and I need to also grab, oh, where's my stamp set? Oh, I'm sorry. You're a fun guy.
Okay, yeah.
I love the puns on words
do,
with these. It's so
Very
great.
good.
So I need a black ink pad for this. I'm going to use my VersaFine Clair. It's just a really beautiful stamping ink.
Yeah.
And that's going in the top corner on my main panel. So press that down.
Great.
And then I can attach this to the centre of my card.
Yeah, it's so different, isn't it, as
Yeah.
well, to...
Yeah,
You know, if you was
really.
thinking of making like a, you know, mail card, for example, that we often say is quite difficult.
Yes.
That, you've done it, and it's totally different to anything you normally see. It's not like you've gone for a sport or...
And if you sell your cards, and you can make to sell with all our products, then you're going to be able to really stand out from the crowd, aren't you?
Definitely. Yeah. I think particularly if you're using those neon colours as well.
Oh my word, it's going to just draw people, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we'll pop that, something like that, down the
Amazing.
side. And there you are. And here's the original.
Wow.
So you can see again, this one's only had one coat of neon.
Yes, yeah.
This has had the second coat, so it really does make a difference.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Alright.
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? So it really is such a superb collection. And remember that we have done an amazing deal if you want to get everything. Of course, all the individuals are on the website. So if you want to kind of go for any individuals, you can do. We've only got 1s and 2s left now of the stamps on their own. But you can. But the best way to get this is by taking advantage of everything, okay? Now, we have got, just to give you a reminder of everything that we have. So this is where we have snailed it, okay? So you've got your snailed it, which we've just been seeing Gwen working with there. You saw her finished sample, and then here is a few other opportunities of what you might like to create from this stamp set as well. You know, they're absolutely jam-packed, these stamp sets, with, you know, different sort of large stamps, but then you've got your sentiments, you've got your smaller stamps that you can see as well. So really, really lovely stamp sets. This one, which is your hedgehogs, has been incredibly popular, of course, individually as well as part of this bundle. You've got the large stamps, of course, of the hedgehogs that you can see, lots of them in sort of different positions. And again, you could do something like this if you wanted to, your love and hogs that we can see. Or you might just be thinking, well, I only want to use the leaves, for example, that come on this stamp set. You can do that. You might just want to use one of the images, like the little hedgehog that's hiding behind the mushroom. So again, so much that you can actually do from that stamp set. We've then also got this one, which I just adore, which is the Be Amazing that we can see there as well. Again, just have a look at the size of that main bee that we've got there. We've then got the extra wings that you can stick on. We've got the honey jar that we can see. We've got the honeycomb. This is an absolute standout from the crowd, isn't it? Design that we can just see just there. Really beautiful. Love the kind of edging on that as well. But then something totally different where you've actually got it in your embossing with just your gold and your black that you can see on there as well. And then finally, in terms of the stamp sets, we have got this, which is your totally awesome, where you are seeing your toads, your frogs that we've got as well, all those extras in terms of the sentiments just hopping by, totally awesome. And you've got extra feet, you've got the leaves, and you can do things like this. It's very cool, this one, where you've got the tongue that kind of goes out. Is that the little fly that we can see there? Or you might want to do something like that if you wanted to, which is totally different, isn't it? It also comes, so if you were buying the stamps at their full price, which is £14.99 individually, we'd be looking at £59.96. So when you think about that, all you are paying for is your stamps in this bundle. You are then getting your stencils for free. So this is your flower one, really big sizes these because they're all 6x6 stencils. And if you're wanting to do your backgrounds, it could be something like that. You might want to go for the sort of brighter colours, more like that sort of boho theme we were talking about, or something like that. You know, there's lots of ways that you can use this gorgeous stencil. We've then got the slime trail you can see there, which is very fun, very different. Works really well, of course, with your little toad that you can see just there on that one also. There's honeycomb, which I think you'd automatically kind of think, oh, maybe I'll use that with the bees, but then you can use it for all different things. Great designs that we can actually see that can be created with that one. And then the shell, which is probably my favourite of all these stencils. I just love what that does when you actually decide to kind of use that stencil and get that there. So £59.99, that is for everything. So that is every single stamp set. That is every single one of those stencils as well. Plus it's on split pay, so it is actually the most reasonable way to be able to buy these in terms of what you're paying now. Because just for £29.99, then it'll all come home for you. And of course, you just pay the other £29.99 next month, and then you've got them all. Now, one other thing I quickly want to mention is the Colour Cloud Pick and Mix. So if you have a look here, we've got all the colours there for us. As Gwen said, they are different colours to what she's brought before. Now, they are £6.99 each. So if you would like to just go for one, so for example, if you're thinking, well, I want the frosted aqua, no problem, do that, it's £6.99. But if you put 3 into your baskets, you can get a discount, okay? And rather than paying £21, which you would normally pay, you will be paying £17.82. So you'll be getting that money off to be able to get these today. That is Frosted Aqua, that's Jade Green. We've got Lavender Lace, Scarlet Woman, Fresh Grass, Blush, violet haze, decadent oak, ocean blue, decadent grape, plum, and tangy tangerine. So as I say, if you want to go for 3 of them, put 3 into your baskets and you'll only pay for this. Oh, have you got the actual
Sorry.
swatches of them? Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, should we have a little look through them?
Whoops.
That's a good idea. I thought you were just giving me a little wave. I was like, oh, hello, thank you.
I'm bored over here.
So here's the swatches that Gwen's done. So that's your rose blush, if you want to get that. Really beautiful pastel tone that we're seeing. We have then got your fresh grass. Beautiful, isn't it? Sort of those meadow greens that we're seeing. We have the opportunity for your decadent oak as well. These colours are always very, very popular when you're sort of getting those more neutrals that we can see as well. Tangy tangerine. So you've got the beautiful sort of oranges that we're seeing. Also coming to your jade forest that we can see there, very much that jade colour. Plum cobbler, I like the name of that one. So it's a plum cobbler where we're getting them nice sort of delicate purples. We've then got violet haze, which again you can see very, very different tone to what we saw with the plum cobbler. Also opportunity for your frosted aqua. You love that, Laura? Yeah, that's really nice. Quite a hobby maker colour actually, isn't it, that one? I've still got my festival nails on from the Hunky Dory show yesterday. Lavender lace that we can see there as well. And then we have a few more. We've got the ocean blue, which is really, really gorgeous tone. Scarlet woman, where you've got quite a sort of vibrant pink that we can see, and decadent grape that we can see there as well. So again, discount if you want to get 3, put 3 into your baskets, will automatically take that price down. But if you just want one, it's £6.99, and they're a great pot. They're very juicy and they last absolutely ages. And we tend to see these being used across all of our creative expressions shows as well. Should we go to your next demo?
Shall we?
Yeah.
I'm going to use the hedgehogs.
Okay,
Just think
lovely.
they're adorable.
Yeah, they are.
So let me show you the finished sample. This is
Brilliant.
what I'm aiming for.
I think in terms of the actual individual stamp set of the hedgehogs, I think there's one left. Like that's how popular they've been individually.
So I have to confess, one of Christine's cards really grabbed me and I nicked the idea from Christine. She said I could.
Yeah,
I didn't,
yeah.
you know. So thank you, Christine. I've adapted it slightly, but that's what this is based on. I
Okay,
just loved
perfect.
it. So there we
Yeah.
go. So I'm going to start actually by doing a little piece of card that I can stamp my sentiment onto.
Yep.
So I've got the tangy tangerine and I'm just going to blend that onto the piece of card here and let that dry, and then hopefully it will dry enough to stamp on. If not, I'll stamp first and then ink over. You can do either way with these colour clouds, which is really good. So I'll put that to one side, and then here I've got my gorgeous little character.
Really nice.
Now I've stamped him on my card just because I want to build a background and I want to know where he's going to be so that I don't encroach and confuse.
Yep.
So I'm going to start with the frosted aqua. I need to find my brush. I've got a big brush here. So these are a water-based dye ink. They're a blendable ink. So when you put them down, you might find streaks initially, but as they dry, those streaks all disappear and you end up with a super smooth blend. They're really easy to work with. They've got a huge amount of ink in here in a sponge donut. And to utilise them, you simply press down from the top, which draws the ink up into the pad, and you then take the ink off
Amazing.
to use it. Now I wanted this very soft, so I'm using a very big brush. Just sweep it across the surface, take off the excess, and then I want to kind of do a fade down the middle. Now it takes a little while to build this up when you're using a brush, but I found by using a blending sponge like this, or a smoothie, I just kept putting too much ink on.
Yes, all right.
So I found with the brush I could be more subtle. So strong down the centre and then fade out towards the sides. It's just a slightly different way of doing a background. You know, it's always nice to just ring the changes a little bit, isn't it?
Really nice colour as well.
It is a beautiful colour. So that's the frosted aqua. So that needs to dry before I can move on. And I didn't do that the first time, and I did some stenciling on top of it straight away, and it carried on blending and the stenciling disappeared. So that's how good they are at blending. So I have got one here that's dry.
Oh, yes.
And now I can bring in my stencil, and I'm going to bring in the, excuse me, fresh grass.
Yep.
I can use the same brush because it's a similar tone, so I'll just take off the aqua and then push down and take some of the green. So you can see that's a slightly stronger green.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to do a little bit of stenciling down here. And it doesn't matter if it overspills, it just extends the pattern and the texture.
Yeah. Perfect.
There you go. Yeah. And that you can rinse that out just under the tap with cold water. These inks clean up really as easily as that. Now I want to do a little bit of extra stamping on this as well. Yeah. And to do that, I'm going to use the same colour cloud, but I need a different applicator. Yeah. So you push down to bring up the ink, and then you just apply that to your stamp. One thing I would say, because these are a water-based ink, when your stamp is new, they won't adhere to the stamp at all.
No, of course,
they bead up, and then when you stamp it, you get a really speckly image. Okay. So my top tip is to use, I don't think I've got mine with me, but archival black ink.
Oh yes, yeah.
And that's, if you look at this, you can see it's got a slight stain on it.
Yeah.
So ink your brand new stamps with an archival. Okay. Stamp it a couple of times and let the rest of it dry on the stamp. Okay. And that kind of conditions your stamp to then receive inks like this that wouldn't normally stick. Super. Yeah. So that's just a good tip. And now I just want to add in a few of these little stamps. Nice. And you can see how different the ink looks when you stamp with it as to when you blend with it. So you can use the same ink and get two completely different shades.
Yes, definitely. And it's handy, isn't it, having a small little acrylic block like that, I think, as well for your...
Which we have got available.
We have, £2.50 as well. So
because yes, really for all those little stamps in these sets...
You don't want to get like a full stamping platform out, really, do you?
No. And it's nice to have several on the go. So that you can quickly change your stamps around and stamp your background and what have you. So that's that bit. And then on this set as well, we've also got some really lovely other little stamps. Yeah. That's my sentiment. But these tiny leaves and some gorgeous little acorns. So I wanted to stamp and heat emboss the leaves in gold. So I'll just do a couple of those with my Versamark and the gold embossing powder. So I end up with stuff everywhere. It's the hazard of craft. So I will need the anti-static bag on here. So I'm just going to dot these about. So I just want to make sure it's not going to... It might stick because that ink might still be damp. We'll give it a go. I'll just do one and then I'll know if it's going to stick or not, in which case I won't pursue it. No, not too bad. We'll give it another go.
Perfect.
Yeah, you can see it's stuck a little bit. If that happens, just grab a small brush. Yeah.
Just wipe it off.
And brush it off. Yeah, but best to let your ink dry first.
Yes, yeah.
So I'll just heat what I've done, and I've got one I can show you.
Perfect.
So let that melt. Just turn the heat gun on it. Takes a little while to heat up, and then it suddenly goes. Yeah. And it'll go from this sort of dull browny colour to a beautiful bright gold. Oh, I've knocked that off. Oh, but do you know I'm making a right mess here? Never mind. Let's ignore that. Yeah. You get the picture.
Exactly.
Right, so I'll pick that up. Yeah. So what I'll do instead, I'll just stamp them in some brown. And I did want to show you another trick with the Koi watercolour brushes.
I've got about 5 minutes left. So.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to bring in the brown. I'm going to use that same little stamp. Yeah. And I'm going to use my pen to stamp with. Oh, so keep your pen perfectly flat and sweep the tip of the brush across the stamp. If you go in with the tip and try to physically colour it, you'll wreck your brush and it'll take you forever. Okay. Yeah. So just use the side of the brush and add that.
That would stamp.
And you can stamp with your pens.
Yeah.
These again are water-based, so you need to make sure that's the type of brush marker that you're working with.
Yeah.
But it just allows you to dot these little other elements around, which is really cute.
Really nice mix of colours as well, isn't there, in that?
Yes, there really is. Yeah. And I'm going to bring in one of these little acorns because they're just the cutest thing. And I'm going to do the same thing. So I'm going to use my marker to ink across that acorn. And then he's storing up his food for winter, this one. Look at his little fat belly.
I know.
He's just the most cute thing. So we can have a few of those. You can do whatever you like. These little worker stamps are so cool for filling up little spaces. Even if you've perhaps stamped and you think, oh, there's a little space, I need something in it. That's exactly what these are perfect for. Yeah. Or if you then want to add a border, you can use them for that as well. So they really, really are lovely to use.
Great, aren't they?
So there we are. Just ignore that blob there.
Fine.
And I'm going to use the orange brush marker to just start to colour in some of these stamps. And I'm just colouring half the stamp, and then I'm going to work off my mat with a water brush to give a softer effect on the other side.
Okay.
Because I find on this type of card, which is a smooth card, the ink doesn't always travel very well. It does on watercolour card because it sits on the top, but when it's absorbent card like this, it can soak in really quickly. So this is a way of adding shade.
Yeah.
So you can go in with your paler colour and then you can highlight with a stronger colour. Yeah. So I do tend to use my blending inks alongside my pens to get different shades and what have you. So basically that's it. And then on here I've stamped, I've lost it, that little sentiment, love and hogs. It's probably on the floor. Gold embossed, and then just cut that into a little square. Okay. Mounted it on some white and popped it onto my card. So my card is a plain white card with a brown mat and then my main panel. Now you might be thinking, well, that's all right, but where's your hedgehog? Well, what I've done is stamp the hedgehog. Oh, I've lost him again. What's going on? There's my stamp. I've lost my hedgehog. Anyway, here he is. Sorry about that.
Underneath, isn't it?
So there's my sentiment. Yeah. And the hedgehog, now I can pop that on top. Okay. And when I cut him out, I cut all his whiskers off because you can't cut round whiskers. Yes, so by stamping this onto the background, if you've got fine detail, they're still there.
Yeah, really good.
So have I just time to quickly colour him? Are we out of time?
We've got about a minute left. So shall I just do a quick recap of what's in the collection? Just while we're just colouring him. Just so that you know what's in this full collection if you want to take advantage. Now, everything I'm going to show you with the stamps and with the stencils are available individually. They're also available in a smaller bundle of the stamps or a smaller bundle of the stencils, but the best way to get them, of course, is to take advantage of this full bundle where you're getting everything with the biggest discounted price down to $59.99, which is basically a £20 saving that you're getting. You're basically getting all the stencils for free. So that is the first stamp set that, of course, you are getting. There's a quick example of what you might want to do from that. The second stamp set is this one, which is what we are seeing Gwen working with at the moment as well. Them lovely hedgehogs that we can see as well. I think there's one left individually of that hedgehog. You can see another gorgeous sample that we've got just there on that one. Then it might be that you're thinking, well, I love bees because look at the size of these bees, the honeycomb, the additional extra sort of looks that we've got on that one as well. And you could create something beautiful like that if you wanted to. We then also have this, which is your totally awesome. So you're getting your toads that you can see on that one as well. And there is an example of what you might want to do with that. We've also, of course, within this bundle, got all 4 of the stencils. So you can get your shell stencil. You can see big sizes. These are the 6x6s. We've also got the honeycomb that you can see just there. We have the slime trail. And finally, we have the flower one as well. So it's basically like you're getting all of the stencils for free if you want to go for this big bundle that we have. The other thing I'd say don't forget about is the fact that you've got all of these available. Now, we are very limited in terms of stock that's available with these. We're into single figures that are available. They've not been on for 2 years. Deborah, Jane, New Crafters, Julie, Brenda, Rebecca. If you want these, you've got to be very, very quick to be able to check out. They are reduced down to $28.99 today. So well done with that. We've got about 30-40 seconds left of the show, so we'll just have a little look at the colouring that Gwen's done and then the final sample.
I'm just colouring, I've coloured his body with the colour cloud using the water brush. I'm now using the pen with the water brush to colour in his spikes. And then I added in a tiny bit of orange tone just to give it more of a reddish tint. So a little bit of the orange into that brown, and you can see how that lifts it and gives it a bit more of a reddish tone. And then into the leaf, you could go green, you could go gold, yellow, or red, whatever you like. Let's go a little bit of red.
So we are at the end of the hour, so sorry to rush you.
That's fine. So just to give you an idea, and then stick him over the top, superimpose, and there we've got the finished one.
And it's stunning, isn't it? It really is absolutely gorgeous what you can see there as that final card that you can do. Thank you so much. We're back at 4 with a completely different.
I'm back with Jane's Doodles, Life's a Beach, and Summer Collection.
So do join us at 4 o'clock for that. I'm back in a second with Crafter's Companion. We've got Lily, first time I've worked with her, so don't go anywhere. We've got a totally brand new launch. I'll see you in a sec.
Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker. Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Introducing the Gemini 2. Our brand new electronic die cutting and embossing machine has all the power and precision of the original Gemini, but with updated functions and innovative new features. Faster and quieter than ever before, the Gemini 2 does all the hard work for you. Cut out the most intricate designs in seconds, and all at the touch of a button. Technology to apply higher pressure than many other machines offers perfectly crisp and clear results every time. The Gemini 2 has the power to take creative projects of all shapes and sizes in its stride. It will cut through a range of materials, from card and paper to cork, thin metal, leather, and multiple layers of fabric. So you can save time on your papercraft, sewing, and multimedia projects. A new and improved optical sensor runs the full length of its 9-inch platform, offering edge-to-edge precision with cutting plates of any size. Pause, rewind, and resume functions take the guesswork out of crafting. Smooth gliding feet make light work of moving and maneuvering your Gemini 2. And a turntable offers 360 degrees of crafting freedom. Neat storage compartments hold craft tools, so they're always at your fingertips right when you need them. A built-in media stand and 3 USB charging points invite you to craft along with your favourite tutorials and workshops on your tablet or phone. Easy to use, and with everything you need to get started right out of the box, the Gemini 2 is for beginners and experienced makers alike. From scrapbooking and home decor to handmade cards, quilting, and everything in between, bring your creativity to life with the Gemini 2.
Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker.
hello. Absolutely lovely to be here with you. We've got something very exciting on this show, and we've got Lily with us, which is really nice. First time I've got to actually meet you.
Yeah,
so.
my second time at Hobby Maker. I'm so excited about this show and so excited to work with yourself as well.
So this is the Craft Club that we're about to introduce to everybody who watches Hobby Maker. It's something that is completely brand new to us here at Hobby Maker, and it's actually going to be almost like a journey that people can go on now, isn't it?
Absolutely. So we are starting the journey today. This is like phase one, step one on that journey.
Yeah.
If you want to maybe learn a new technique, or maybe you're brand new to crafting, maybe you've never crafted before and you think, do you know what, I really want to get started, but I'm not quite sure where to start, then the Craft Club is going to take you on that crafting journey, step by step, teaching you all the different techniques. You're going to absolutely love it, and the value on this kit is absolutely outstanding.
So if we have a little look over here, we are going to be kicking off with gilding techniques, okay? So the Craft Club is kind of going to always bring you everything you need and to sort of teach you and speak you through your techniques that you have. But you'll see at the top, and we'll give you a look through that in a moment, that is a binder that you can get today, and you can actually fit a number of the Craft Clubs, can't you, into that. So as we kind of start bringing them, maybe once a month, however often it may be, you'll be able to fill your binder up with all of these phenomenal, sort of like, it's like having workshops given to you just by getting involved with the Craft Club.
Absolutely, and the fantastic thing about this is not just about those wonderful products that you're getting as part of the Craft Club, it's about the education as well. Like we said, if you're new to crafting, it's all good and well having all the products, but if you don't know how to use them, then quite frankly, they are pretty much useless. We're giving you the education as well, which for me is so important. I think you're going to love crafting with this. And if you're advanced, maybe you've been crafting for many years, you just want to sort of broaden your horizons, maybe try a new technique, or maybe remind yourself of techniques that you used years ago, but you've not gone to in a while, this is going to be ideal for that as well.
So when this actually arrives to you, okay, it will arrive, you'll then be able to open it up, and it's really, what I think's lovely about it is it all comes really sort of beautifully packaged, doesn't it? So you can see, you know what Crafter's Companion do, they always do it so well. So you've got all your tissue paper, everything's kind of going to come within that. I love you get your little introduction, thank you, you know, we hope you enjoy and find crafty inspiration with your fabulous Craft Club. And then it tells you all about storing your Craft Club kits in that exclusive storage binder that you are able to get today. Now, everything that comes within this, once again, is packaged beautifully as we would expect. So you know that as you open up all of these, what you're going to be getting, whether it's your plastic stencils, you know, your double-sided tape, you're getting a gilding flake toolkit with this as well. You're also getting your clear stamps, you're getting a glue pen, you know, there's just so much that's actually included in it. You're getting your double-sided adhesive sheets that will come with this, your acetate sheets, you'll also get some printed papers, your cardstock panels, and of course you'll get a real number, there's so many, of all of your die-cut designs that you're getting. And within this bundle, you're also going to get that binder that's actually going to be coming to you as well. So you can see that large pink binder, that's going to be coming there for you to actually be able to take home and to be able to actually start storing all of these bits. So you're getting a huge amount, I have to say, within this.
It's absolutely incredible, the amount that you are getting. And I have to say, I love the fact that it comes in that storage wallet that houses perfectly in that binder. My little top tip, you know what I'm like, I'm super crafty. I don't like to waste anything. What I've done with my kit at home is I've emptied everything out, I've kept it in the binder, I've kept it in its wallet, but I've actually used that beautiful paper from the envelopes. How pretty is that? It's just gorgeous. I thought that cannot go to waste.
No.
So I have used that as well.
And as we're actually just having a look through that shot that you can see just there, okay, you can really see what you're getting, because you are getting the most, I mean, if we have a look at the close-ups of the stencils at the bottom, they are stunning, almost like a mandala, and then your butterfly that you can see there as well.
Absolutely incredible. You get two of those stencils there. Of course, they're going to work perfectly with your gilding techniques, but if you are an advanced crafter, if you've got all the crafty stash already at home, you can use those with any technique like you would a regular stencil. Your inks, your sprays, your paste, all those lovely crafty goodies.
Wow. So really giving you kind of a close-up. Have a look as well. I mean, if I'm just going to slip this off for a second, okay? Won't knock it off. But when you actually have a look, and that's what you can see just there that you've got in front of you, you know, the fact that with your gilding flakes, you're getting 3 of your 20 mils. Now, they are the most beautiful colours, I think, that have been chosen there for kind of kicking off your journey with gilding flakes as well.
Absolutely. They're your 3 most popular colours, your gold, your copper and your silver as well. But don't be fooled, you can actually you get a lot more from them than maybe it looks like in that little pot. Pop them into a larger pot. As you'll see as we move through to demo, mine are in a larger tub and they do expand. But as well with those, you can actually mix the colours. So you can create
yes, of course you can, to make that kind of mix, which is really, really nice to be able to get as well. We've also got some acrylic stamps that you'll be able to see on there as well. So you get in 7 of your acrylic stamps, really big sizes again, with the butterfly, the flower, the Kime stamp that we've got, a lovely font that's in the sentiment.
They are beautiful. Of course, they're going to work perfectly for your gilding. Stamp them with your ink pad that you're getting in the kit, and you can add your gilding flakes over the top. But once again, they are regular stamps, really high quality stamps, so you can be using them with other techniques as well, your regular colouring techniques. It's not just about those gilding flakes.
No, exactly. On top of that, you're getting your 3 pieces of your double-sided adhesive sheets, okay? You are also getting 24 pieces of the pre-die cut heart, so you're actually getting them heart designs that are coming to you. And they're really great, because you can see a couple of them here. They're all in different sizes that you actually get as well. And hearts you always need to use, don't you? So you've got all these different sizes that we can see with that. You're then getting your black and white cardstock panels that are going to be coming to you also. So you can see that just down by the papers, the black and white that's sitting there. 50 of those, okay? Then you get a toolkit. So you're getting this Gilding Flakes toolkit, which is a must to be able to actually use it, isn't it? It's an essential.
Yeah, so in that you are getting your liquid adhesive, and don't be fooled, that is different to your regular tacky glue. It's like your Stays tacky glue. It stays tacky until you pop either your Gilding Flakes or your glitter over the top. You've got your dry ink pad. I always say I don't like the name of that. It sounds like it's dried out, being left in the sun. It's dry because what you do is you activate it with the liquid glue. Allows you to turn any stamp into a gilded design. And you've got your 3 sponges as well there, which allow you to burnish your Gilding Flakes.
Then double-sided tape, which we know is super to be able to use, which I'm sure we'll see techniques on to be able to use with your Gilding Flakes. You're getting 3 pieces of acetate. I mean, I'm still going with what you're getting here. You're 220 micron as well, so really good quality acetate. Then would you like some sentiments? Because we are going to give you 4 pre-die cut sentiment sheets, okay? There's 20 pieces altogether that's actually within this. We've got love, we've got dream, we've got hello, we've got friend, and we've got thanks. So you can see them just there. They're ready to just pop out, aren't they? And
they
the
are
sentiments
gorgeous.
there. Again, lovely fonts that we're seeing. Then there is, which you can see just at the bottom there, there's the rollable glue pen. So you're getting a glue pen that's going to be coming to you as well. Then you're getting your glitter. If you can see a little glitter pot that's actually within this, so next to the toolkit that we're seeing. So one of the glitter pots, and you can see a beautiful amount of iridescence coming out of that. Laura immediately mentioned the watercolour and marbling papers that you get as well. So 20 sheets of that also.
Gorgeous. They are absolutely beautiful designs. And the key thing with these is that they are uncoated matte designs. And that allows you to further enhance them with that glitter, with that Gilding Flakes, or just use them as they are. You've got lots of scope with those absolutely stunning papers. They are, for me, one of those go-tos. I love any sort of watercolour print. And if you're not confident with your watercolour paints already, then you've got that sort of effect already created for you.
It's phenomenal, isn't it? It's fantastic. Then your instructions, we just have a close look at those. You can see that there, the marbling that's coming through, watercolour papers as well. You get your pre-cut maple leaves. They're all cut for you as well. So you can get another 5 of these. I'm still going. This is what the Craft Club's all about. This is why we're kicking it off today. So these maple leaves that have all got lovely textures kind of on it, they'll be coming to you. And then finally, you get this, which I think is superb, because this is your instruction manual, okay? And this goes through so many kind of samples to inspire you. You've got so many techniques that this talks about as well, of what to do, whether it's gilding a stenciled design, you know, gilding on stamped elements, lots and lots of different techniques in this booklet. Plus, you can actually view videos that Craig has recorded that gives other techniques and tips as well. So it's digital and on paper format.
And you'll find that as you unwrap your craft kit, you've got that little card that's got the website on there.
Perfect.
Super easy to follow through and actually have a little look at those videos.
So it's a lot. It's a lot. So you're probably sitting there and thinking, what's the price, aren't you? Well, let's get a clock on the screen and we will get that price in, okay? Because it is actually a superb deal price. Remember, the binder is coming to you today within this bundle as well. Now, with that, in fact, am I able to just grab that for a second? Do you mind? Is that all right? Because if I just take this down, it's absolutely huge. So you can see they come in these lovely little wallets that you get. And then each one, you can just kind of pop those wallets in as you get one after the other. And it fits within this binder, which again is great size, as you can see. So you're going to fit multiple ones in that. So everything has been thought out. And once you've got the binder, you could then just buy the separate kits going forwards. $39.99 for all of that.
It's outstanding value for money, isn't it? If you think you get all of those goodies. I mean, it literally took us ages to go through all of them.
I know, just a bit, didn't it? Just to be able to mention the fact that, you know, you're getting stamps and papers and die-cut shapes, you know, gilding flakes, you're getting so much that we can see. To let you know, the binder, if you wanted to buy that individually, is £12.99 on its own. So when you think it's £27 for everything else, you know, you've got stencils, you've got stamps, things that are not even, you know, that you're getting them, they're not consumables.
Yeah, they're your tools. As we always say, look after them and they'll look after you. They will last you a long time.
Exactly. Now, for anybody who hasn't done gilding, should we have a little look and sort of see what we do and how we work with it?
Yeah, let's go straight. I'm going to show you sort of as many techniques as I can.
Amazing.
But of course, you'll get more in that booklet, more on the videos as well. Now, my top tip for any of your gilding flakes, I've got all of mine by the side of me here. So I've got my gold, I've got my silver, I've got all my tubs full at home with my gilding flakes. Pop them in a larger tub and you'll find they expand and you get even more than it looks like just in those little pots. So you can see here, I recommend don't open the window, don't turn the aircon on, don't sneeze, don't have the dog in, all of those things, but they are absolutely stunning. So what we're going to do to start with is we're actually going to take your one of your lovely little die cut hearts that comes as part of your fantastic craft club. I've cut down a sheet of one of those double-sided sheets, just a tiny little bit here, so you will get an awful lot from the sheets that are included as part of that kit. And we're just literally going to stick our little heart onto our double-sided adhesive there. At this point, we're just going to take a pair of scissors and we're just literally going to actually snip around the edge of there. Now, do just take a little bit of care because obviously it has got that exposed adhesive, so you can get a little bit of the sticky on your scissors. But if you've got your non-stick coated scissors like our Crafter'S companion ones, then they will just wipe clean really easily. Another way you can do this same technique is you can actually use the sponges and the glue within the collection to actually apply that glue all over your image. So you've got a couple of different ways of doing this technique, but however you sort of apply that adhesive, you're still going to get an absolutely fabulous finished effect. So what we've done now is we've just basically applied adhesive all over that beautiful heart. Now you just want to take the backing off at this point. I find it can sometimes be a little bit easier if you use a poke tool, especially if you've got long nails like I have. I mean, they're useful for some things, but other things they are not useful at all. So there we can see we have got our adhesive all over that piece, just like so. You can see the shine. And this is where the fun starts to begin. This is where the magic happens. Let's take our sponge, and I find it a little bit easier to actually scoop up your gilding flakes just using your sponge, just like so. Oh, this is
I think they're really
gorgeous.
addictive, gilding flakes, because once you see how easy they are to use and the effect they give, I just feel like you want to put them on everything.
Oh gosh, yeah, absolutely. The brilliant thing about gilding flakes as well, it's something I've never done. It's one of those things I always say, oh, I need to get round to doing that, but you can put them on furniture. Home decor, furniture. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine decorating your house with lots of gilding flakes?
Like a mirror, you know, something
yeah,
like that,
yeah.
a photo frame.
Yeah, I've seen people do it on mirrors before and it looks absolutely incredible. Pick up really inexpensive mirrors from charity shops or bargain shops and you can make it look super expensive. Now, how quick and easy was that? All you need to do is just burnish in those gilding flakes. I always try and work over my pot of gilding flakes because then that way it means that I don't get any of the waste sort of going everywhere. But how quick and easy was that?
Phenomenal, doesn't it?
Looks so expensive, doesn't it? And that literally took, what, a minute, if that?
Exactly.
We've also done the same with the smaller one. But within the collection, something else you get, and a few people have asked before, why do you get glitter? Well, you can do, of course, standalone techniques just with your glitter. But you can also do techniques that incorporate both your glitter and your gilding flakes.
I've never thought to do that.
It's so, I mean, look at that, talk about luxury. So all you do is same technique that we just did there. Then at this point, we did sort of stage one again. So we popped our adhesive sheet back over the top, cut around again, and then all we did was just sprinkle glitter over the top. And that is how easy it is, and how amazing does that look?
So good.
It's like two of my favourite things, glitter and gilding flakes all in one. Doesn't get much better than that, does it?
It's a big part of glitter that you're getting as well.
No, yeah, it's going to go an awfully long way. Absolutely love that glitter. And don't forget, of course, the adhesives, all the adhesives that you get in the kit, so the pot of glue, your glue pen and your double-sided tape, they'll work with both your glitter and your gilding flakes. So we're going to pop that in the centre there. I love the contrast of the gilded one and the gilded and glitter one.
I do.
And that's our little embellishment all done and good to go. But I did say I wanted to show you a few techniques. So I'm going to cram in another one using these fabulous backing papers. Now, of course, we've got that almost like faux gilding effect on there, but we want to make that a real gilded effect.
Okay.
So all we're going to do is going to take our glue pen, and the first time you use this, you're just going to have to scribble it a little bit to get that ink flowing. But you'll be able to see when that ink starts to come out at the end. It goes on slightly blue, so it's very easy to see where you actually are laying down that ink. And all we're going to do, we're not being really precise, but we're just following those lines, and it makes it super easy because you're literally just following the lines that are already on that paper. And let's just go along there just like so. If you wanted slightly thicker lines of your gilding onto there, just go in with that bottle of adhesive, go straight from the bottle, and you will get thicker, more sort of prominent lines of your gilding onto there. So what you want it to do is you want it to go slightly off from that blue. You want it to go a little bit more clear, and you know at that point that it's ready to be gilded. Because that was just quite a thin sort of layer, it's quite quick, but how amazing does this look?
And that's why the glue pen is so good, because you can get the precision that you want that comes with this kit as well.
Absolutely. I mean, these are just invaluable. Don't just think about them with your gilding and your glitter, though. I know some people do actually use these on the back of like your intricate die cuts to adhere those.
Okay.
So it's not just a case of using them for these sort of techniques. You can be doing that if you've got really intricate dies. Like I know we've got a few on the show which are super intricate, and they'd be brilliant for those. So that's our gilded pattern paper.
Amazing.
Just sets it off, doesn't it? Looks really, really luxurious. Then to make it even more luxurious, what we've gone and done with this one is we've done that same technique, but then we've taken our pen again and we've just gone over those dots and added a bit of glitter.
Wow.
So once again, not only glitter, not only gilding flakes, but both of those onto a pattern paper.
I mean, that just looks so expensive, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, years and years ago, we used to buy our 12 by 12 pads, which had the finishes on. They had the the UV spot foiling. And let's be honest, we paid it premium.
Yes.
If they had those extra finishes on, they were always a good few pounds extra with your papers. But you can now create those yourself. Any paper, any cardstock you've already got in your crafty stash, you can turn them into the most luxurious, opulent papers you like. So one more technique to cram in. I just have to say, I love playing with gilding
I
flakes.
know,
There's so
I
many
think you could just do
techniques.
it all day, couldn't you?
Yeah, it's one of those, you do one technique, you go, oh, but shall I try that? Shall I try that?
Can I do this?
Yeah, I have to say that's what it was like when I did that glittered heart. I sort of thought, will the glitter work over the gilding flakes?
Like, yes, it does.
As you can see, it certainly did. So all we're going to do now is take this roll of double-sided adhesive.
Okay.
And you can use any double-sided adhesive, it could be red liner tape, but of course this is included in the kit, so quite frankly, why wouldn't we use it? And all we're going to do is run that over one edge, and then I find it a little bit easier to actually cut it too long to start with, and then just trim it down, just like so. And that's going to give us our piece of adhesive onto the edge. We're just going to do one edge with this piece of cardstock, but you'll get the sort of finished effect by going around all four edges. So we've got our adhesive there, we've peeled off our backing. Let's bring back in that lovely pot of gilding flakes, and honestly I cannot tell you, these go such a long way, especially when you're making sure that all those little waste pieces, all the pieces that you burnish off are going straight back in that pot. You know that you're going to get an awful lot from your gilding flakes.
Wow.
Now I did say you can mix them earlier on.
Yes,
All I would say if you mix them is just take a separate pot, and then you can pop all your mixed up remnants into that pot.
Together.
Definitely. You don't want to put, so I can see I've got a little bit of copper in here, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. But if you do take a separate pot, that's going to allow you to have those as sort of like a brand new colour, if you like, which is quite exciting.
Definitely.
So same technique again, just burnishing that with your sponge. These sponges are perfect for applying your gilding flakes and also for burnishing them as well. I'm going to be really careful and pop that lid on. That is a sensible thing to do. And you can see that absolutely gorgeous gilded edge. I mean, that reminds me of, you know, you've got like the really old books, like the old Bibles, when they had the pages, edges all gilded. That's exactly what that reminds me of.
And when you've got that full border,
Doesn't
and
it look
all the sides,
amazing?
incredible, isn't
Looks
it?
absolutely incredible. I mean, you could have a matte layer over the top of that, like so you only saw that edge, but we're going to go in with a black matte layer onto that one.
Okay.
Using my tape pens, you can actually add your gilding flakes and your glitters onto your tape pens if you want. So when you do run out of that double-sided within the kit, that's another option for you guys at
You can
home.
create some great backgrounds actually with the tape pens, can't you? If you do it sort of diagonal or anything like that, pop it on, and it looks brilliant with the gilding flakes.
Certainly does. I've just had a thought, I've never tried this, don't know if it works, but I wonder if it works with a dotty tape pen.
Oh, Oh, I've not saw that being tried either. I mean,
interesting.
we could try it.
We could, yeah, definitely.
Something we can learn.
Definitely. That's what I love about crafting. I love being able to experiment. I love just having a play.
Yes.
And for me, I have used gilding flakes for many, many years. It's a technique I love, but using this craft club has sort of reignited that love. It's reminded me of some of those techniques that I've not used for years. And I think that's what it's about. If you are more of an advanced crafter, maybe if you've been crafting for years and years, it's going to sort of teach you new techniques or remind you of techniques that you've not used for a while.
Definitely.
But can you imagine if you're brand new to crafting and this is the very first project that you make? I mean, let's be honest, you are going to be hooked, aren't you?
And also, if you are somebody who's selling on, they're going to see that sort of colour and it looks so expensive. You're going to be drawn straight to it, I think.
Oh gosh, yeah. Can you imagine? You're going to stand out beautifully amongst all the other craft stalls, aren't you? So that's going to go into the centre of there. Anybody who's watched me before, you'll know I've got a slight addiction to foam tape. I like dimension on my cards. They always laugh at me back in the office about how much tape I get through. I have said I won't count. They've said, oh, on a weekend, count how many rolls you get through. I've refused. Point blank refused.
No, I just really like it.
I just really like it. Yeah. Don't make fun. But it does make a big difference to your cards because it gives them that little bit of height and dimension. We've got a couple of little banners there that I've just hand cut. It just gives your heart almost like a little bit of grounding rather than it's just floating in the centre. We're going to pop that onto there and that's going to start to sort of tie it all together a little bit more nicely. We're going to pop our heart onto there, which we've created with our beautiful gilding flakes, and that glitter as well just really does make it pop, makes a feature on your cards. But this card is literally so easy to put together using 3 different techniques with your gilding flakes. You can see how fabulous these are. And then just to finish it off, I've taken one of those gorgeous sentiments from the collection. I've stamped that just with one of my regular waterproof ink pads in the black, but of course you could be stamping that with your gilding flakes for a really opulent finish to your project. And that's just going to go at the bottom of our card, just like so. And you can see there how stunning those gilding flakes are. Look, when that catches the light, that sheen, that metallic lustre is just totally luxurious.
Phenomenal.
You guys at home can be creating that as soon as you get this home. You can be getting this outlook pack and you can be creating that. Wow, can you imagine if that's your first card?
I know.
Wow.
I think what's so amazing is that within this Craft Club kit, you're getting everything you need.
Absolutely.
It's sort of like you're there and you're thinking, well, actually, I've got everything. Because when you actually look, I mean, you're getting 146 individual elements in this. It includes, of course, those 3 pots of the gilding flakes, which is where you're kind of going to want to start going, which has those gorgeous colours, those metallic colours that we're seeing with this as well. But of course, you're getting so much more. We know there is the double-sided adhesive sheets. We know there is the double-sided tape and the rollerball glue pen, which of course are all things that are essentials to be able to use with this. We get the toolkit as well to be able to use this. You get that big part of that iridescent glitter as well that's coming to you. There is so many of your die-cut shapes. You're getting heart designs, you're getting maple leaf designs as well. We're talking about 30 of those. You then get those amazing plastic stencils that you're seeing there, where you're getting that mandala, you're getting that butterfly that we can see as well. You can also see there is a lot of black and white cardstock. They're already cut into panels, so we just saw Lily using them. They're absolute essentials. They're perfect for matting and layering or using individually. 50 of those, right, 20% of the huge stock that we started with has now gone with this. The acetate, which you can see kind of just above that as well, it's 220 microns, so you're getting the acetate there as well. Then these, I just wanted to give you a bit of a closer look at these, because these are the die-cut sheets we were talking about a bit earlier with the sentiments on. You've got love, hello, dream, friend and thanks. Now these all come to you also. There's 20 pieces, there's 5 different sheets, and all of those already die cut. So all you'll need to do is just pop those out, which is really easy. You can see that they're absolutely beautiful, aren't they? And really nice font that you've got. Also wanted to give you a more close-up look at the stamp set, because the sizes of these stamps are just brilliant, aren't they?
They are beautiful. That butterfly is absolutely stunning. That's going to be a go-to for sure.
Absolutely.
And that sunflower as well. How happy, how cheerful is that stamp? Super useful sentiments as well. And those little accessory stamps are just going to finish off your creations absolutely perfectly.
Absolutely. And then, I know we just got to see a bit of that paper where we're getting your watercolour and marbling papers, but I just wanted to show you through the colours that we get in this, because you've got what we saw there, but then we can see something like that where you've really got that lovely sort of ombre effect almost that's going through the whole of this. We come across where we've got more of that sort of marbling glowing effect that's moving through it as well. And then those colours also. So there is those 4 different types of colours that we can actually see on these papers, and altogether you're getting 20 sheets, so 5 of each of them. And you're getting the binder included. The binder on its own is normally £12.99. We've got that included within this full collection. Now with that, how many do you think we'd be able to fit in? Because we're going to be bringing the Craft Club now kind of monthly roughly.
I'd say between about 4 and 6. I would have thought so. Yeah.
So you will be able to also buy these bits individually. So going forward, if you wanted to just buy all of the bits and you're thinking, well, I've got the binder, then you can do that. You can buy everything that's included within this kit without the binder as well. So we'll give you those options right now, because you might be thinking, I don't want the binder. Do you know what? I know how I want to store it. I've already got places to store it, because if I just show you, all of these will come in this, okay? So it'll all come in these lovely little kind of plastic wallets anyway. So if you know where you want to store it, then you have got the chance to be able to get all of this set, and that is £29.99 for you to be able to get everything that we've showed you today, but minus the binder. If you are thinking, actually, I love this binder and I want it for other things as well, because you might, for example, have lots of dies and you might put them onto the magnetic sheets, and you might be thinking, well, I want to store, actually, it's a very well made binder, I want to store different things in it. There's no reason you can't do that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you are able as well to get the binder on its own if you'd like to, so we can bring that to you at £12.99. So it's really up to you in terms of how you want to buy this. But of course the best way and the best deal is to go for all of it together, which is of course starting off your whole journey with this as well. But it's up to you. If you want to get them individually, you can absolutely do that if you'd like to. Now, just before we do another demo, I just want to mention a couple of other things we've got on the show. Because we have got, if you love your gilding flakes, all the techniques that Lily's doing, you can use any gilding flakes with. Would you like a huge bundle? And this is the big pots that we've actually got as well. Now, this one is your cosmic, okay? So you're getting your outer space, your blue moon, and your starlight. That actually comes within this. We then have this, which is your patina. You get sun glow. You also get rich copper, and you are getting your green, your vert de gris. This one I adore, the rose gold, soft rose and pretty pink that you've got there, which is your blush. And then the final set, which I think is actually missing one, I think somebody's maybe nabbed one, which is Midnight Mauve, Deep Iris and your Lapis Blue. So that will have 3 in that one as well. So altogether you'll get 3, 6, 9, 12 of these. And they are the 50ml pots as well.
They certainly are. They are massive, great big pots. Honestly, when you start to actually decant these into a larger container, you will be astounded by the sheer amount of gilding flakes you get in each and every single one of these. And these colours are out of this world.
Aren't they?
I know when I first started using gilding flakes many years ago, the only sort of colours that you get gold, you get bronze, you get silver. That was pretty much it. But the fact that we have got literally all those colours, a whole rainbow of colours, is just incredible. They are so, so gorgeous. They're going to make your creations really stand out. You're going to have so much fun playing with these.
Honestly, they really are. They're absolutely fabulous. Let's open the one where we've already had one taken out, shall we? Because I can see these have been used quite a lot. So we've had quite a few taken out. But when you actually look at the sizes, like Lily just said, look at the glorious kind of nature of the colours that you're actually getting within this.
That's amazing.
So those gorgeous, stunning purples, of course, that we can see just there, for example. Big, big sizes. Now, what I am going to let you know is that it was over a year ago since we last had these on. Now, the initial launch was over 2 years ago. Myself and Laura, my producer, we actually launched these on the show 2 years ago. And May 2022 is when we first launched them, but we've not had them on for a year until today. Now, when we launched them, okay, we did a launch price on them. They have been at this price. We've sold them on shows after the launch at $59.96, which is a brilliant price when you think of the amount you're actually
getting, the amount of crafty opportunities you've got with that's a brilliant price.
Yes, definitely. But we did do a launch price, which you know we tend to do. We always tend to do a better price. Right, let's match the launch price, okay? So $44.99, which is superb. £15 was taken actually off that launch price. So that takes them to £3.75 a pot rather than a £5 a pot.
Wow.
But And we don't normally do this. Today, we are going to beat the price we launched them at, and we're going to do the lowest price we've ever done, because we know everybody's waited a year to get these back onto screen. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. Very exciting. So if you absolutely love your gilding flakes, then this is your chance to be able to get these. These should be £15 a set. Currently, at the price that we're at, we're giving you a complete set for free. So you're getting 3 for free already, and we are about to go to a lower price. So whether you want these with your kit, whether you're somebody who just loves, obviously, gilding flakes and you want to kind of add it to your stash, this is your moment to get the most incredible mix of colours as well that we've actually got. Never been to this price. It is a today only price as well. I know, first time ever.
Oh my gosh! £40, well, less than £40 for all of those. Oh my goodness me, that is a bargain. Even if you've already got these, at the end of the day, they are consumable, although they'll go a long way. It is the time to stock up, because let's be honest, I don't think we'll do that price for very long.
Well, no, as far as I know, it's today, and it is just because we're launching the Craft Club. That is what I've been told, is that because we're launching the Craft Club and it's the gilding flakes, we're allowed to have this price for one day only until midnight for you to be able to get this to go alongside. It is that one-off post and packaging fee. So, you know, it's absolutely amazing to be able to get this. The thing is, right, 10% of the stock has gone. Do you know what I just want to do? And I know that sometimes when we open these up, it's a bit tricky to kind of get it all in, but I have to come to this because this is such a different one to actually be able to get and to be able to see as well, because you don't tend, do you, to be able to see this. Let me open it, because it's black, but it has this phenomenal, like, extra colours that come through it as well, doesn't it?
Oh, wow.
Look at that. It's the reflective sort of nature that you've got there. Yeah, it's like black diamonds in a pot or something like that, isn't it? It's absolutely incredible. But then, of course, you know, the blues, the gold you're getting, the rose gold, the pinks, the purples, you know, there's just this array of colours that we've got. And I have to say, I normally say, and people will know this all the time, I normally go, buy on the launch, because the best price is always the launch. We often go up on prices, which we did. We went $49.99, then we took them up to $59.96, which is what you'd expect. We don't normally do this. And it is, I've been told, until stock sells out or until midnight, and then that price rises back to where it should have been. So that's why you've got to take advantage today of it.
Absolutely, yeah. Get it while you can. At the end of the day as well, the key thing to know is that Craft Club, you are, of course, getting 3 gilding flake pots in that. None of those colours are duplicated in those.
Oh, I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah, they're all different. So yeah, you get, it's even better, isn't it? You get so many different options. Can you imagine doing all those different techniques in the Craft Club with these gilding flakes? It's going to be incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, because when you're thinking that actually, you know, you have got everything that you sort of need in that Craft Club collection. Obviously, with you having your adhesives, you know, you've got so much to be able to use them with, like we've seen in the demonstrations. Okay, a quarter of the stock's gone. If there's any left at the end of the show, we'll come back to them. But yeah, there's so many of this in baskets. So well done if you've got it. The only other thing, and to just tell you we have got available, which is always very, very popular on our shows, is our Gilding Flakes toolkit. I know you are getting a mini toolkit in that, but if you want this as an extra or as an individual, then it's always a great one to get. You get your liquid glue in this, you get your dry ink pad, and then you get 3 of your black sponges. And you've showed sort of how we use that as well, haven't you?
Absolutely, yes. So your liquid glue, of course, you can use that on its own, but then you can activate the dry ink pad. So just pop a little bit of that glue onto your ink pad, and that will turn it into a sticky ink pad, allows you to stamp with all your gilding flakes. You're getting several of those sponges in there as well. Of course, you are getting the one in your craft kit, but if you need another, at the end of the day, your glue will eventually run out, although it will last a long time. It will eventually run out, so do stock up and throw another one in your basket.
Would you use your sponges kind of in all the colours, or would you tend to keep a sponge sort of per sort of colourway? You know, if you're using the purple compared to, say, the gold or something, what would you do?
I do try and keep separate sponges as much as you possibly can. At the end of the day, it's not the end of the world if you do sort of cross-contaminate, but if they're really strong, really different colours, for example, a black and a silver, I would try and keep separate sponges. So that's a great opportunity to get extra sponges as maybe you're going for extra colours of those gilding flakes.
Perfect. And that's $7.99 as well, so a super price for the kit. Right. Okay, so let's come back across to the Craft Club that we have got here. And should we have another look at some of the bits that you'd like to show?
Yeah, should we do another technique? But this time I'm going to bring in these fabulous stamps. I know we've not really shown these in action decoration yet. No stamped little sentiment, but I think you want to see these with the gilding flakes. You guys are going to love this technique. This technique is amazing. So think of any single stamp you've got in your craft stash. It could be ones you've already got. It could be ones you're buying from our lovely Gwen today. It could be any ones that you're buying in the future. Any stamp at all. It can be a clear stamp, it can be photopolymer, acrylic, rubber, literally anything at all. You can start to gild with these. But of course, we're going to be using these beautiful stamps that we've got within the collection. So I've got my stamping platform, the magnetic 8x8 stamping platform. It's my go-to. I know all the team at Crafter's Companion love this fantastic stamping platform. It just makes stamping so much easier. And we've taken a piece of that lovely quality black cardstock that you are getting included, of course, as part of your craft club. Love the fact that we're bringing you the coloured card, the black and the white. It's perfect if you are a new crafter or just needing to stock up, because at the end of the day, you can never get enough of your black and white card. Now we're going to take our fabulous stamp there. We're going to position it into the centre. Then all we need to do with our stamping platform is just close the lid, pick up that stamp onto the lid, and then we are good to get stamping.
Super.
Now my dry ink pad, I have to say, it's well loved. Let's be honest. I love gilding flakes. I've used this a fair few times, shall we say. So mine does not look perfectly white. If I can get my lid off, you can see I've already gilded my nails. That wasn't intentional, but it's a decorative feature there. You can see mine looks a little bit mucky, but there's nothing to worry about. That does actually feels a little bit harder than when you'll get yours home.
Okay.
But it's not actually ready to stamp with. We do still need to activate that that ink pad. So this is where we bring in our liquid glue. And this is perfect for all of your gilding flakes, all of your glitters. This is not what you're going to be using with your die cuts. This is not what you're going to be using for your matting and layering. This has been specifically formulated for those gilding flake and glitter techniques.
I've not seen this on stamps before.
Oh, this is exciting then. Let's have a little look at this. I love this technique. So we're going to take our adhesive. You can see that it's quite funny in colour. It's almost like a fluorescent, isn't it? Which makes it really easy to see exactly where we're popping that adhesive. So you want to go over your ink pad. I just sort of rub it in with that, with the actual nozzle, but of course you could use a sponge to help rub that in. You don't want it absolutely saturated, but you want to be able to see that you've got a layer onto there. You need to be able to see that, and the fact that it's blue makes it a lot easier. So then let's take our stamp, let's take our ink pad now, and just like we would with any normal ink pad, imagine it's a regular ink pad. So it could be a quick dry, it could be any of those ink pads we know and love. We're just going to ink up. Gentle taps. What you don't want to do is grind it into your stamp. That is the key with this. You want to be able to make sure that you've got plenty of your, I keep wanting to call it ink, but it is glue. Plenty of glue over there.
On there
it does, doesn't it? Which makes it so easy to see exactly where you're applying that. So once I've got it coated all over, we're just going to turn that over. Want to be fairly quick about doing this. I have to say, the first time I ever used gilding flakes, I thought, oh, if I really press down hard enough, if I press down for ages, that's going to give me the best effect. And all that happened was I actually glued my cardstock to the stamp.
Oh, no.
Now that will get a little bit stuck, but as long as you've not held that into position for ages, you will be absolutely fine.
Perfect.
So you can actually see there, you can see your butterfly into there. Now what I will say is with gilding flakes, they're going to give you that lovely gilded effect with your stamps, but it's never going to give you the same sort of really crisp, defined effect that you would with a regular ink pad. But it's just about getting that lovely metallic sheen. Now let's go to another colour of gilding flakes. Let's go with the silver. Silver and black is going to be beautiful. Now when that first goes on, when it's really wet, you are going to have that sort of blue hue to it. But you can see now it's starting to go clear, so that tells us that's ready to have the gilding flakes applied to it. So I'm going to bring out another of my sponges. Somehow I've got this bag absolutely filled full of glitter. So there will be some glitter included.
Oh, we love glitter.
We do.
I'm not going to be worried about that.
Oh no, the more glitter the better.
Yeah,
apart from when you end up trying to clean it up off the carpet and all you end up doing is hoovering it into the carpet.
Or it's all over your face.
Oh
you
gosh, absolutely. Yeah, you go out to the shops and you see people looking at you strange. You think, why are they looking at me?
I've been to
I'm sparkling. Absolutely. The worst is when you get the one for me is red liner tape backing because it's so static, it gets everywhere. Once I went out and had a piece stuck in my hairline. And I looked in the mirror and thought, what's that in my hairline? Oh, just a piece of red liner tape. As you do.
You just give yourself a highlight, didn't you?
Yeah, little red highlight. I'd say it's sort of like an occupational hazard being a crafter, isn't it? So you can see there, with a little bit of burnishing, you have got your gorgeous gilded stamped butterfly into the centre. Look at that, just absolutely beautiful. Any stamp you've got in your crafty stash, stash. Maybe it's a stamp you've had for absolute years and you're like, I'm getting a little bit tired of this stamp. I don't use it so much anymore. This is going to literally breathe new life into older crafty stash, which I think is amazing.
Definitely.
So what we've gone ahead and done is I got a little bit carried away when I was prepping this the other day, is I thought, you know what, let's go for 3.
Wow, that looks so
the
good.
triple whammy.
That's amazing.
So all I did, the easiest way that I've found to do this, especially as you don't want to sort of leave it to dry for ages, what I did is I stamped the first one gild, stamped the next one gild, rather than stamp all 3 and then try and separate the gilding. I find it easier to do it separately. However, if you wanted more of an ombre, so you didn't want the top one fully copper, you wanted sort of a more graduated look, stamp all 3 and then go in with your gilding plates. So you can get more of a sort of a mixed effect. But they look super, super cool. I just love that technique. So what we'll do now is we're just going to do a little bit of matting and layering just to start to bring this card together. It's going to be a super simple card, but I think your simple, clean and simple, crisp, modern cards work so well with this kit. I think, I mean, I know I have a tendency to sort of pile everything in the kitchen sink at my cards and lots of embellishments and lots of layers, but you know what, I really do think your gilding flake techniques, let those gilding flakes speak for themselves. Don't add a load of layers, just keep it nice and clean and simple. And so often when you go into those expensive shops, like your little gift shops, your little boutiques, and you look at your gilding, you look at your greetings cards in there, they tend to be quite minimalist. And they tend to look really quite elegant, and that's the sort of look and feel we are trying to create with these cards that we're creating with this amazing craft club.
Oh, look at that as well. Look
just beautiful. I mean, that could be, you could fool me that you'd created that with your aqua pens or your ink pads.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
We've literally just taken it out of that craft club, which is brilliant, especially if you're strapped for time with your crafting, you've not got time to create all of those backgrounds, then that's going to be ideal.
Yeah, be a great gift for somebody, wouldn't it, this craft as well?
Absolutely. I'm thinking, do you know what, if you've got like a little crafty club, I know my mum and some of her friends on an evening, they have a little, once a week, they have a little crafty club and they all sort of bring their crafting. How about getting one for each member of your craft club? You can all sit down, you can all follow through with those different booklet techniques together, and you can create the same thing. Maybe one of you is going to use the gold, maybe one of you is going to use the silver gilding flakes. You're going to get a different look and feel every time.
Yeah, very true.
I always think crafting is such a lovely sort of hobby for sharing. It's all about learning, all about sharing. So sitting down together and doing these together in a group, I think is going to be perfect. So maybe you're ordering one for yourself today and one for a crafty friend. They're going to be delighted, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely. So you could have 1 week doing this craft club, and then in a few weeks' time when we bring you the next one, then you'll have another craft club doing this technique.
Yeah, it's different things that you could do, like one a month, couldn't you?
Our lovely producer now is saying she wonders what the next one was going to be. Unfortunately, I do know.
Oh, do you? But you can't tell us?
Yeah, I know about the first 5 off by heart.
Really? Oh, okay, wow.
Yes, I will tell you after, I have all the inside knowledge. But yeah, I have to say the next one I'm very excited about.
Okay.
So yeah, I know we've got at least 1 more, possibly 2 more coming to Hobby Maker throughout this month, and hopefully more after that. Yeah, so I'm really, really excited about that.
Oh, that looks so amazing.
Doesn't that look pretty? Yeah. And just to finish it off, I always like my cards to have a sentiment on. I think it's almost like a little bit of a full stop onto your creations. So we've taken another of those stamps from the kit. I just love these stamps. I think they're gorgeous. I'll definitely be using these with lots of other projects as well.
I think as well is the fact that all that you have used extra that doesn't come within the actual, the craft club, is you've used your tape runner, which of course you can get from us on the website, and you've used some foam, and that's it. That's all you've used. So everything, usually you'd have it in your stash. It's on our website, so you can get them if you haven't. You don't need anything else, which is what I think is so brilliant.
The only thing I've added in as well is card blank. And I always create my own card blank, so that's just a piece of white card.
Yeah,
that's literally all it is. You can get that nice and easy over on the website. But how clean and simple, quick and easy is that? I just love the techniques of the 3 different colorways. Think you can be doing that technique with all your stamps, and as well all the different colours of gilding flakes. If you're going for those gilding flake, that amazing bundle, can you imagine like a massive scrapbook page with like all the different colours? Oh my goodness, that would look amazing. Or a box frame for home decor. Can you imagine? Wow.
So good. And if you have a little look at the just the samples that are just there, so you can just see as well, what we've actually got, because you can see how you can mix your gilding flakes, but also you can kind of see that we've got your acetate actually on that one as well. So you are going to get your acetate. That's actually in the front of that one. Then you can see the shapes of the maple leaves of the hearts that obviously come already die cut out as well. So you can see very much how you can kind of use everything that is coming with this to make the most incredible cards like that. Of course, this is the most popular way to get this. This is where you are getting the binder to start your journey. journey. You'll be able to put multiple opportunities into this as well. So a lot of your craft clubs that you get over the coming months, you'll be able to put in. You are then getting within this bundle, it's a huge bundle, you're getting 3 pieces of your double-sided adhesive sheets. You're getting 7 stamps that you just saw there, including that big butterfly, including that big flower. You're then getting the plastic stencils. We haven't even touched, you know, sort of on the mandala one. Obviously, you have just seen the butterfly that we've had just there, but you're getting both of them. You're then getting the 3 parts of the gilding flakes, so you're getting those lovely sort of metallic colours. You're getting them die-cut hearts, 24 of them that are already die-cut out. You'll then get 50 pieces of your black and white cardstock, okay? So it's ready to go there. You then get your toolkit, so you've got everything you need in your gilding flakes toolkit, where you've got your adhesives, you've got your dry pad, you've got your sponges as well to be able to take with this. You can see that big pot of glitter that's coming to you as well, 25 grams that we can see in that. You are getting your double-sided tape. You're also getting the chance to get your acetate, as we kind of mentioned earlier. 3 pieces of that. There's then your die cut, and they're already pre-die cut. Just pop them out, your sentiment sheets, 20 sentiments. Love, dream, hello, friend, and thanks. So 4 of each. There is your rollable glue pen that's available within this as well. So you're ready to kind of get into that real precision with that. You've got your marbling papers and your watercolour papers that we've seen being used as well that are absolutely beautiful. Also, the die-cut maple leaf designs, 5 of those, and that fabulous instruction booklet, which tells you absolutely everything about this and gives you a multitude of different techniques in terms of what you could actually do with this as well, which is absolutely super. And it all comes, I mean, we've took it all out to be able to show you, but it all comes absolutely beautifully packaged. I think you're really going to enjoy the kind of process of opening all of this up, whether it's for you or whether you've gifted it. And of course, I say the binder comes with it as well. I'm gobsmacked. All of that is $39.99.
I know, no, me too. It's incredible value. Yeah. All the crafty goodies you got. Can you imagine if you give that as a gift? Somebody's going to think you've spent an awful lot of money on them.
Yeah.
They don't need to know you spent less than £40.
Personally, I think you could split it up for 4 people.
Oh gosh, yeah,
you know,
easy.
You could give a few bits, or 3, because then there's 1 gilding for each person.
Yeah,
you know, something like that.
One person could have the stamps, one person could have the stencils. Yeah.
One the glue pen, one the adhesive sheet. You know, there's lots of options. Now, there's 2 other things that I do want to just introduce into this show, because we have got something brand new. Now, you can get these individually, or you can get them in a bundle, which will be at the best price. Now, this is the first one that we have, which is your chance to be able to get this with congratulations that you're seeing just there, which is it's just absolutely beautiful, isn't it? The actual font, I think, that you're getting to see in this as well.
Yeah, it's so stylish. And if you are going for your craft club, don't forget you're getting those double-sided self-adhesive sheets on there. You can cut these dies from those self-adhesive sheets, stick them to your project, peel off the backing, gilding flakes over the top. How incredible would that look?
Yeah. Congratulations, time to celebrate, and best wishes in that one. Then there's a second set, which you have your thank yous. So you've got thank you, you've got with thanks, you've got special thanks that we can see there as well. As I say, brand new to us to be able to bring these to you again. So once again, we would like to do a discount price opportunity. As I say, you can buy them individually. I personally wouldn't, because of the price point that we are going to do for you today, okay? So 6 in total. We're going to get that price straight down for you. £14.99.
No way.
Super good,
gosh.
isn't it?
That is incredible.
Yeah.
And those are really quite large size sentiments as well. They're nearly 5.5 inches in length. They are absolutely fantastic. And the fact that they're so fine, they're so intricate, it means you can actually bend them around curves as well.
Oh,
so if you've got like a circular aperture, it's nice and easy to sort of manipulate that, because they are so super fine. I mean, look at that. They look like a stamp, don't they?
I know, absolutely.
It's one of those, when you're looking at it first, you probably would be thinking, oh, that's a stamp, but it's actually a die. The level of detail within those is just remarkable.
That's where you can actually see the size of them, you know, just to sort of show you how much metal you're actually getting in them. Like you say, they are big kind of big dies, big central dies that we've got, and just really lovely wording, I think, as well, with the congratulations, time to celebrate, best wishes, thank you with thanks and special thanks. So all 6 of them today for £14.99 for you to be able to jump in and take advantage. So great discount deal that we've got on them. And again, like you said, with the adhesive sheets, they're going to work really well with your gilding flakes as well. So it all crosses over for your extra sentiments.
Absolutely, yeah. Can you imagine those die cut with the black gilding flakes over the top. Yes. Oh, it would look absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, and I feel sort of like it's going to cross over a lot of different occasions as well, isn't it, having these sort of sentiments.
Yeah, I always think thank you cards are one of the nicest cards we can send, just to say thank you. Maybe somebody's give you a birthday present. Maybe someone's dog's out while you're off on holiday. Maybe somebody's put your bins out for you. Just saying thank you. Something we don't say enough. So sending a card with thank you, there's nothing really more heartfelt, I always think.
Yeah, I do, definitely. And then we love a celebration.
Oh, we do.
We love congratulations, you know, and best wishes kind of covers anything really
doesn't it?
you want. So brand new today, all of those for £14.99 for you to take advantage. Now, I do just want to come back across to the huge deal that we have done on the gilding flakes. Now, we have gone to the best price ever. Almost unheard of for us to kind of beat our launch price, and yet we've just done this. It is because we are doing, obviously, a show which is about gilding techniques. We know how well this matches that. We haven't had these on. We launched them 2 years ago, and we haven't had them on for a year, so they've not been on for another year. We've got them back into stock, which is amazing, and we have decided to take them to the lowest price ever. As I say, sorry, that one's just missing one. It's obviously been used up. And so we've never before been at £39.99. This is a today only price, I believe. They'll either sell out, and obviously then the price will disappear, or at midnight the price will go back up to where they should be. You are getting Midnight Mauve, Deep Iris, Lapis Blue, Outer Space, Blue Moon, Starlight. You're also getting your Sun Glow, your Rich Copper, your Verdigris, so your green. You're getting your Rose Gold, your Soft Rose, and your Pretty Pink. They're big pots. I mean, they're going to last for a long time.
They absolutely are. As I've been saying throughout the show, I decant them into the larger pots. And when you pop them in the larger pot, it's almost full. The amount you get with these is absolutely incredible. That's going to take you crafting year in, year out. You could be using some of those colours for Christmas. I'm thinking especially the green one's going to be perfect. Literally any occasion at all.
Gold as well.
The gold's going to be brilliant. Yeah, the rich copper's going to be great for your autumnal makes. They are just super, super gorgeous. And they're really quite sort of unusual colours. A lot of companies, let's be honest, a lot of companies these days do the gilding flakes, but in these colours they are very, very hard to come by, and in this quality as well, it's also very hard to find. And in this large size pots, the pots tend to be a lot smaller than other companies do, so these are fantastic, and that value for money, let's be honest, the price you're paying, you'll be thinking you're getting tiny little pots.
And normally, of course, if you thought to yourself, right, I've got £39.99, these are normally £15 each, so you would be going, well, I can buy that one and I can buy that one. That would be all you'd be able to buy for that price on your screen. But instead today, you can go, well, actually, I can stretch and get all 4 of them, which is absolutely brilliant. Over half the stock has now gone in terms of what we have. I wouldn't be surprised if these don't sell out pre-midnight, to be honest, at this price point. It's absolutely superb, by, you know, the lowest price I've ever seen, and that is for you to be able to get 12 pots, and they're the 50ml pots, so the big sizes that we've got as well, which is absolutely superb. I'm so excited for people to get them.
I know, honestly, when you get these home, when you take those lids off, it's literally like Christmas.
Isn't it?
I love anything shiny, anything sparkly, anything metallic, and these are just absolutely stunning. You guys at home are just gonna love these. You will be gilding everything. You'll be thinking, what techniques can I do? What stamps can I use? What adhesives can I use? You're gonna go gilding flake crazy with this.
Exactly. Do you know what I'm gonna do? Just because I'm just like this.
Oh,
right?
that's my favourite set. It's beautiful.
It's your favourite set. This is my favourite set. You open your favourite then, and I'll open my favourite. We have to be a bit careful of the aircon in here, but you know what? It's okay. Have a look at the size of these pots, but also just have a look at. This is my favourite colour of them all.
Oh, this one's my pretty
you
pink.
See, and oh my word, they do, and that's your favourite. Look,
my good
and you see that's so different, isn't it? The tones that we've got in them, they're just phenomenal.
Absolutely gorgeous.
But you can see why Lily said put them into big pots, because they're quite hard to get back in.
Certainly
Pop them out. And with our aircon, they can literally just go. But you know, sometimes it's worth opening them just to give you a little look at what's actually inside them with the magic. So yes, take advantage of that. I've actually got so many of you with this in your basket, so make sure that you do check out whilst you can. Just a quick reminder, of course, what is brand new today as well, the Craft Club. It's the first time this has been brought to us here at Hobby Maker. It's the start of a journey, because they are going to be coming out, well, we don't know how regularly, but you know, you will get a few other opportunities, of course, to to be able to get your next one and your next one, which is lovely to be able to build a whole collection of techniques. Why do you love this so much? Is it because it has everything kind of included?
Absolutely, yeah. For me, this is step one, that stage one on that journey that you're going to take in your crafting journey. Whether it's step one in your whole crafting journey or whether it's step one in that gilding technique journey, this is going to take you through step by step all those different techniques, and it's giving you absolutely everything you need to get started. Everything, including the gilding flakes, including all your tools, all your adhesives. Literally, you can get crafting straight out the box, which I think is brilliant. Makes it fabulous for gifts as well. But if you want to learn a new technique, maybe you've been crafting for many years, perhaps you're a die cutter, perhaps you're a stamper, perhaps you're a colourist, perhaps you've never tried gilding flakes before, and you've been daunted, you've been put off because you think, oh, what do I need to buy? Obviously, I need the gilding flakes, but what else do I need? What adhesive can I use? This takes all the hard work. We've done all the legwork for you guys at home. We've included absolutely everything you need within that collection, so you don't need to worry about sourcing all those individual elements. Like, let's be honest, when I first started gilding, that's exactly what I had to do. I had to find all the glues, I had to find the stencils. Will it work with this stamp? Will it work with this card? We've done all that hard work for you. You get to the fun bit, fast forward to the fun bit, which is the crafting, which is the creating, which is getting, quite frankly, covered in gilding flakes.
Yeah, exactly. So do take advantage of this whilst you can. Remember, what we've got on here, which is the full collection, it is everything that comes within the Craft Club, but also you are getting included the binder as well, which is normally £12.99 on its own. So it's everything you've got there. So we are talking stamps, we are talking stencils, we're talking adhesive sheets, we're talking, you know, 3 pots of gilding flakes, die-cut hearts and maple leaves and sentiments, acetates coming to you, double-sided tapes, that whole toolkit to be able to use your gilding flakes, black and white cardstock, as well as watercolour and marbling papers, instructions, glitter, rollable glue pens. It is an absolutely massive, massive collection, and it's £39.99, which is absolutely super. So don't miss out with that. Brenda, Jane, Amanda, new Crafter'S, Anne and Pauline and Anne-Marie, Crafter and East Riding of Yorkshire, all have it in your basket. You know what it's like. If you don't check out and you kind of wait till the evening, a lot of the time things are, you know, having sold out by that point. So check out whilst you can. Thank you so much. Such a lovely show.
Oh, thank you. It's been lovely.
Yeah. What time are you back?
I am back at 5.
5 o'clock. Super.
5.
Totally
5 and
different
7.
show, isn't it?
Yeah, completely different. Yeah, we've got some of our lovely corner edgeable dies at 5 p.m.
Oh, exciting. So don't miss that. Join Lily again at 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock. I'm going to be back in a moment. We've got Carnation Crafts. Carla is back in the studio with something that we haven't brought to you before. So I'm very excited to show you that.
Introducing the Gemini 2. Our brand new electronic die cutting and embossing machine has all the power and precision of the original Gemini, but with updated functions and innovative new features. Faster and quieter than ever before, the Gemini 2 does all the hard work for you. Cut out the most intricate designs in seconds, and all at the touch of a button. Technology to apply higher pressure than many other machines offers perfectly crisp and clear results every time. The Gemini 2 has the power to take creative projects of all shapes and sizes in its stride. It will cut through a range of materials, from card and paper to cork, thin metal, leather, and multiple layers of fabric. So you can save time on your papercraft, sewing, and multimedia projects. A new and improved optical sensor runs the full length of its 9-inch platform, offering edge-to-edge precision with cutting plates of any size. Pause, rewind, and resume functions take the guesswork out of crafting. Smooth gliding feet make light work of moving and maneuvering your Gemini 2. And a turntable offers 360 degrees of crafting freedom. Neat storage compartments hold craft tools so they're always at your fingertips right when you need them. A built-in media stand and 3 USB charging points invite you to craft along with your favourite tutorials and workshops on your tablet or phone. Easy to use, and with everything you need to get started right out of the box, the Gemini 2 is for beginners and experienced makers alike. From scrapbooking and home decor to handmade cards, quilting, and everything in between, bring your creativity to life with the Gemini 2.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Not only is Hobbymaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobbymaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobbymaker. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Well, we are back with Carnation Crafts. We are bringing you the most amazing collection that you haven't had a chance to see before with this full collection. It is absolutely superb. Now, Carla is here. She's back. She actually didn't get back into bed or home until, what, 1:30 a.m. this morning?
1:30 this morning, and then up at 7 to see my babies. So I'm a little bit fuzzy. It'll be fine. It'll all be good.
But, you know,
it's Liam's fault because we've been in Amsterdam. It was a very good trip.
That just makes it sound like you've just been on Amsterdam holiday.
No, I didn't just go on a holiday with Liam. We were working. Honestly, we were working. Actually, it was very, very toned down and professional.
Was it? You and Liam?
It was work.
Impressed.
It was just work.
Good. We'll see what we hear upstairs in the office later. But anyway, very excited to have you back anyway. I'm back in the studio. This collection is absolutely stunning.
I cannot wait for you to see this collection because we're talking about innovation.
Yeah.
Again, with Carnation, it's what they do. And it's about us making something that we never in our wildest dreams thought we'd be able to make. And you can do it the minute you get this in your paw. The joyous thing with Carnation, obviously, you buy it. Midnight tonight, that sale will go through. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Carnation will get your order. They will pick, pack and post. And then it's at the mercy of the courier. But they will have it out to you. They will do their bit tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And that will be addressed to you, ready to go. And you are going to love this collection.
Absolutely. You are going to be amazing. I just want to kind of go to that just to give you a little sneak peek of something that you could create, okay? Because this has got its lights on, it's lit up. You can see that kind of creation that you can get there as well. And all of that artwork that we know Carnation is so famed for, which of course is at your fingertips and you can, print off. It is absolutely extraordinary. And you can see it's all lit up there as well. And this is what we're talking about with this collection of what you are going to be able to do. It's so stunning and it just looks so expensive as well.
Oh, absolutely. But you wait, because we're not finished there. There's some more innovation within that that card does not show you, and we're going to show you it.
Shall we kick off with the boards and show everything you're getting? Because it's a big collection, isn't it?
It's huge. And the first demo will be a longer line demo. It's a longer demo to do, but I will go through that as we go. We have got the In the Courtyard card shape. Would you feast your eyes upon it?
Wow, look.
That's a lot of metal for your money.
Yep.
Okay. So you've got the gorgeous card shape here. These two pieces, these squares, cross over to create that triangle, okay? If you want it to be. Doesn't have to be, you can create your own way, but that is one of them. If you want to talk about Carnation and how they always give you more than one card shape, again, we come back here this time. So you've got the main card shape, which has its legs crossed, which allows you to make a card base, obviously, in the way it's designed to be. Cut those off, you've got a different card base at the bottom with your squares or those with your arches. Up to you how you cut it. Different bits of metal allow you to create different pieces. If I don't use the crisscross piece here, that will be one solid piece. And I'll show you that through demo. Yep. It's up to you. There's so many ways of playing. You have got so many different dies in here to nest. So we can create apertures, layers. You can literally party with this set for hours. It doesn't stop there. Let me show you something that I think is incredible.
Wow.
That's your free artwork. We're going to give you that absolutely free. You can have that, right? But, wait while I just
No, I did not expect that.
Lift up a 3D
Oh, wow.
fountain.
That is incredible.
Folds down for postage.
Yes, you can flatten it.
It simply rises,
Oh, I love
up.
that.
twist it. How blooming clever
So clever.
are Carnation.
Oh my word. I feel like, you know, on so many Carnation shows, okay, I sit here and I know how great they are and I don't expect something to come that will blow my socks off. And then I go, what? That as well?
How?
Like, yeah.
You can make that. So within, what day is it today? Wednesday, because it's Black Bin Day. Possibly Friday or Saturday, you can make that.
Oh my word.
It's
Okay.
insanely clever.
incredible.
Look how beautiful it is.
Now, I've already got people checking out.
Wait.
We are doing a massive saving on this. I
Huge.
I don't really want to wait till the end of the boards because I know how much we've got to show. Should we take it straight down?
Go,
Yeah.
crash the price.
Okay,
Let's do it.
£131.94 would be the price you'd be paying for this collection if you bought it all individually. How about 70 instead? So almost half price for you to be able to get this today. And it's on, look at that, it's coming as a three-way split because it should be over £100,
Yes.
which means you can actually take everything home today that you're going to get for this phenomenal, phenomenal price of just £23.33, okay? It's outrageous. Our initial price that was written down was $99.99,
Yep.
okay? And then for some reason, there's been a chat and
Yep.
they've decided to take it another £30 off for today's show. So it is the best price we will ever see. And you've got that opportunity today. Let's flip back.
It's
Let's see.
incredible. Now, we've only shown you one board, so it's going to, you know, I've got a whole heap of boards here, so that's just one board. That in and of itself, if ever you wanted to test out Carnation and go, is it that innovative? Yes, it is. I'm also going to cut the well for you today as well. So you should see that coming in. That'll either be in this show or the next one. So you're going to see that rise and how it works. We're not going to leave you where you're unsure what to do. We're going to show you the whole process. We will hold your hand. But that, my friends, is a board.
That as well that you've just showed, okay, if people wanted it individually,
Yep.
it's £49.99.
There you go.
So everything else that you are going to see,
Yep.
you're
20
getting
quid.
for £20.
That's worth it. I will, honestly,
Absolutely.
the amount of metal you're getting on there, look at this.
I know.
This is huge amounts of mats and layers and all your nested pieces. Look at that.
Wow.
That's a get it in your basket moment. Let's give you the rest of it for 20 quid then, okay?
Okay.
So you have now got the balcony. Now this is really beautiful. We're going to give you artwork for all of this. Every single thing you see, you're going to get some artwork for, right?
Yeah.
This, I don't know how well it'll show up on camera, but it's this beautiful kind of mushroom colour. It's very muted and very, very pretty.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you today in demo how this works with that original card shape that I showed you.
Yeah.
You don't have to use it that way, but you can. Now, it's got two very clear tabs on the side here, and they can be used to sort of bend. And that means I can curve that whole balcony, and the whole thing will sit proud.
Yeah.
To create this beautiful 3D shaping. And it's absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to use that with it. That's your balcony, and I love the balcony.
Yeah.
Then we've got your posing peacock. Now, I am never going to be able to explain to you until you've got this in your hand just how spectacular this die is. Every single eye
Yeah.
in that bird's tail is an individual die cut. If you have got the wherewithal to sit with a bull tool on the smallest one, grab your Carnation ones, they give you a tiny little bull tool.
Okay.
Every single one of those eyes can be shaped out to give dimension on every single one. So while you're getting this collection at such a good price, grab your Carnation bull tool and mat. Okay. You're going to have the best fun with this. When you start to see that shape coming through, it looks incredible, as does all Carnation. We know this about Carnation. That's your posing peacock, and he's beautiful. Artwork for it? Absolutely, we'll give you that for free. We'll give you all kinds of things. There's backing papers and all sorts, but yes, it's yours. He has got his own mat layer. If you do want to make a card just of that peacock with a sentiment maybe on his tail or by his little feet, absolutely, you go for it. So already you've got something else to make a card shape from. Garden grandeur. Stunning pieces. Remember the well I showed you on the first board? Well, do you want a fountain to sit inside it?
Oh, yes.
Because now you've got that. You've also got this stunning kind of Grecian urn for your flowers, which is beautiful. And then The little florals down here, I've just got one that's come loose, but let me show you these in my little paw, because these are the prettiest little things. Can you see them on overhead? Is that easier?
Yes,
Look at these.
Oh, they're lovely,
Beautiful florals.
Yeah.
Now, if you're making a wedding card for somebody, even if it's not a carnation one, if you're making a wedding card, these are just going to be your ideal little tuck-ins, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because down to the finite detail, Carnation will take care of it. They'll give us tuck-ins. They'll give us all of the elements we need to do snippability, tuck it, all the things we want in crafting. And that is stunning. That fountain can be shaped out. You can do two together. You can glue them at the top to create a V line so that it will sit perfectly in that well.
Yeah. Wow.
Or you've got your beautiful Grecian urn there as well. Hey up.
Really nice.
Look at these. Your cypress trees. All done. So they're designed to be either used individually or in perspective. Is this a walkway that you're walking down? Perspective, 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 because it's important. It's so, so important for you to be able to kind of make those perspective lines, or you can just have them in a row as going down in height, but they're beautiful for a walkway. And we're creating scenes with Carnation. Is this walking down to the well? Where is it going?
Yeah.
What's your walkway? That is your cypress trees. And from there, we have got your beautiful, beautiful lasting light.
Yes.
This will take you through for Christmas, summer, spring, weddings, christenings, you name it, even sympathy cards. That is a stunning die. Absolutely stunning die.
It's the intricate sort of nature of every single one of these, isn't it? And I think they just look so kind of expensive, so exclusive.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. But all occasions.
All occasions. What Carnation do really well is make what looks impossible possible, even for a beginner. So, you know, if you're really advanced in card making, this is going to be your playground. For those of you just starting, off the crack like that, you're making extraordinary cards. It's an amazing set. And this is one of their just beautiful, timeless, classic, gorgeous pieces. And I can't wait for you to start playing with it, because you are gonna love it. It's brilliant.
It really is a huge, huge amount that's coming to you. You know, the quality, of course, from Carnation. You can see the amount of metal work that you're actually getting in these as well. And I think it is the fact that you are then able to create those most incredible scenes. And don't forget that, of course, by going onto the website, you get all those vignettes, you get all of that artwork. So suddenly you look like you are an absolute expert, even if, like Carla said, you are brand new to crafting, which is just, you know, unbelievably exciting. And with it being the first time that we have brought you this as die form onto Hobby Maker, we have done an absolutely extraordinary price. We have taken this from what should have been £131, okay, to $69.99. The initial price written down, $99.99. It's been decided that for today, we're going even lower. It's like we've kind of just hit a January sale, even though we're in the middle of June. And so we are instead giving you that epic, epic saving that we've got. Lots and lots of you coming through. Very excited for you to be able to work with this as well. Now, we do have a couple of other bits that actually work so well with this. So I'll introduce them, and then, of course, we'll come across to the demo with Carla. So we have got a couple of dies that will work really well with these. So we've got the diamond frame that we can see just here as well. Carla has got boards of these as well, so that you'll be able to see, you know, these actually cut out as well. We'll bring them straight in at price, so $19.99, and we do only have 20, so we are limited on these. Yeah, they're huge. They're called petite, and I'm like, why is it petite? It's huge. It should be extra large.
It's my kind of petite. It's because there are a bigger brother to these.
Okay.
So they're petite in the sense that they are the smaller brother, but they're beautiful sizes. Yeah. And we've got two of them, I think, today, haven't we? The oval and the diamond for you. This is where we get into really traditional, very beautiful card shapes. It's the thing, Carnation is so good at card shapes, and we need them as crafters. Yeah. We need diversity with them, because it depends what occasion we're crafting for, right? This is, look at the filigree on here.
So lovely, isn't
it? The layers, you've got your card base, you've got your mats, your layers, then you've got this gorgeous filigree, and then let's give you a little set of nested for that inside as well. If you choose to use it, you can. You might want this piece to be blank so that you can maybe create some small centerpiece, but honestly, just a sentiment on that and you've got something delightful, really, really pretty. The diamond especially is gorgeous for easels because it's such an extraordinary shape. I don't mean like, obviously Carnation came up with the diamond. I just mean diamonds are beautiful on easel cards.
Yeah.
That's a stunner. And then we have also got for you, look at that.
Oh, I love that, the oval as well. Gosh.
How beautiful is that?
Yeah.
Extraordinary, extraordinary die making. Really pretty.
Wow.
And these are your everyday. These are going to come in for any card that you want. You don't have to use the filigree. So when I say that, what I mean is if you want to sit and make 2 cards at the same time, one with filigree and one without, you're going to make 2 completely different cards with the same card shapes.
Brilliant.
Because it's your choice how to build. Are you going to put things in aperture, in layers? Are you going to get rid of certain elements? Are you going to bring it all in and that's your card base? But when you look at that, that is just stunning, right?
Outstanding.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And it's just so intricate as well, isn't it? The kind of detail of that filigree. Which
absolutely.
is beautiful.
Really pretty.
So both of those are limited to just 20 opportunities for each person. So of course, if you want to come in for either of those, it's very much good luck because of course, 20 is not going to be enough to go around. The other thing on the show is the perfect papers that we've got. We've got a fantastic mix of colours. Now, you are going to get within this 48 of your card stocks that you've got. Your A4 sheets, 300 in GSM. There is 6 different colours, which I'll show you now, and you're going to get 8 of each of them. So it kind of comes from that almost baby pink colours to those more rosy pink tones that we're seeing. Really love this, that sort of delicate lime green that we've got there, more of a mossy tone that we can see as well. And then moving across, of course, to this where you've got those beautiful peaches and then that sand colour that we can see as well. So really, really perfectly chosen and matched, as always, to the collection that we're actually sharing.
Yeah, it's colour picked from the artwork, so you're never going to clash. I like them apples because clashing can be a problem. So you don't have to worry about it. It's all taken care of, and there's loads in there, so it's going to get you through loads and loads of cards. And Carnation usually keep a stock as well, so you would be able to, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Get more if you need to.
Yeah,
There's a word for that. Restock.
Yeah.
But it'll keep you going for ages. You'll be fine. So don't worry.
Sheets, a lot, and it's a really, really, I have to say, a pretty selection, even to use outside of this collection as well.
Yeah.
It's very sort of pastel-y and
Gorgeous
neutrals that we've got.
Pantones. And I love that they give you like a very light, almost white colour at the end that you can mix with any of the others.
Yeah, definitely.
So you've always got an option because what Carnation do is make it easy.
Yes.
Everything's easy, but everything is perfect.
Yeah.
They're so good.
So well thought out, isn't it? Should we come to a demo?
Let's come to a demo and have a look. So let me talk to you first of all about artwork. For those of you who have never seen Carnation before, haven't got a clue what we're talking about, hi, and welcome to the Carnation family. Now, we have got some artwork for you. So every single die that I showed you will have a piece of artwork that matches it. And for those of you who aren't used to this style of crafting, what does that mean? It means it's easy. So we're going to go to the Carnation Crafts website, and that's www.carnationcrafts.co.uk. When we're there, there is a banner menu going across the top of the page, and one of the options there is downloads. You can click that and it's a drop-down menu. You'll see free downloads. We like that. Press free downloads. Now you've got 2 options here. At the top, there is a search box, or if you scroll down, there will also be a list of collections. So you can type in the name or you can search for it. This is in the Courtyard. So once you've placed that in, it will look for everything that is to do within the Courtyard. When that comes up, you're going to find numerous things, and on a lot of them you'll see a big red button that says free.
Yeah.
And that will be, the one we've got there is the original colour download. That's got an art piece for every single die we've shown you. So you're printing those off. So add it to your basket, check out, download it to your computer and print them on ProPrint if you can. That'll make all the difference. 120 ProPrint, best friend, because we're going to do something else which is equally as special. Now, let me just find, I've got the little bench here, the beautiful little bench. So if I just show you this as an example, because it's in my hand, you can see that gorgeous artwork coming through there. Even down to that, they give you the artwork. What's really special about Carnation, though, is when I turn it round, it's exactly the same. So if I've got a peacock, for instance, we saw the peacock. When you normally buy a die, the peacock is facing the way that the die is facing, right? But I've got a mirrored vignette. So I just doubled almost the amount of metal in a way. because suddenly I can have it facing that way or that way. You can't do that with dies. It faces the way it faces unless you buy a new die. We're not going to make you do that. We'll give you the artwork. It's so clever how Nick worked this out. So it's a mirrored vignette, and we're going to show you that now. So I've got my peacock here. I'm actually going to cut the well, but I'm just going to show you this on the peacock because I've already glued it. So here's my peacock, all right? You see this black line down the middle? Don't ignore the black line, it's important. So I'm going to fold this on the black line, okay? Not the center. I'm not looking for the center of my piece. I'm looking for the black line. It's really tempting to just try and fold it in half. Don't. So now that is on my black line, I would open that up. I'm either going to use some spray glue to just spray inside, stick it together, or you can use like a Pritt stick, that kind of thing. Try to avoid wet glue because it will warp your paper. Once it's done that, you're going to stick it together. So instead of an A4 sheet, I now have an A5 sheet, okay? You're going to then take your die, which is correspondent to the piece that you've just done, and you're going to place it on top, okay? And I'm just going to place it here. All you're going to do is pop that through your die cutting machine. Now, I don't know the plate formation for this die cutting machine, and I'm not going to pretend I do. So if this doesn't work, I've got one I made earlier, but we are going to use this in demo. So you will see it in action because what we want is that lift. I am so hopeless. Hold on, wait.
There you go, there you go. 3 choice buttons.
We'll see if that goes through. Anyway, I have got one I made earlier. We're going to use it in the first demo. But what I wanted to show you is just how easy the process is. We've all got a die cutting machine, I assume. So it wouldn't matter whether you're using a manual or an electric. What I will say for those of you who become as addicted to Carnation Craft as the rest of us are, what you would want is really one with an A4 plate if you can eventually. Most of them will fit through a smaller one, but some of Carnation's dies are just so glorious and huge that really you want that extra space to work with. So here is this. Now that's cut out my centerpiece.
Oh, and that's where it lifts it. I see.
And I can just go through and I can raise it. And as I raise it, I twist it. And as I twist it, they all stand up.
I mean, you can't believe, can you, that a die, seconds, has done that and created that.
How clever is that?
So clever.
That's the genius of the ingenuity of Carnation. So we're going to work with that piece. We'll do that in demo for you so you can see it sort of coming together and how it all works. Do you want me to get straight on with that? Do you need a minute? You want me to go? Go. Ooh, that's very excited in my ear.
Everyone's like,
I've had no sleep. Please don't shout and get excited. Right, let me just...
You've given us a well. Everybody's so excited about being able to see this put together.
Right, let's have a look. So, if you're going to cut the main card base, this obviously is not going to have any form of artwork for it. It's just card base. What I would say, though, is if you can cut that on a 350 GSM cardstock, that's going to cause you so much joy as opposed to doing any card base. Doesn't really matter what cards we're making. You want them on a really strong card base. And the reason being is if somebody walks past it and it's a light card, it's going to waff over. We don't want it to waff over. We want it to stand strong, okay? So it's important that you use that 350 GSM. Carnation have got an excellent smooth cardstock. 350 GSM that you can actually stamp on as well. Now, the 2 feet. So we're going to pull the 2 feet and we're going to pull them forward and we're going to burnish them, okay? So that sits like that. Then I'm going to pull the, I'm not burning feet, I'm burnishing. Then we're going to pull that and we're going to burnish that, okay? So now all of it bends really nicely. Now, simple as my feet coming together to create my beautiful corner. Really easy, isn't it? Now, if you're going to give this as a gift, you can box it and do it that way. If you're going to, and so that means you can glue the base if you want to. So I could glue my feet together. If you're going to send it in the post, don't glue the feet together, just simply lay it down. Once it's decorated, you can pop the feet up if you choose to, and you can pop it in the post. Okay? So perfect, really easy. Let's get things going. You've got 2 archways here and they're both different shapes. So you're not going to get confused about where you are. One is rounded, one is square, okay? So you can see the square edge there, round here. Can you all see that? Have I got it about right? Right, foam tape on the back. I've only got a 1mm because I can't have too much of a lift. I just want it to have a little bit of dimension. So placing that down, push, pull, okay? Get that to where you want it to be. Same now with the t'other archway. This is my square archway. Now you'll notice I've still got my solid piece here and you'll see why as I go through. I could, if I wanted to, when I cut that, I'll show you 1 second. Let me just get these legs on. Hang on. There we go. I can place that down there. Now, if I'd wanted to, I could, hold on, let me show you how easy it is. Have used my crisscross die.
Okay.
Just release that here.
Yeah.
Placed it on, popped that through the die cutting machine, and that would have given me my crisscross.
Okay.
My choice.
Yeah.
My choice. I don't want somebody telling me what to do, surprisingly. What I can also do, well, I know I have come to the wrong place. What I can do is release all of those pips as well. You see these wee pips that are going? I can just cut down those and get rid of that altogether. Your choice. You're the crafter. You make your decisions. Don't let other people dictate what you should be doing. You're an artist and you're amazing. Use all of your talents and skills. Let's get some wet glue here and a wadjum applicator. These are an absolute joy. So this one's obviously square. We're going to put our florals down, and that's going to give me, look at this already. We're starting to create, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now with those perfect papers, they're different colours, and you'll get a different effect with each. So if you use the sand colour like I've got here, it's almost like being in Greece. It's got that kind of Grecian feeling to it.
Yes,
if you use the darker green colours, it gets way more sort of almost Mediterranean. It depends where we're going, but you create those beautiful gardens. And the green, obviously, very British garden, the English garden as well. Place that down, hold, and push. You don't need a lot of Carnation's everyday glue. If you don't know about adhesive, glue is sticky. They're shouting in my ear. It's a really low water content. If you want a really good, what's the word I'm looking for? PVA, grab Carnation's because it's so strong. What have I done with my other archway? Oh, here it is.
Got it? Yeah.
I had a moment. I think I'm going to have a few of those today. Let's get some more of this on. So we're just doing tiny dots of glue. Don't oversaturate glue on paper because water and paper are not friends. And glue has a liquid, obviously, base to it.
Yeah.
So not too much. Place. Get it where you want it.
Yeah.
Push. And commit to your stick. Okay? That's all you need to do just to secure it, she says, moving the leg. Okay?
Yeah,
so we've got that really pretty base. Now watch how then that becomes...
Stunning, isn't it? Just
Okay.
like that even, yeah.
So we've created those gorgeous archways. Imagine that with some vellum behind it and maybe some lights behind it. Carnation sell tiny lights, which is what you see on the card that we've got as an example today. And they're so pretty. So grab your tiny lights. Christmas is coming. Next month, this month, we're in Christmas.
Yeah, we're starting it off.
We're literally about to start Christmas. Grab your tiny lights, okay? So they'll just come in super useful. I'm going to put a base on this. A base. So I'm just going to stick this down here. Again, 1 millimetre.
Okay.
Lay it down.
Yeah. Perfect.
Beautiful, right? Really pretty. We're
Very
starting to
serene,
build.
isn't it? Those colours that you
Very
use
serene.
in this one, yeah.
Now, let me explain the well to you in a little bit more detail. What have I done with my other one? Oh, I'm all of a kerfuffle here. All right, what I've done for the demo here is cut it 3 times. And there's different ways of cutting the well, okay? Now, these two are the same, which is the one I did when I did the demo. But I can do this, which is where I just cut the artwork with the large square around it. So this bit of the well is just flat. It doesn't work.
Okay, yes.
It's just the image, okay, because I used the large die. But if I want to build some height and some layer on that, I can actually then start to really draw it in. So what I've done here is cut the other way twice, which is the way I showed you when I started. This one's got foam tape all around it. So the actual mechanism isn't going to work because it's stuck together. But it is going to give me this glorious height on the well. So let's pull this round. I'll just do the 3.
Yeah.
Place it very carefully uponst t'other. Just as it is.
Yeah.
Okay, we're starting to create that shadow. We've got some depth here that's starting to work through. This one I haven't got on foam tape, but I have got this free and easy. So I can twist when it's done. Now you're always better doing that twist mechanism once it's stuck down so that you're not warping your cardstock or your paper. So I'm just going to remove my red liner tape, and I've got very, very thin red liner tape there just to make sure I'm not getting anything stuck on my mechanism. And we're just going to grab that, place it on. So we've still got the height, but I haven't messed with the mechanism. Place that down. Now, when I take my pokey and I pull just here, my well is complete. And now I can twist. And that
yes,
raises it right up.
Amazing.
And there
Wow.
is
Look at
that beautiful, beautiful well.
It's just absolutely stunning.
Dimension,
Yeah.
it's stunning, and it's absolutely delightful, isn't it?
And that artwork, I mean, it just looks like real stone, doesn't it?
It does. It's the way they do things. Now, I've got the perfect base for this, haven't I? Because that foot that we're crossing over is my ideal spot, designed. Look at that.
Wow.
That's a garden. We've created something already that's just so gorgeous, right? So without any effort on your part, and this is what I mean about beginners coming in with Carnation, you're in the best hands. Because what happens sometimes when we start a new craft is we can lose confidence very quickly if it's not great when we start. And we're not meant to be brilliant when we start, but we want to achieve something, right? Carnation are going to take you to the next level. Let's put that down. Okay?
Yeah.
Look at the pretty. Now, what that means, let's see if you can see this from the overhead,
Yes, look.
is
Wow.
if that's not stunning card making, I don't know what is.
You're transported, aren't you, to
Yeah.
where that is, whether that's Italy or Greece.
As a beginner crafter, you can make that.
Wow.
No problem. As an advanced crafter, what are you going to do? Because that's when it gets really exciting as well, isn't it? How many tiny lights are you going to put on? How are you going to build this? What are you going to do that makes it yours? And that's a joy. Let's take it down now and let's start to build up the scene.
Okay.
So what I've got here is my beautiful, beautiful Garden Grandeur urn, which I'm going to use just to build up. So it's small, shaping out just on the florals here, just to build it round. Anything that I see with a curvature, I'm going to just curve. So anything here, just to give it a little bit of rounding. I'm not too bothered about it having too much dimension, but enough to say that it's there and it's got a little bit of life and shape coming out from it. I'm going to use some silicone gel glue, and I'm going to be careful to just put it in the center. And just go through.
Yeah.
Place this down. Ground and device. I've got my ground and device because I've got the end of my archways.
Yeah.
So I can use that to make sure it's not floating in mid-air, because nobody wants that. I just want to take a minute with the peacock. I am not going to shape all of this out. We will be here all day, but I do just want to show you what I mean. And I don't know how well this is going to pick up on camera.
Okay.
I've got him reversed to the way that I want him to be. He's a mirrored vignette. I can have him either way. I get to choose. But I've got him reversed. Now, if I take my little ball tool here, and I take, let's say, 1, 2, and 3, these 3 at the top here, so that we know where we are when I turn it round. If I take those eyes on his feathers, and I just very gently shape those, okay?
Yeah. It's just great that it's got all that cut in already, hasn't it?
I know.
Shape that.
Now, I don't know how well you'll see that, but can you see the top? I don't know if it'll show it. I think it might be better on camera 1, but we'll sit on overhead. Let's see. If you can see, and there you go. Look at the dimension on the ones that we've shaped. That's Carnation.
That's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
People say to me all the time, why are Carnations so different? That's why.
It's those extra touches. It's that almost engineering within crafting, isn't
Absolutely. It's something incredible. It looks beautiful. The methods behind it are just fantastic, and it gives us freedom and joy for crafting. Let's pull this round. Now, let's get his little body here, just a little bit of shape. I'm not going mad on this, just a little bit. Nothing technical, okay? Nothing technical at all. Now, he's going to sit, and I want him to sit so he is across my archway, that open archway. Now, the joy of a mirrored vignette, turn that card over, I'm still going to see the peacock.
Yes.
Because it's a mirrored vignette. It's different to what we normally get, because normally if you turned it over, it would be white, right?
Yeah.
And it ruins the illusion. Carnation, we do not ruin the illusion. We're not removing the veil of kind of art, if you see what I mean. So I'm going to make sure he's grounded just down here, and then I'm just going to pin those tail feathers first, just there. Now I know where his head is going to lie. I can go in with a little extra adhesive just on his little eyes here, and I can pin him back down. Now I know he's secure. That's all I'm going to do. I don't want any more adhesive than that. But let's look at the back of that card. because there he is. You can just see him poking through. The illusion isn't broken. So if you're seeing it from the back, you can easily then turn around and go, oh, what's going on at the front of that card? You've got an extra element that you don't normally get. And I love that. And you can decorate the back of the card. Why not? Put some archways on the back of there too. The last piece that I'm going to do here is to just bring in my lasting light die. And I love this so much. Now, I want it to sit in my white space here. I don't want that much white space, but I also didn't want the grid work for this particular one because I've got quite a lot going on. So I'm happy for this to just lay where it is. So let's shape out some of those flowers, not too much, a little bit, just around.
It's so pretty, isn't it, with the roses and the vine that's
Beautiful.
sweeping down from it as well.
It's absolutely stunning. It's so pretty. Now, what I'm going to do here, I've got white space on which to lay that down, and I've got options. Now, I could take some wet glue and just pin it here, okay, and pin that down and let it flow. I'm not actually going to do that. I'm going to work with this in two ways. So I'm going to turn this first, take some silicone gel glue. You see my roses? As far as I can go, I'm going to fill them. Now, you're limited because we're in a small surface area. But I'm going to go high as I can without splurging outside. So just delicate squeeze with the little piece. Okay. Now, I'm going to take some wet glue and I'm just going to put a tiny, tiny spot on the top. That's it. Okay, can you see? And now, I'm going to take this very gently, lay this down, let that stay high. Remember, it's got that sort of silicone gel glue, that sculpture glue, and now I can pin the top. What happens is the roses lift, and I'm going to get a shadow right behind that lantern.
It's just
because this is higher than this because of that silicone gel glue. And that's going to give me prominent shadow. So then what do we have as a finished piece? For now, I'm still not entirely finished, but for now, I'll show you this, and then I'm going to finish it completely because I want you to see the full inside first.
I just don't think that you would ever think that you could have created that yourself.
And anyone can do this, but we're going to go one step further. I'm doing it in two steps. Is that all right with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just going to take it one step further. I've got my well, I've got all my pieces. So now you've seen what it looks like on the inside. I'm going to have to work with this facing me, and I apologise for that. So you're going to have to just trust me on the overhead.
That's okay.
I'm going to take my balcony, which I love this piece. All right, it's pretty as a picture. I have got some tuck downs that I can use on either side, okay? I've put some red liner tape on this one, and I'm just going to remove it. And let me just grab, there we go. Now, I've folded it in. I'm going to take this side, and I'm going to structure this out. So with that red liner tape, just making sure I've got it level on the crease to crease. Pin it, okay? So I've got a gateway coming in, and then I'm going to do the same on the other side. So just remove your red liner. If your red liner's not thin enough for this, you could get away with wet glue, or you could cut your red liner in half, whichever's easiest. I'm going to pin those in. Now, you can, let me just make sure that's secured. You can do two things here. You can use Carnation's tiny, tiny magnets to create a closure for those gates. I'm going to glue mine because I'm not posting it. It's a demo. If you're posting it, you don't want to be taking that, you don't want to be gluing these together because you're going to struggle to get it flat. But for me, I'm going to do that just so I can show you it front facing as that finished piece. And Man Alive in the courtyard is one of the most spectacular collections ever. I love it so much. It's such a beautiful way to craft. Because it's different.
Is this unveiling, isn't it? Just here as well. Look at that. Whoa.
You could be making that this weekend.
And then it's the best that you are then peeking into it and you're seeing that well that's then coming up as well. It's just, oh my word, absolutely incredible. And you, like you said, you can do that. Now, remember that we have got so many elements that are actually coming with this, so many dies that you're actually getting. And today you're getting over £60 off the price. So it should be £131. We are taking it down to £70 for you. Now, a lot of people are kind of asking about individuals as well. So what we'll do is we'll run through everything that you're getting with this, and we will bring the individual prices prices in case there are sort of certain elements that you want to take advantage of. But of course, the best price is to get absolutely everything. Now, let's just kick off with this, okay? So you can see just here that this is what we've actually got with the main card shapes that we're getting to create. If I just spin this around, you can see how much metal you are actually getting from this as well. It's unbelievable. Of course, it's Carnation quality also, and you can get that today for that fabulous price of £49.99. It is available on split pay, I've just noticed as well. So actually, again, you can take it home for that fabulous price of almost £25. So if you are thinking, I just want that, I want to create that, then that is absolutely what you can do if that's what you want, to be able to create the well, to be able to create that fabulous card shape that we're seeing. But we are very, very limited on all of them individually. Now, the other elements that we have is we have got the garden grandeur that we're seeing just here as well, where you're getting that fabulous fountain. You're also getting that amazing kind of stand with all your flowers that we can see, the individual flowers that you can build up, such a beautiful bouquet, beautiful scene that we can see as well.
Yeah, you can cut into that. You can create different elements for it. You can also cut the stand in half, so it can be small or tall. It's up to you, whichever way you want.
And you can see again the amount of metal that you're actually getting within this. That's £17.99. This is what we just saw being used by Carla as well. We've got that fabulous lasting light that we can see that has that stunning drop with your foliage, with your beautiful roses that we're seeing as well, which works great with this. But I think just generally it would really work, whether it's a sympathy card, whether it's a wedding card, you know, it can kind of work across lots of different occasions. And just £12.99 for all of that metalwork. A couple of other bits, of course, that you're getting as well. We've got the peacock. I mean, he is a standalone, isn't he? He's very much a standout central piece for any card, I think, that you've got. And so great when we're sort of seeing the way that you can actually use your ball tool as well to get that fabulous sort of dimension with him. So that is £17.99 if you want to take advantage of that. A couple of other ones. So we've got this also that is part of the collection, where you are getting the balcony that we just saw, of course, finishing off that card so perfectly as well. That is £14.99 for you to be able to get that. And then finally, as we say, it is a big collection. You have got these three elements that you can see here as well. So this is the chance to get your cypress tree that you can see on those. Again, very, very big sizes that we've got, and that is £17.99. But when you think the cypress tree, the balcony, the fact that we have got your peacock, we have got your lasting light, and we have got your garden grandeur, and then on top of that, we've got the fantastic in the courtyard card shape, which comes, of course, that amazing well as well. All of this can come to you today for £69.99. That alone, of course, is £49.99. I think this one, was £17.99. So in essence, you could get those two.
Yes.
You know, if you were normally paying this price, you'd be getting two. But instead, we're saying you can have this for free, you can have this for free, you can have this for free, have this for free as well. And of course, you get all the artwork for free. It's absolutely amazing.
Today's the day to grab it.
Isn't it?
I mean, Carnation, you know, they're such really high quality dies, really high quality artwork. So it's a different way of crafting, and you know that once those people who are watching at home who love Carnation, you already know what I'm talking about. But for those of you who have never tried it, it really is just a gorgeous way of crafting. And I think you're going to absolutely love it. I will say, especially right now, it's always the case with Carnation, but especially today, the value is always in the bundle.
Always.
Grab that, because that card shape on its own should be 50 quid.
Yeah, exactly.
20 quid more, you're going to get the rest of the bundle.
Yeah.
You would never. How much does that work out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 20 divided by 5.
£4.
£4 for a die.
Oh, could you imagine that? If you went and you'd got £4 and, you know, you got in touch with Carnation, what, £4?
What can I have?
A die set? Is that all right? They'd be like, well, no. Like, not from us. You've got that today. I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. Yeah. And it's on split pay as well, and a triple split pay. So it actually means it's only just over £20.
Which is insane.
To get all of it home as well, which is super.
You'll possibly have it by the weekend.
Yeah, incredible. Wow.
Incredible.
Do you want to do another demo?
We can demo if you want. I want to show you the petite oval, actually, because I love it so much. So let's have a look at that. So that you've had a look both at the main card shape that is with the collection, and then we're going to have a look at the petite oval, about how things come together differently, because it doesn't always have to be that main card shape. So I've cut it twice as always, and so I've got my card base here scored there at 1/2 inch or so, maybe a little bit higher on this one, and my red liner tape sitting at the top. If I can grab it, and then once again, A up. Red liner tape is sometimes your best friend and sometimes your absolute worst enemy, and you never know which way it's going to go.
Exactly. Lily was saying in the earlier show about when it all got stuck in her hair, you know, the bits of
Oh,
red
I
that she hadn't
know.
realised.
I find them in my
So
pants and
static.
all
Oh, do
sorts,
you?
Sherilyn. Yeah, go
Better
to
than
bed
your
on a
hair.
night time and I'm like, where's that come from? Yeah, it happens. Anyway, going back to being a professional demonstrator. Right, let's find this and place this on top. This is using one of those beautiful sage green perfect papers. Let me make sure it's even, she says.
Perfect.
There we go. So we'll just pop this on here. That beautiful cloud formation that it's got on that gorgeous edging for it is so pretty. But man alive.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, I mean, the shape is amazing already, but it's when you put that filigree on top, isn't it?
It's so beautiful. Imagine that laid out on a piece of white cardstock and using some inks to just blend through it. If you know, did it and then have that almost as a silhouette, so you would have the negative rather than the positive, would be stunning. So great for mixed media pieces as well.
Great for like names as well, you know, and like table decor.
Absolutely.
Like
well, napkins are huge at the minute in kind of the mixed media, journaling, that sort of thing. Napkins are huge in that kind of industry. So this is a really beautiful piece to have for all of them. Let's place that down. Look at that.
Amazing.
Now, choices, obviously, you can use it on the horizontal or you can use it, you know, portrait. It's up to you, portrait, landscape, whichever you prefer. I'm going to use it landscape in this one, but it is so pretty, portrait. And I just did want to say that with Carnation, sometimes the most simple crafting is the most effective crafting.
It's amazing.
You don't have to go to excess.
No.
That with a simple sentiment that says something like, thank you, thinking of you, that's beautiful, and it could be for anything. Let's just talk about this as well. So one thing about Carnation that I haven't yet explained in full detail is that they give us a series of cut lines that are sort of embedded into the design itself. So the artwork comes first, the die comes after. The cut lines for each die are defined within the artwork, and that means uniquely, we get a unique footprint from the die to the artwork once it's cut. We get these cut lines in them. Now, can you get, like, who can get the closest? Camera 2? Are we going to try? Okay, on the overhead here. So, if I hold myself straight, right, can you just go to pan down a little bit? Pan down, pan down, pan down, pan down, stop.
See them, look.
Right, you see each one of these lines, each little indent is meant for a reason. Now, if I put this here, you see these two? 1, 2.
Okay.
Designed so that I can fold.
Yeah.
And then I can get my scissors. Right, hold it steady. And I haven't got my glasses on, so I can't see where I'm cutting. Hold on. Designed so I can just release those pips.
Straight through, yeah.
Without damaging anything. Suddenly, my long piece became its smaller perspective brother.
It's great, isn't it?
That's Carnation.
Yeah.
Because it's all done in the artwork. It's not something that's thought about afterwards. It's not a piece of art that they've downloaded from, you know, a stock image and then tried to work out how to kind of mold what they want into it. It's designed in the process, and we give that artwork to you for free. And that's the quality of it. So I just wanted to show you that because I think it's interesting just to see it as to, you know, how that sort of changes things around. Let's go to these cypress trees, which I am absolutely smitten with. Now, for these, it's a large surface area. There are a ton of cut lines cut into this, loads of them all down. What that means is those fibres in the paper are already broken, so I can actually work straight from the middle up with a ball tool. Now, that's fairly unique as well. I wouldn't suggest you do this with an average piece of paper. I do want some curve around this curve line here, this smile line around the tree. So I'm going to bring the ball tool and just curve around there. Then I'm going to take it and pull that centre line. And that's just going to give me a little bit of depth on the inside of it. And that's all I need to do to get a really beautiful curvature. And I can just play with that. But can you see how it's domed here?
Yes.
And you can also see, if you're beady-eyed amongst you, my little cut lines where my little pokey tool will just go straight through. Okay, all of that is in there for you.
They're
It's simple
huge as well. I mean, just
beautiful.
those on a card, you know, it's statements. Isn't
But they're also in 3 different sizes. They do have somewhere in my bag of tricks. Hold on. Look at these.
Oh, they're really cute. They're so
Okay.
sweet. Yeah.
What do you want to craft? How do you want to craft? And that's the joy, isn't it? Let me take this. So that smile line,
Yeah.
pull it through, and then flick that backwards, and you've got all of those curve lines coming around there, okay?
Yeah.
So now we can fill that with silicone gel glue. So let's play. This is where we have the fun. Let's fill it. Depth, 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 dimension. Place this down.
Yeah.
Allow it to sit forward and breathe. Okay? Shadows. Always shadows. We're always, always playing with those shadows. They're so effective. Where's my other one gone? Here it is. Let's double that up.
Yeah.
Same again. And fill. Okay?
Amazing.
Close together. Already we're looking very pretty, right? There's something happening. It's starting. We can feel it coming forward. Let's take this. Just shape those flowers out. Now, I've already shaped the trees out, so I'm going to have to shape this out. It will not sit right if it's flat in front of something with dimension.
Yeah.
That won't work. Round, 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 okay?
Yeah.
Bend, bend, bend. Now you've got that beautiful curvature coming through that gives it that 3D realism.
Yeah.
I can't fill the flowers with adhesive. I can only do the bottom of them. That's going to go over the top of my card. So you don't want a load of splodgy glue sitting on the outside. So work towards your bottom end, into these, down and through. Let's add a little bit of height to this. Not the same as the cypress trees.
Yeah.
Ground it out. Let's seat that in front. Look at this.
Wow, that's
We're
so
starting to get that beautiful dimension.
Yeah.
And it's so easily done. It's so important and it's such a treat to use. Now let's bring in this gorgeous balcony piece, all right? So with this, it's so beautiful to use. Because I've got so many cut lines in here to give me that filigree, what I can do with this is simply take it in my hand, thumb, finger, bend, roll, enjoy.
Okay.
I've got my little pieces bent here. I'm going to bend them back on themselves. So they're facing the opposite way to which I've rolled.
Yeah.
Keep it bent. Then on one of them, take some wet glue. I've got all of the stuff in here. Hey up. Take some wet glue. Place it in. Right at that bottom end there.
Yes.
Pin it. And then I'll just get some extra wet glue here. That's not quite so. There. Now, what's really exciting, take this one, little bit of extra glue there, raise that balcony before you commit to the stick.
Okay.
Give yourself that beautiful 3D dimension.
Yeah.
And that's going to sit really proud. And then just to finish off those corners, I won't shape this out too much because obviously we are going to run short of time.
Yeah.
But I'm going to place one of these. I've got mirrored
that's
vignettes.
incredible. Okay.
So now all I need to do, roll these. Remember, you could do every single eye if you so chose on his tail.
Yeah.
Just roll him round. Use the cut lines to your advantage because we can sculpt with Carnation with our hands, which is a joy. Then fill.
Okay.
Good load of silicone glue, gel glue. Make sure it's higher than the base of the card. Pin him in so that his little head is coming off. Those purple colours for creativity that represent creativity in the craft world just beautifully coming through.
Yeah.
Level him out. Hey up.
Pop him. There you go.
And place him.
Wow. That is absolutely stunning.
And suddenly we have dimension, 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 height and joy.
But I think when you look at that, and then you have a look at the first card that you created.
Totally different.
Well, they are. They're both as beautiful as each other, but that is from this same collection and the amount of different elements that we've actually got within it.
Because you shouldn't ever be boxed in. I say this all the time and I will die saying the same thing. If you're given a creative set and you can only use it in one way, we're creatives. That's the worst thing that can happen to somebody who's got a creative brain. So when we choose to go with Carnation, we have the freedom to craft in a way that suits us with the tools that we need to do it in the best way possible. That's important.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a huge collection that you're getting to see today. This is the other sample that we've got just there as well for you to be able to have a little look at. So all three, just absolutely mesmerising. We have got a massive, massive discount on the show today. So you are looking at saving over £60 on this collection, which means you get absolutely everything to create these most mesmerising scenes, from that fabulous, fabulous card shape to the well, to the fact that we've got the peacock as well. We've got that beautiful way that the lovely flowers are there that we can see, the trees that we've just used, the balcony, that way that we've got the lamp that is just falling down with those roses. There is so, so much actually within this. And the fact that rather than paying £131, you can take it home for £23.33 on split pay. Start using it. You can make to sell. It is absolutely remarkable. Of course, there are them additional oval frame dies and diamond frame dies to go with this. There's the perfect papers with the colours. And remember, all of this artwork, you don't need to be an artist to create this, because all of that artwork is available for free on Carnation's website for you to be able to print off as many times as you want, which means every card you make will look as good as this, and that's what I absolutely love about Carnation. Quarter of the stock has gone. We've got a big amount that is available, but do, of course, make sure you're checking out, because this price is absolutely unbelievable, and it is a today price where you are getting that £60 saving, which, let's be honest, we all want the savings, don't we, to get the full collection. So that's why I wouldn't wait until you see it again, and then you think, oh, I've got to pay £99, you know, even with, you know, that's a great price, that's £30 saving, but I'd rather have the £60 saving. So
yes, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Lovely to have you back. You're back at what time?
The 6 of the clock.
6 o'clock. Yes. Okay, super duper. So do tune back in at 6 o'clock to see more and to join Carla for that show as well. If this is in your basket, I know there's a bit of a wait on the phone lines. You will be answered next year. And Christina, you're almost there. Crafter'S as well. Make sure you are checking out to get this. I'm very excited to see what you do with it and your finished samples. Please send pictures to the studio so we can have a look once you've done that. I'll be back up in a moment with Gwen. We have got something completely different to our earlier hour. It's very summery, it's very fun, and I'll be with that in a moment's time.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. When you purchase anything on Hobbymaker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobbymaker.
Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hello, so we are back with Gwen, Creative Expressions, and it's lovely when we have a completely different collection to what we had earlier as well. This collection is so fun. It's so vibrant,
really
isn't it?
Fun, and it's summertime personified.
Yes, absolutely.
It's got everything you think about, seaside, beachy type, days out, holidays.
Yeah.
It's just so lovely.
Oh, you're going to love this when you see this because you're just going to feel, I think, like you're transported to the beach, you know, and it was starting to get a bit of sun, aren't we, which I love at the moment as well. Now, we are going to bring you the full collection because that is where you get your best saving, of course. But if you do want to get any of these individually, then all of the individuals are available for you to be able to get as well. Now, let's start with this one, shall we, which is the good vibes that we can see on this one as well. So it's a really, really lovely stamp set that we're seeing with this. There's just so much on it, and I think the characters, you know, to the palm tree, to the ice cream, and how you can kind of build these scenes are just really special.
Yeah, and these are from Jane Bellio, who's the owner of Jane's Doodles. Yeah. And she hand draws all of these stamp designs. These are her characters, and they all have backstories. They all have names.
Oh, right.
She tries to tell me, and I'm rubbish, I can't remember, but I do know the raccoon is Rocco.
Okay, yeah.
He's Italian. And then we've got the two bears. We've got Bruno with the hat, and Marco, who's quite laid back. And this is Maggie.
Oh, I love you know all the names. That's so cool, isn't it? That's absolutely brilliant. So they've all got a little story behind them as well to then be able to build into these scenes and these cards that you decide to create with them as well.
And I love that you get little tiny stamps. So Maggie here is holding a popsicle, as Jane would call it. We'd call it an ice lolly, wouldn't we? She's got a bag all set up for the beach. We've got sandcastles and buckets and spades and balls. And it's everything that you would have as a kid at the seaside, isn't it? You know,
I would love to be doing this, surfing with an ice cream in my hand.
It probably wouldn't last long, would it?
No, I don't think I'd be very good. I would be in the water.
Just the atmosphere. I mean, our girls have obviously had fun with these. They've created some stunning samples. But look at that. Bruno's having a paddle. He's a bit timid, Bruno. Look, he's got his rubber ring around
he's got the rubber ring. This
and
one doesn't even
Marco's
realise.
just like having a pina colada.
Yeah, I'm chilled, I'm relaxed.
And Rocco's living it up on the surfboard.
Very
He's
confident
like
there on the
going
surfboard.
for it.
This one I love as well. I just want to show you this because how different does it look when it's like that?
This is from Sheila, who's a brilliant watercolour artist.
Piece of artwork, isn't it?
And and I love that she's even got the shadow. It's just
clever to put what we think of being asleep as actually being
under
in the water and suddenly just floating on the water. So
it's lovely.
Yeah, fabulous, fabulous ones. I'll show you one more and then I'll show you the other ones that are coming with this as well because
there he is again. You see, Marco's just living the life, isn't he?
Absolutely, I'm ready to be Marco. So that's the first of the stamp sets that we've got, but you do get a lot more than that included in this collection because you also get the coolest, which is all of your cool bits, I suppose. So you've got like your watermelon lollies that you see in there, your ice cream cones as well, your cookie dough that you can see there. You've got, you know, I kind of want to bite into this.
I'm there, I'm in that ice cream shop.
100%, yeah. And you can create really, really funky little cards with that because all different sizes, you can use lots of things from it or you can just use one if you wanted to.
Exactly, you can make a feature of just one of them or you can have a whole yeah, whole display.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
lovely.
Isn't it?
Some of these are by Jane herself, so thank you, Jane, if you're watching.
Yeah, definitely.
And she's got a lovely shimmer on her ice cream, so it does look like really, ooh, you
yeah.
could just, it's very lickable.
And that one there, where you've actually
Yeah.
used all the scoops to kind
When
of
you
pop
can't
them
make
all
your
out.
mind up what flavour you want. It's just
Exactly.
like, I'll have them all, thanks.
Yeah, and I love that it's just, you're the coolest. You know, that's all that we need to say with this. I mean, what a great, just because kind of card to be able to give to somebody.
Absolutely.
But you can, of course, cross over all of these, can't you?
Nicking the cookie dough, I love that.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
So it's a really good idea to like build the scenes across all of these bits that you have as well. I mean, this one is really, really lovely where they've created a shaker card with all of those elements as well. So that's the second stamp set that we've got. There's two more that you're going to get to actually have within this collection. So this is where you're getting to see your Life's a Beach, and you've got all your beach huts, but also you've got all of those extras where you've got the balls, the little seagulls, you know, the deck chairs as well, your little fish. It's just superb, isn't it?
So these are like your weather vanes. They can go on top of your beach hut,
Yes,
or they could sit on top of your sandcastle.
Of course.
We used to stick flags in our sandcastles. You used to get them at the beach.
Yeah,
didn't
Bowie
you?
absolutely loves doing that. You
Yeah.
still can, and you can see that they're really big
They are
sizes
quite
when you
big.
actually get the stamps of those. But again, use them with those characters that we've seen, because look at the sort of scene that you might want to build. I mean, with that, it's absolutely fabulous,
stunning?
isn't it, what we've got there? Yeah.
I mean, you could just imagine that. You're on the beach, you've
Oh,
got
yeah.
your little bit marked out, you've got your umbrella up and you're all ready to go. You've got your sandwiches covered in sand and
Exactly, exactly. Sending sunshine and good vibes. I think we all want that, don't we?
yeah.
Life is better at the beach. I'm on countdown
Sure
to my
is.
holiday now.
Are you? Where are you going?
I'm going to Spain.
Oh, lovely.
Yes, yeah. So looking forward to that. A bit of sunshine.
Guaranteed a bit of weather there.
Yeah.
That's just beautiful, isn't it? Red, white and blue.
Yeah,
Classic
perfect.
beach huts.
Absolutely. And then this one, you've got your ice cream with your little beach huts, that bag that we were talking about a little bit earlier
this
as
is
well.
Maggie. She's getting everybody organised. She's got a picnic in there and a flask.
Yes, yeah, completely. So that's the third stamp set, and then there is one more that is going to come within this full collection, where we are getting your sweet wishes. And again, I think this is something that you could use really for any occasion. I mean, it's got some lovely sentiments with your love you very much that we can say. You're the sweetest. You've also got you're the very best and a sweet birthday wishes. But you can see on the other side just how big each of those stamps actually are as well that you've got. And we've got some really, really lovely samples again that have been created with this.
Yes, I love that. That's from Jane. And I love that she's just done that stripe in the background, a swipe of ink.
Yeah.
And then those focal cakes. You could just eat those, couldn't you? They're just yummy.
They look very real,
Yummy.
don't they?
They
Like you say, you
do.
do look like you could just, bite into those cakes, eat one of these strawberries.
Juicy strawberries.
Yeah, look at that one there as well. I mean, they
It's
could
making
just...
me hungry.
Oh, me too. Could be inviting people to afternoon teas or baby showers with things like this as well. That's a lovely one with the acetate, isn't it, to be able
It's
to finish that
gorgeous.
one off.
That actually is like a shop front, isn't it? It's sort of the canopy here pops up.
That's
it's
good,
quite
isn't it?
dimensional.
Yeah,
it's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really clever, isn't it?
I'd
when you
be
actually
in
see
there.
that? Yeah, me too. Without a doubt. I'd be like, yes, that's for me. And then this one that we've got there, so a completely different shape that we can see as well.
Imagine if
Very
you make
bright.
jam to sell.
Yes.
And you want to put up something really colourful on your stall. That would
Yeah.
be lovely.
And this one's really nice as well. Look what you just got here. This is by Danny B. You've got your little notelets that have been created in this. So if you just open that up, you can see how you could then just write anything that you wanted in these little
They're
cards.
gorgeous,
Yeah.
and everyone's got one of those symbols on. And then on the little envelope, she's done a little design as well. They're so gorgeous.
So nice,
and that
aren't
would
they?
make such a lovely gift
Wouldn't it?
for somebody, perhaps with a jar of homemade jam.
Yes,
and
really good
these
idea.
little cards. Or if you're making things to sell, you can go ahead and make as many of these as you like and sell them.
Yeah, and like you say, just the little kind of extra on the envelopes, having the little strawberries
lovely.
kind of there
Absolutely
as well.
gorgeous.
Stunning little mini card kit that you could be selling to people as well if you wanted to. So if you want to get them all, as I say, they're available on the web individually, but if you would like to get all 4 of those stamp sets, so 67 stamps in total that you can get, then we are going to be doing you a great price on these to give you the best possible deal that we can, of course, today. And you can actually get all of these for £53.99. Will be available on split pay as well, which does mean that you can actually get each of these stamp sets for £13.49. I mean, that is absolutely superb. And you can see you're getting that stamp set, you're getting this one as well. You're also getting, of course, that one that we see in the coolest, and then on top of that, you are getting the Life's a Beach. So all four of those working absolutely perfectly together for you to be able to get them at £53.99, but available, of course, on that split pay as well. Shall we do a demo and have a little look at putting these together?
Yes. So I'm going to be using a combination of Life's a Beach and Good Vibes. So putting those characters together with the beach huts. I've also got some really lovely stencils. I'm just finishing off cutting out my palm tree because I forgot to do it. Apologies for that. So I've just stamped this on some card and I'm cutting that out, and then we can colour that. And then for colouring, I've got some fantastic pencils.
Oh yes, very excited about those.
So we've got the Rangers watercolour woodless pencils, and these are absolutely amazing. We sold so many last week. I don't know how many we've got left. Probably not very many.
We're quite limited. I would say if you want to get these, and it is where you're going to get 3 sets, I would jump onto the web and get them, because we are very limited. We will be kind of having a full look at these in a moment, but if you do want to ensure that you get them because of how limited we are, then you can jump straight on the web and take advantage, because everything that's in the show is there. The other thing actually that is very limited as well is our Cosmic Shimmer fluffy stuff. So that's another thing to probably, if you want to get it, I've got single figure stock, jump on the web and check out, and then we'll get to price soon.
All right. So those pencils, by the way, are the new colours. There are 3 new sets, so they're not the ones I had when I've been before with them.
Amazing.
All right, so I want to start by building my scene, my background here, and I'm going to show you just how easy it can be to build those scenes. I know some of the samples we've seen from the DT are absolutely incredible, and Sheila is a really talented artist, but you might sit there thinking, oh, I couldn't do that. But actually, it can be relatively easy to do a scene without too much, you know, hard work or whatever. So I've got a stencil now. You might think, what are you doing? You're colouring the stencil. Well, I'm going to show you a fantastic transfer technique with a stencil that's going to give us a really beautiful skyscape. Okay, so this is the sort of thing you would do after you've used the stencil. So I've stenciled my clouds, but that's not the bit I want. So I want the ink that's on my stencil now. So I've inked my stencil, and what I'm going to do is spritz this to activate the ink. And then I'm going to turn that onto my card and print it.
Okay.
So, like so. I'm just going to press that and give the ink a little bit of time to transfer. Okay, let it soak in a little bit. Don't be in too much of a hurry. I want to see it. I want to see it. I'm like, I want to look, but just resist. Okay, and then now we've got a sky.
That's very clever, isn't it?
And it's really lovely. It's subtle. And it's just where I want it. You can blot up any excess so it's not too heavy. So I've got my sky.
Lovely.
Okay. Now I need to create my waves and my beach. So for the waves, I've got this beautiful stencil. These are both stencils we've got in the show for you. This is one from Francoise, and I wanted to create a shoreline. I thought these waves just suited the shoreline. So what I've done, I've got a little piece of copy paper, and I've traced the line I wanted, and I've cut it apart.
Okay.
And that's going to give me masks for my stenciling right now. So I'm going to do my seashore first, and I'm going to put that mask where it belongs on the stencil, and then I can decide where I want that to be, which is somewhere like so. All right. Just move that up a bit. I'm going to go back to my blue ink. This is one of the colour clouds that I had on earlier today. So if you are interested, it will be on the website still, I would imagine. And I'm just going to quickly ink some waves. Let's just come in lapping onto the shore. You don't need a huge amount of ink to do this. You don't have to work hard at it. And there they are.
Perfect.
But I want to ink in the rest of it as well. So I can pop my mask back down and I can just gently blend the rest. I didn't put any more ink on my brush.
Yeah.
Just gently blend.
Lovely.
So we've got some water now. Okay. And then with the other part of the mask, I want to cover up my water.
Okay.
And I'm going to bring in, this one is Barely Nude, which I didn't have on the show.
Okay.
But we've had it in the past. I don't know if it'll still be around, but have
It
a
will
look.
be on the website.
Yeah.
won't it?
And I also want to create a beach line.
Okay.
So I'm going to just, let me just use my paper here. I'm going to just tear a little piece of paper.
Yep.
So I can create a bit of a sand line.
Oh yeah, good idea.
It doesn't have to be perfect. It won't be perfect because everything's like brush, brush, brush. So I want that to be sort of here, and I want that to be there, and then this bit will be my sand. All right.
Okay. Yep.
So I can come in and add this ink. This is a fabulous colour for sand, I've decided.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite soft. It's a very light sand.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
that exotic sand.
Yeah.
And just keep going until you've filled up your space. So that's
Okay.
my
Yeah.
top line of my beach, and then we'll bring that down.
And you know it can't go wrong because you've obviously masked that bit off. So.
That's right, so it's not going to interfere. If I was to let this colour go onto the blue, it would go a little bit green, and that wouldn't look good, would it? You don't want green in your seawater.
Got a bit of moss all down.
It's not the best. So you can just shuffle your paper around if it doesn't fit
Yeah.
exactly. It's not that critical.
No, exactly.
And we can give this a really beautiful sandy look. You see that's not quite in the right place.
Yeah.
Just juggle it around
Yeah.
and fill up as you need to.
Perfect.
Now these inks, we were saying about these earlier, they continue to blend after you've laid them down. So even though this looks a bit rough and ready at the moment, if we were to put it to one side and come back to it, it would have gone completely smooth. But sand isn't smooth anyway, is it? So, you know,
No, true.
it's fine. All right, so that's my scene. How quick was that?
Yeah, that's it.
And now I can add my characters. So
Okay,
I've got 3 different things to add to this. So I've got my beach hut with a flag on top.
Lovely.
I've got Bruno,
Yeah.
and I've got the ball. He's got a ball. And I've got a palm tree.
Yes, yeah.
So I want to introduce you to these pencils now. 'Cause
Okay.
These are absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
These are the 3, so sets 4, 5 and 6, and we've also got for you the black and white.
Yeah.
And these are going to give you so many colour options. I absolutely love these because you can colour straight from the tip. All you really need is a water brush.
Yeah.
And you can just play to your heart's content. So whatever colour you want your beach hut to be, it can be. And you can use these in a couple of ways.
Okay.
So you can scribble directly on. And I mean scribble, you don't have to be very precise.
Yeah.
And then you can bring in the water and they just melt away. They are so creamy. They just glide across the paper.
Amazing.
But that's going to give you a relatively soft
Yes,
effect.
yeah.
If you want it more concentrated, then take the colour straight from the tip.
Okay.
And because these are woodless, they're not going to crumble and collapse like
Right.
like wooded
Oh yeah, that's
water.
totally different colour, isn't it? from the
Yes,
same
look how much stronger
pencil,
that
yeah.
is. If you did this with a wooded pencil, what happens is the water travels up, soaks into the wood, and then the colour crumbles. And when you come to sharpen them, they just all fall apart. And I used to do that with my watercolour pencils, and I couldn't understand what was wrong with them.
Yeah.
Now I know.
Yes.
But with these, you don't have to worry. You can go straight from the tip, and when you leave them, they just dry off again.
Yep.
So it's really good for that.
Amazing.
You can also, when you do sharpen them, save the shavings because you can mix them with water and turn them into a paint.
Oh, okay. Right.
So I'll show you that in a sec as well. So it's really quite relaxing to do this.
Yeah, definitely.
And you can certainly add shade quite easily if you start at one side with your full strength colour and then before you don't add any more water and just keep going and blend out. The more water comes down your brush, it gets more faded towards that side. So you automatically create light and shade without even having to think about it. So obviously you can carry on colouring your beech hut, whatever colour you like. I think I went for scattered straw to team up with this one. I went a bit of an unusual colour combo, but I quite like it. So this is quite a mustardy colour. So again, if we come up to the roof and we want it darker under the little roof line there, and on that side, and then we can pull that colour out, and you can see how it automatically just fades away.
Yes, yeah.
And what I love about these is this, because they're water soluble, you can keep moving them. You know, you don't get hard lines.
No,
if it dries, you can go back and you can still reactivate and move it about. So they really are very forgiving. So if you're not confident with shading, these almost do it for you. All you have to do is lay the colour down and then go for it. And if you want a little bit more water, just work it into your brush on your mat, and then it'll go on quite soft. So you've loads of options of shading 100%. With these, really gorgeous. Now on the door, I thought I'd try something a little different. So I took weathered wood, which is a grey-blue kind of colour, and I just decided to do some sort of scratchy lines like weathered wood planks up the door.
Yes,
like this. Keep them all going vertical, and then you just paint in the door. So it's a little bit worse for wear, this door.
Yeah.
It's
a bit like beach huts, isn't it? Because a lot of the time they've been there a long time.
Well, and the salt is quite destructive onto paintwork, I guess, isn't it? Although they're not generally living on a beach, but yeah, so you can create your own sort of planks for your door if you like. You don't want to have it solid colour.
Yeah, lovely.
And then if you want to, you can go in and you can just add a little bit of shade into the corner, take it off the tip to make it darker, go in and add a bit of shade. Yeah. And there we've got a scratchy door. So there's lots you can do. You can have a look at this one. This is the one I'm sort of working on.
Perfect, isn't it?
And the flag, I stamped all at the same time and then coloured, cut out. Yeah. So that's that one. And then this one, I went for a different colour scheme because, you know, I should imagine people get quite competitive when they've got a beach hut and they
you see
want to make it the smartest.
Yeah, 100%. We go to down to Suffolk where my aunt and uncle live, and we go to their like beach hut, and they're all completely different next to each other. Where it does feel like that.
I love it.
The wait list, I think it's something crazy, like 10 years or 12 years.
And aren't they a price?
Yeah.
You almost need a mortgage to get
one,
don't you now?
Yeah, and it's very hard.
So this colour is Blueprint Sketch, which is a beautiful, almost like a royal blue, I would say.
Yeah, that's what I would have thought.
Yeah.
Like a tanzanite sapphire type blue, isn't it?
With gem reference. So I want it darker down this side, and then I'm going to fade it out coming across. So if it goes too faded, you can go back and start again, add a little bit more of the depth of colour that you want, and then just keep bringing it across until you get it. See?
They're so good, these pencils.
Absolutely, and you get such a smooth blend. Yeah. They really are superb. So let me show you the bit with the shaving.
Okay.
Because that's such fun.
Yeah.
We've also got for you this little beast, which is a palette. This is the Ranger's ink palette. Now you can put all sorts of inks in here. You can put your distress inks, your re-inkers, you can even put alcohol inks in here. But you can certainly use it for these, and you can leave it in there, it will dry off, and then when you come back to it, you can reactivate and use it again.
That's really good.
So it is.
We've only got 4 left. These have been incredibly popular.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, so if you do want to jump in, take advantage. We did ask if we could get more stock. That's all that is available at the moment. So there is 4 chances.
So I've got some shavings here. This one is, what's the colour? Uncharted Mariner. Which is what's actually in here as well. So I'll just tip a little bit more of that out. So this is just from when I sharpened the pencil. You don't need very much of this either, hence why I've still got it in my sharpener. And then a quick mist of water. And a brush to blend that through.
Oh, really
and it just sort of melts.
Yeah.
It's fabulous stuff. So you can make your own watercolour
That's so good.
ink, paint, whatever you want to call it. I'd say it's more like a paint really than an ink.
Yes, yeah.
It's got quite a good consistency to it, and it has a slightly, this might sound mad for a water product, but it's got a waxy finish to it,
Yeah.
which is quite nice. So that brush is too big for me to paint what I want to paint with, so I'm going to go back to my water brush, and I can now use this as a paint.
Okay.
Now you can see that that is really well mixed,
Yeah.
very smooth, very well blended.
And there's 36 little palettes in there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot,
Which
isn't
is
it? That's-
perfect if you're going for the 3 sets
Definitely,
of pens. It just goes down so easily, I can't tell you. And this is a smooth stamping card. They work superbly well on watercolour card, as you might imagine. But even on the smooth stamping card, they just move beautifully. I really, really enjoy these, I really do.
Gorgeous.
So that's quite a subtle finish because obviously it's got water added. But once you've put down your first layer, then you can go back in and you can intensify by giving, so let's add a bit of depth to this ring now. So it's going in around where he's squidged into it, and it's going to go underneath here.
Okay.
So we'll add a bit of a shadow under there.
Amazing.
Let's add a bit more around there. So you can add, it starts to look very round
does,
now,
doesn't
doesn't
it?
it?
Yeah, you see the shape
So
of
that's what to do if you want to shave them. And then it's just a matter of painting all the rest of it to the colours that you want, really. For his shorts, I decided he was going to have stripy shorts. Yeah, so again, I did that thing. I got, this one's chipped sapphire, so I'm going for the navy and white. And I just kind of followed the contour of the edge of his shorts and then gently curved the lines to the centre and then out the other side. So he's got stripy shorts. And then with quite a dry brush, I made sure I got the water off it. It's actually still quite a bit of colour in that. The pigment in these is superb as well.
Yes, yeah.
There we go. And then just very softly, I just went up the lines. That's more to fix it than anything else. Just to make sure it's actually attached to the paper. So I'm just easing out the lines a little bit. There we go. So now he's got stripy shorts on. How cool is that?
Fabulous.
And like I say, just carry on.
Stuff it all together.
This I did with tea dye.
Really,
That's
I mean, it's just such an amazing mix of colours.
There is. You'll have everything you need to do any form of colouring, I think, with these. So again, you can go directly onto your image and then blend that and then take it from there. Like I say, they're just so forgiving and so easy to work with.
Yeah.
I think if you're somebody that's perhaps struggled with colouring or you're not confident with colouring, I think you'll find these a joy to use.
Yeah, 100%. If we have a look then at each of those actual sets that we've actually got, because these are new sets, as Gwen said, that she's bringing to you. So you've got all three. So you've got 3 different sets that we're seeing just there. You're then also going to get the black and the white today. Now, this is one of them, so you can see that amazing mix of colours that we've got, of course, in that one. You then will also get this one that you can see just there as well. So saltwater taffy, you've got your evergreens, you've got your chipped sapphire that we just saw being used, velvets, violets, straws, your lawn colours, your espresso colours. And then the third set that you are going to get is this one as well, with your lipsticks, your persimmon, your clovers, your pine needles, your pumice stone, your old paper. And then on top of that, you are going to get your essentials with your black and your white pencils as well. So all 3 of those that you could see kind of on the overhead with Gwen, and then also these 2 are coming to you. The only thing that is unfortunate about this is that we've only got 30 chances. Okay, so I would love to be saying we've got hundreds of these, but we do not. Now, £95.96, that should be the price, okay, that we should be going to if you're buying these individually, because you'd be looking at £30 a set, and then you'd be looking at £6 for you to get your black and white set. Of course, we're not going to do anything like that price, are we, today? No, no, no. Already, Margaret, you've guaranteed it. Well done to you. Lisa, you're almost there. Crafter's there in East Riding of Yorkshire, almost there. We've got new Crafters. I mean, what a great first buy from Hobbymaker if you you managed to get these. These are, of course, you know, I think it's the quality that you know as well that you get, of course, with your Tim Holtz, with your Ranger that you've got. £79.99 we're going to take that down to today. So you're actually getting a 15 or nearly £16 saving. So it's like you're getting them thrown in completely for free, and then you're getting a tenner off one of those sets as well. Plus it's on split pay, so we are actually going to be giving you this today at £26.66. And I think it's just
good.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
And of course, because these are distress, they match all your other distress products.
Of course,
so right across the range, be it your ink pads, your oxides, your sprays, your dabbers, whatever it might be, these are going to match perfectly and complement in the way they behave as well, in that they're water soluble, water reactive, etc., etc. And it just having different products in the same colours helps you layer your designs and helps you build the texture into them. So it's really worth having them for that as well.
And I think that mix of colours that you're getting across all of them as well is absolutely superb, because you've got all like the different nuances, haven't you, with the greens and the blues and you know, everything like that.
You know, if you pick out 3 colours, you can add 3 greens, for instance. You can really create dimension into a leaf or some grass or something like that.
Yeah, sunsets, things like that. I'm thinking of as well that we can actually see. Wait's on the phone lines now for you to be able to get this. We have had a third of the stock having been allocated now as well. As I say, we do not have a huge amount. I wish that we did, we don't. And these are just going to be something that is spectacular to have actually in your stash to be able to use, because you've seen the quality of the colours, you've seen the ease of using these as a watercolour as well, use the shavings like Gwen showed us as well. And of course, to be able to take these home today on that split pay, so we are talking that brilliant price, of course, of just £26.66. And there they all are. Let me just spin those around so they are the right way. You can see they're in those beautiful display boxes that we can see just there as well. And then, of course, we have got these as well, and then a third tin. And I mean, to be honest, it's up to you. You can have them all.
I love the tins as well.
I love the tins. Great storage, aren't they? Yeah. But if you wanted to gift them to people, you could do that. It's totally up to you, really, isn't it?
But also, if you're somebody that travels to craft, you know, to take 36 ink pads with you would be pretty nigh on impossible. Whereas these you can grab and go, very compact.
Of course you can, absolutely. And I think it's the pigment. I think it's the fact that, like you were showing as well, that you can get them quite light and muted, but then going right down to the tip, you get that amazing sort of vibrance of colour. So even though that's on one of these pens, you almost feel like you've got dual colours across each of them. Which is superb. So an amazing deal. As I say, I wish we could say we had more for you, but we have got those 30 chances for the first 30 people to be able to come through with those as well. On split pay as well. So to Nikki, Deborah, Tanya, New Crafters, Lisa, and everybody else looking at these, make sure that you are checking out. Everybody with this in your baskets, we're looking at almost 40% of the stock having now been allocated as well. So massive well done to all of you coming through with those. Then left towards the end of the hour, we will of course let you know. The other things that obviously you used there were the stencils, which are absolutely superb that we've got these. So this is the one that you managed to create, of course, that lovely sky and the clouds that we can see with this as well. And it is fantastic that you've actually got the kind of grasses as well. That we can
so you can really build scenes with these. You could build a whole landscape and then a skyscape as well. They're going to be so usable.
Absolutely. And they come as a duo. So you can have what we also saw creating the sea together. £8.99 for both. That's really good.
Because these are quite big stencils.
They are, aren't they?
6 by 6.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. So you've got your worn lines there, and then you've also got your grass and your clouds.
So
that you've got.
The worn lines one is really good for wood grain as well.
Oh, I bet.
But I've obviously chosen to use it for waves on the sea. So.
And it's nice that you can use it for a selection of different things, can't you? So they are, if you want both of those, £8.99 for you to be able to take advantage of those. Again, limited amount of stock that is available for you to be able to get them. Right, did you want to pop those last bits together?
So I just want to show you a little bit of a usage of the black and the white, because you might be thinking, well, why are they there? I find the white's great for doing highlights. So for instance, on his rubber ring, if we now want to just lighten up and add like a spotlight, if you like, you can go straight in with the white and do that. And with the black, you can, obviously as well, you can use the white to tone down any colour.
Yes, of
so
course.
You can make it really soft and pastel. The black, again, you could do for adding accents, adding dots, whatever it might be, but it's also really great for adding shade. But again, if you create it quite soft, So I would work some onto my mat so it gets more water added into it. And then say, for instance, I want to add some shade to perhaps the roof under here. Add a little shade line. I mean, you can really do that quite easily.
Yeah, can't you?
Look at the dimension that's just added, and that was just one little line.
Yeah, it's very easy, isn't it? Very simple, and yet it's made.
Yes.
Like it's almost taken it back.
And I love that. I love to find an easy way to do something that looks effective.
Absolutely.
So obviously, and I would need to colour all my bits and pieces, but that's basically how you do it. The colour choice is up to you.
Yeah.
What I want to move on to now, though, are our 3D accents and our fluffy stuff.
Yes, right.
Because I've got these for you today as well. The 3D accents, I've got the wrong thing, bear with me. Oh, what have I done with it?
What are you looking for?
My 3D accent.
Oh. Do you want to borrow this one? Or?
Well, it's right.
Oh.
The 3D accents, I've got the coloured ones, I've just lost my crystal one.
Oh, okay.
So these are almost like a glue base, if you like, with glitter in and colour.
Yeah.
So you can pack these on, you can create dots, but it doesn't stay very raised. It stays a little bit raised, but not a huge amount of raise. And if I can just find one of my samples from last week.
Yeah.
So this one, you will see how I've used the teal to create the water there.
Wow, is that what it does?
Yeah, so that's just on a piece of card.
That's good, isn't it?
And I just packed it on, and it goes on cloudy.
Yeah.
But then when it dries completely clear.
That's amazing.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's the teal, which is this one.
Oh, wow, I love that.
Then we've also got the berry sparkle, which is a fabulous red.
Yeah.
And when that dries, it is red and sparkly. So if you're perhaps thinking ahead to Christmas,
yeah, of course.
if you look at these little red
I
dots,
love this stuff, yeah.
really sparkly, but it dries clear, coloured and sparkly.
Amazing, isn't it?
So
Yeah.
they are really gorgeous. And then there's a crystal one, which is clear, which I'm sorry, I've misplaced.
That's okay, we've got one here. So,
Yeah.
So you can actually get all three of those for £10.99. I just love that sheen that you're getting, that sparkle that you're actually getting coming through this as well. And it is just going to kind of really add a different sort of element, isn't it, to your card as well.
So if we can have a look on the sea here, I've used the crystal one here, but you can't, it just gives a spark, a subtle sparkle. I've added in some glitter bits, which I'll come to in a minute as well. But that's where I was going to use it, but I've lost it.
Yeah.
So then the other thing we've got is the fluffy stuff. Now, our fluffy stuff is so popular, it flies out the door every time we have it.
Very limited.
So we've a set of 3 of these, clotted cream, strawberry whip, and the classic white. These I've used for the ice cream, the sundaes, for the foam on the sea. I've used them in the past for things like sheep, Santa's beard, you name it. They've got a use for these. They're so cool. And all you need to do with this is pipe it. So I wanted to create some sea foam.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to get it squeezing out, and then you don't need very much because this is going to multiply in size.
Oh, right, okay.
So I'm just doing little sort of circles. I mean, sea foam, you know, it's not straight.
No, exactly.
It goes wherever it wants.
Yeah.
But I'm just popping that onto the edge of the wave that's creeping up the shoreline.
2 chances left already on
Oh
this
my
set. So if
goodness.
you do want it, make sure that you are checking out because, not everybody's going to get that's looking at this.
And then whilst that's wet,
Yeah.
I'm going to sprinkle in some of these glittered jewels. Now this one is frosted crystals, which is an aurora. Look at that.
Wow, isn't that amazing?
So this has got 3 different particle sizes in it, and it's got an aurora finish, which is just spectacular. Think again ahead to Christmas. This is going to give you your snow, your sparkle, anything you might want for that sort of thing. So I'm just going to add a little bit of this, and this is going to give us that lovely glint that you get from the sea when the sun is on it.
Yeah.
So you look at that.
Oh, it's so good, isn't it?
But I haven't finished.
Okay.
I'm going to heat this now.
Oh,
because
okay.
fluffy stuff puffs up.
Oh, with heat?
Yes.
Right, okay.
So I start heating from the back.
Yeah.
Just to get some of the moisture out from underneath. Because if not, it tends to get a crust on the top.
Okay.
But the inside can still be squishy.
I see, yeah.
So I tend to start from the back, drive the moisture out first. And when it starts to go slightly dull, then, you know, you can come to the top. and then it will just start to increase in size.
Clever,
I don't know if we can get any closer on that so we can see it happening.
Yeah, we can probably get in a bit closer, I think, with the overhead.
And it's just starting to lift now and start to go. And it really, because as I put it down, I was kind of
You can
scribbling.
see it there now, can't you?
Yeah.
Wow.
So as I was kind of scribbling with it, it kind of holds the shape of what you put into it.
Really good.
So you can put this through stencils. You can actually paint with it. I've done really tiny images of trees, because we have other colours in the fluffy stuff, and actually painted it on because they were so small. It was the only way I could get it on. And they just looked incredible. The other thing I've done is applied it with one of these. And that you can create the look and the feel of fur.
Oh, yes,
it's almost like flocky. When it's
really
dried,
cool.
it's like flock. So I did a reindeer with the brown colour and applied it with that, and then heated it, and it just looked like fur. It was great.
It
so
is
there
about
we are.
to sell out. We've got one final chance left now with the fluffy stuff.
Isn't
We've
it
got
amazing?
18 of you with this in your baskets. It's mesmerising, isn't it? And you will get, for that price, all 3 of these. So it is a set of 3 for £9.99. So you can see those different colours that, of course, you're going to get of the fluffy stuff. Your clotted cream, your white, as well as your strawberry whip that you've got there as well, which is absolutely fantastic. Can't wait for you to have a little play with them and see what you create. The other thing, just quickly to bring live as well, is what we just saw, of course, Gwen using, which is the glitter jewels. You are getting 3 sets. You're getting 3 different ones that you can actually see with these. They have the most amazing iridescence. So that's your first part that you can see here. Really, really sparkly, isn't it? It's absolutely beautiful. You've then got like a totally different shape that we can almost see with this one. It kind of reminds me of my sparkles. And
that's on that. This on the top of this here.
Yeah,
I've sprinkled them in, so they're like little sprinkles.
Because it does remind you of sprinkles, doesn't it? The shape of them.
They're gorgeous. They really are gorgeous.
So you've got that, and then we've got the final one where you've got it looking sort of like your glitter that we can see. Snow, I'm thinking.
Yes,
with this
that's
as well,
because that's really just kind of frosted. It's not exactly sparkly, and it's not got the aurora colour in it. So it's a really good snow because it's just frosted. It's beautiful.
So all 3 of those today for £12.99. So we're looking at just over £4 for each of those pots individually, and you can get them all for £12.99, which is absolutely superb. So a lot of different bits, of course, for you to be able to jump in and take advantage of with these pieces as well, which is fantastic. I just love that you can like put all of those bits together, and then it creates, you know, the finished sample that we're seeing just there as well.
Obviously, I haven't finished colouring all those bits and pieces, but I've done the scene.
Exactly.
And then you add your bits on, and it creates a beautiful image, doesn't it?
Absolutely, I love it.
I think I've shown you all the necessary bits.
Yes, exactly. So well done if you've managed to get that. We have got so many of you wanting to come in and get the Tim Holtz Distress Watercolour pencils. Do remember that you can today for £79.99, big saving on that, and it's available on split pay, 3-way split pay, not even a 2-way. You can get 38 pencils in total. Now, you have got all 3 of those sets that are beautifully packaged, as you can see with these. We're talking from your sugar, so you're like kind of pinks, you know, you've got your coral colours, moving into those marigolds, those greens as well, lots of mix of blues and purples. We've got the greys that we're sort of seeing in that as well. We've also got sort of, I just love that across all of them, you've got such different hues and tones, which I think is so
But that's the beauty of distress colour, isn't it? Because it is a complete palette.
Yes,
So within these 36 colours, you're going to find something that you're going to be able to use for your project.
Definitely.
And, you know, you've lots of greens across the sets. You've got about 6-7 different greens, from lime to olive to forest green. And then your browns, you've got some really good browns. You've got some mid-tone, like mustardy tones. Like you say, your neutrals, your greys. You've got the black, obviously, the black and the white. But you've got at least, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 browns. And then you've got blues, you've got lilacs, you've got corals, pinks, oranges, yellows. You've got a full palette in these 3 boxes. And every single one is different.
Yes,
None of them are going to be, you're going to think, oh, it's really similar, that one.
No.
Because they're not. It's a full palette.
Yeah, which is absolutely superb. And then the black and the white that will come to you as well at that discounted price. So well done. Loads of you with this in your baskets. If you want it, make sure that you are, of course, checking them out. Because unless it's actually checked out, we can't guarantee it is yours, of course. Now, there is quite quite a few people who are asking about whether they can get the black and the white on their own. You can do. So if you would like to get this on its own, it's actually a brilliant price of £5.99 for you to be able to take advantage of that. So that's your picket fence and your black soot that we can see just there as well. So the 2-pack for just £5.99 for you to be able to, of course, take advantage of that one, which is a superb opportunity. Are the palettes available individually, or are they all just in one? Are they? Oh, I suppose you never know. Somebody might want to have a taster. The best way to get them, of course, is with that saving. But if you're thinking, well, actually, I just want to try one, you can do. So this is set 4 that we've got. So that is where you can see the colours that we've got in that. You know, it might be that you're thinking, well, that's the exact colour I want, for example. It's always nice to have the options, isn't it?
Definitely.
So we've got this one here, which is set 4 for you to be able to take advantage of. Do you know what? We'll still do a deal price on them even individually as well. So you can have all of those today at £24.99.
So that's brilliant, because it's like there's 12 pencils. It's like just over £2 a pencil. And don't forget, this is solid pigment. The whole stick is pigment. And as you sharpen the point, you just need to peel away. It's just a paper wrap.
Oh, that's easy then,
so
isn't it?
you just peel some of the paper away. So you can continue to use that pigment right the way through.
So it's surely going to last a long time.
Exactly. So you might think, gosh, £24.99, that's a lot of money. £2 a pencil is not a lot for a quality watercolour pencil that is that much pigment. You pay that for one that's just wood bound. So, you know, that's a good centimetre thick.
Yeah, absolutely.
That core.
Yeah, fantastic.
So I think they're brilliant.
Yeah, I
absolutely
do.
Brilliant.
So that one's set 4. We've got other sets that are available. So this one is your set 6 in terms of its description. So here's your colours that you're getting in set 6. Yeah, broken china. Dan saying he really likes. I like the lost shadow in this one. I think that'd be a very useful.
That's quite a new colour actually in distress. I think it was the next to the last ink pad that they did. I might be wrong. But it's quite recent.
Yes,
and it's a pure grey. We've had blue greys, we've had brown greys, but that was a pure grey. And I remember Tim Holt saying it was something he wanted that was missing.
Really?
It was just a proper grey. And it really is. It's a beautiful colour.
Yeah, it's really nice to actually have that in that set that you've got just there as well. So you can see a gorgeous, gorgeous mix. Again, we'll drop that price to £24.99. And then finally, we've got this set, which is set 5, where again, if I spin those around, you can see that kind of mix of colours that you've actually got in that, matching the price again. So lipstick, you've got your marina, coming down to that pumice stone, so an old paper that's nice as well, and Lucky Clover. But of course, if you want them all, which I know most of you do, if you want to start a set or you want to buy one for a present, great at £24.99. But the fact that you can actually get all 3 of those sets and the black and white as well for £79.99 is just a brilliant opportunity. We are down to, I think, single figures now available for the full bundle, so if you want to get that, take advantage. Ruth, hello, hello, hello. Ruth has said, I've been lucky enough to get all the pencils. They are beautiful to use and they last for ages.
That's so true. Thank you, Ruth.
Yeah.
Yeah, and don't forget on that split pay, you're paying less, are you, for the first
That is very,
payment?
Pretty much, yeah, 26.66, so only slightly over, but you're getting all of them when you think about it. Yes,
so,
yeah. It's a really good deal, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah, and I think I would, if things you get one, you're going to want the others probably anyway, so, but it's up to you which way you'd like to go. Did you want to bring the other couple of bits that we've not showed yet on the show, yeah? Because we have got these embossing folders that I just think are beautiful. So we've got the animal print that you can see just here. Which is a big, big size, as you can see, that we've got as well.
So that's
is that what you were using?
That's what I've used. Again, it made me, it's called animal print, but it made me think about...
Yeah, it looks like the same.
You know the ribbed sand when it hurts your feet?
Yes,
You're walking past those ridges and it's quite hard, it's quite packed, and it hurts your feet. Well, it just made me think of that.
That's really good for that,
That's what I used it for.
I love that. Really good idea. And then there's the diamond art as well. So you've got both of these two that you can see. Do you know what? We're going to do a bit of a crazy deal. Oh, is that from that one?
This one just made me think of the waffle cone.
Yes.
It just looks like a waffle cone, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
So that's why I brought those two. I hope that makes sense now. You might look at them and think, that's a bit random, Gwen, but that was why I did it.
But also it shows how much you could use these for, doesn't it? Because there's just so much inspiration you could get from them. Should we go to under a tenner for both? Would you like that? Yeah? Okay.
What? Seriously?
You know what? Why not? Yeah.
Wow.
You'd usually pay, of course, that wouldn't you, for one embossing folder of this size. Instead, we're going to take them both down to under a tenner. Your diamond art and your animal print. I mean, we love a 3D embossing folder. You're going to get, and you can see, obviously, like when we looked at that you can see just there, you can really see the depth, of course, of the emboss that we've got and the de-emboss as well, that you're getting to see, which is absolutely superb. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
These were the ones I did last week, so you'll be able to find the shows on YouTube.
Yeah, watch them back from last week, but look at that, with that embossing folder in the back.
And that's the back of it. Well, potentially the back of it is either side works, doesn't it? But it's the other side. Okay. So that's more of a flat.
Yeah, superb, isn't it?
Quilty sort of look.
Yeah, it's lovely.
And
so
then
that is
sorry.
that is fab. And then obviously when we see
well,
the
I was just going to go on to the paper pad.
Oh yes, we can go to the paper pad.
Sorry,
yeah,
I was jumping ahead.
No, good idea. Let's do it. Nautical Adventures. Let's come to the paper pad. Is that what you've used?
Yeah,
on
so
there
I've
as
used
well?
on these two. I've used some of the papers. I brought them because obviously they're nautical.
Yes, yeah.
They're all blues and whites, and they're all sort of sea themed. So you've got things to do with ships, boats, waves, the sea, little sailor's knots.
Oh, sweet.
This beautiful stripe I've used on this one. Waves, fish scales, zigzag, all sorts of things in blue and white. They're just different blues though, but that's like a tiller. Do they call it a tiller on the boat? You've got the fish scales in a couple of colours there.
Nice
Bubbles,
mix, isn't
love
it?
the
Yeah,
bubbles.
the bubbles that we can
and
see
this
there.
is a beautiful quality. It's almost a cardstock.
It absolutely does feel like that. So you're getting 24 single-sided sheets on this. You're getting 12 different designs as well. So you're actually getting 2 of each of those designs that we've got in that. And like you say, you can, 210 GSM. So this one.
Yeah, I love it.
Same. And the anchors. Oh,
Yeah.
that's brilliant.
Isn't that
it?
lovely?
Yeah, and then we've got the one that's like the sea that you can see there as well. So really, really beautiful designs. Real mix, of course, of those blues, and you are
for your
getting 2
men's
of each.
cards,
Absolutely.
these are going to be superb.
Yeah.
Or anybody that loves the sea.
Yeah, Father's Day coming up. You know what? You could just frame these as well for like your bathroom, or if you've got like a little beach hut or anything like that.
With a beach hut in a frame on a beautiful.
Totally.
Beautiful.
So that's £12.99. For the last kind of 5-6 minutes of the show, is there any way we could do a bit more with the pencils?
Yeah, well,
I've
got another demo, which is to do this one. I've just lost something on the floor.
Oh, do you want me to try and find it? So let's pick it up.
Where did it go?
I think it's just here.
Oh, thank you so much.
There we go. Hi.
I'm on my perch.
You just disappear and back up.
Oh, dear. So I've been using, again, the pencils to do a background. So that was using shavings in the palette, and it's that same colour again. Ooh, gosh, that was close. That nearly went. So I can come back to this. And I just wanted a kind of a colour washy background, but not like I do when I've got ink. I wanted it a bit more substantial. So I don't know if I need much more water in this. So I just decided to kind of go backwards and forwards in like a figure of 8.
Yes, nice.
So rather than a brush-shaped end, I got a curved end.
I think as well, like, when you see the pencils actually in their little pots that we're seeing,
yes,
you don't think that becomes that.
No, exactly. And it's quite unusual.
Yeah.
To be able to do that, but because of the distress properties, the way they are water reactive, you can certainly do that. So obviously I need a little bit more colour, but because we were short of time, I'll just do a little bit.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, I brought in the 3D Sparkle Accents teal.
Okay, yes.
And I just kind of scribbled this on top of that. So I just did a kind of random pattern kind of thing, like so. And then into that, I also sprinkled that beautiful frosted crystals.
Yes.
So just tap, not everywhere, but just a little here and a little there. You don't want to obliterate, because that is sparkly in of itself, the teal. So you don't want to completely obliterate that. Let me just get rid of the excess bits.
Looks beautiful.
Now you can see when it's wet how it's cloudy, but then when it dries, it's got this beautiful sheen and the sparkle within the paste itself, and then the added sparkle.
Which is super.
So that was that, and then I've used from the it's a So Sweet set.
Nice. Yes.
some of the ice creams and the cones and things like that, because they just, well, they just speak to me.
Yeah.
And I've found within these that scattered straw makes a fantastic colour for the waffle cones and the wafers.
Yes.
So I'm working off the tip, and I'm going to start at the left and then bring it across.
Oh, it's a lovely colour.
It works well, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
All the way down on the left.
Yeah.
And then pull the colour across so that it fades towards the centre, because it's rounded. So we want the highlight of it to be sort of down the centre.
Yeah, definitely.
So again, working in, oops, need a bit more. Working in from the right this time. You can go all the way down and then just without adding any more colour, let the water come from the water brush.
Yep.
And blend that across. And you kind of automatically then get that shade happening that we've talked about before. If it's not completely smooth, you can work it. You can move it around, it's great. So there we are.
That's so lovely, isn't it?
And then I've done the same on here.
Yes, yeah.
And I've used, for the chocolate, I used a combination of the ground espresso, which is a very dark chocolate, but it was a bit grey-brown.
Right, okay.
So then I added tea dye to that.
And that's where you were
talked
saying
about
kind
mixing
of
them.
mix and blend the colours.
And that gave me this lovely chocolate.
Yeah,
it gave me
that's
more of a
perfect, isn't it?
chocolate colour. But I want to show you the whip.
Yes.
So again, to my fluffy stuff. And I'm going to go for the strawberry whip.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we've probably sold out of the fluffy stuff
Have
now,
we?
but you can really see, can't
It's
you,
so
the
good
effect
for
that you
these.
actually get. I mean, on the ice cream, look at that. It's just incredible,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I'll just do a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
If you, when you're colouring in a shape like this, if you actually separate the sections, the fluffy stuff, when you heat it, will stay like that. So you can still see the whip on this. It's not just one big blob. So it is quite important that you do follow the lines and colour in if you want that effect. Leave a slight division, if you like. And then when you heat it, it stays like that and you get the full effect.
It's really good.
So let's just give this a quick blast. You could add some sprinkles into that.
Yeah, of course you could.
In that one, I actually have added the that one that was more of a white.
the one that we were saying more sort of...
Yes. And so they just look like sprinkles on top of the ice cream.
Yeah, it's a really good idea, isn't it?
So again, heating from the back to drive out the water.
Yeah.
And then come onto the front.
So clever to come up with something like this.
It's incredible. And it's such fun. I mean, the kids would love this, obviously under supervision.
Seeing that transformation.
These heat guns are so hot, you wouldn't let the kids loose. But under supervision, they'd be great. In fact, that's getting hot on my fingers. But you can see it now start to bubble up.
To lift and rise, Wow.
And it just gets this amazing texture.
Does you actually feel like if you touched it that it would actually be like you missed a whippy?
Yeah, but it's the thing about it is it's very light. It feels quite fabricy. If you feel that, it's really textural. So I mentioned yesterday, if you're, I know people make cards for people with sight impediments.
Yes,
If you want tactile cards,
100%.
beautiful for that.
Yeah.
And then I've used one of the sentiments, the cone grass,
Amazing.
and just added those over that background, just at random angles. I like things at random angles.
Yeah, I
Probably
do.
know this about me now.
Looks super.
That's your composition, that's your card, and there's your finished. And I stuck a little flag in the top, just because that's what you do.
Yeah, it's absolutely super. So there are not many chances left with all of the pencils. If you do want the full set, of course, they're available individually, all three of the sets and the black and white, but 2/3 of the stock of that full collection has now been allocated at that discount price of $79.99. That's $26.66 a month. Go back, have a look at the web, because obviously we did an amazing hour earlier on as well with Creative Expressions. It was very, very popular, so you don't want to miss that either. And remember, it is a one-off postage and packaging fee. We've got this lovely summer collection, everything available again individually or as a bundle, which you can still check out on. And of course, those pens, if you have them in your baskets, we have more of you with them sitting there than availability, so make sure that you are checking out whilst you can. Radio, I am back with you next week. I'll be seeing you on Monday morning, well, not really, 1 o'clock the afternoon. So I will see you then, so have a lovely rest of your week.
And I'm back next week.
Are you super?
And I'm going from the sublime to the ridiculous, because I'm going from summertime to Christmas.
Yeah, because Christmas kicks off.
And we've got some amazing deals. Woo! It's a deal show.
Very exciting. So do
you then.
join for that. That will be, of course, on Tuesday next week. And have a lovely rest of your day. Lily is back with Crafter's Companion with a completely different hour to what you saw earlier with us. And Hayley is also here. So it's going to be a lovely show right up until 8 o'clock. We'll see you very soon.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobbymaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Hello there and welcome back, and thank you to Sherilyn and the lovely Gwen for the last hour. We have got a wonderful evening ahead of us, and I am going to be your host for the next 3 hours, so I hope we can count on your company because we have got a brilliant 3 hours ahead of us. Now, I'm just hoping that you guys out there got the same memo as myself and Lily did about wearing stripes. We've all got stripes on today.
What's going on? We're matching, unintentionally matching. I love it.
That's fabulous. So hopefully you're wearing your stripes as well. Alex is in the gallery. There he is, our producer for the hour. He's gone horizontal, but we're vertical at the moment. So yes, yeah, bit of fun. I love it. And it just happened. But it's the first time I'm working with you, Lily.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm super excited. It's only my second time on Hobbymaker, and I'm looking forward to a good show. It should be fun.
Well, I've heard brilliant results and kind of reviews of what when you were last here. So I'm very much looking forward to this hour. And I know you guys will as well, because we have got the most beautiful things to share with you. I've actually got 2 hours with Lily. We've got a break in the middle. Carla is going to be here with Carnation Crafts. But this first hour, we've got a bumper bundle to share with you. And we've actually got 9 dies featuring in this first bundle, which you are going to love. Because sometimes we like things to kind of be a little bit different with our cards, maybe sitting on the edge more so than just in the middle. And that's why these dies are perfect, because they're incredibly creative on the edges of elements, aren't they?
They absolutely are. They are truly stunning, these dies, and they're so intricately detailed. So if you want a really glamorous, really elegant card in little to no time at all, then these are going to be absolutely perfect. The detail in these is just truly exquisite. Anybody who's been die cutting for many years, you'll remember, I'm sure yourself, Hayley, as well, the first dies we had, they were very basic, no detail whatsoever. So that sort of progression, that journey we've come on, to be able to get that level of detail in one pass through your Gemini 2 die cutting machine is just absolutely amazing.
It's gorgeous. We've got so many beautiful elements that you've seen there. Gorgeous peacock, the fabulous hearts, florals featuring in there as well. Literally, there's a die for every occasion there, Lily.
Yeah, that's what I love about this collection. It's spanning so many different occasions. It's not all floral, it's not all butterflies, it's not all one sort of occasion. There's something for every season, something for every recipient, and it's just absolutely beautiful.
It is indeed. And of course, from Crafter's Companion, you know you've got quality, you know they're going to cut, especially if you've got the Gemini 2. And if you've not got the Gemini 2 yet, well, you can get it on this hour because we've got details of that coming up a little bit later on. But what about that bundle? Beautiful collection, I am sure you'll agree. Love the way that every single one of those packets has got that kind of serving suggestion. But of course, if you do go to the Crafter's Companion website, their YouTube, Facebook, you will get loads of ideas of how to work with these. So, edgeables. We've got 9 edgeables featuring within this set. Details are on your screen, as you can see, and £89.91 being your price with these, which is absolutely brilliant. And I can't wait to see these in action. So, if you'd like to get involved, then of course you can do. Details on your screen, SLZ042. Pop them into your basket, but make sure you are checking those baskets out. But that price, let's have another look at that price, because that price, is that staying the same, Alex? It's not. It's pressed the button. It's pressed the chevron button. More strikes. There you go. £69.99. I mean, brilliant at the original price, I have to say, because of the usability, but even more so. And something I didn't notice before, we've got split pay on this one. And we still have split pay, even though that price has dropped down. So that means you can get involved for just £34.99. If you've already shopped with us today, then your post and packing has been covered right the way through until midnight. So it's not going to be anything in addition to those payments if you're looking at shopping for these as well. So there you go. Details are on your screen. Do pop them into your basket, but as I said, busy, check your basket out, and do have a little look at some of the other deals that we're sharing with you as well. So, Lily, should we get straight in and see these in action?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get started with these, because if you've never seen our corner edgeable dies before, you might be a little bit unsure as to sort of that concept, as to how they work. So I'll just take you through exactly how they actually cut in your cardstock, and then we'll pop a card together with a few different techniques with these beautiful dies. Now, it's the same sort of concept with each and every single one of the gorgeous 9 dies within this collection. Like Hayley's shown you already, you've got that beautiful, a little bit of inspiration on the packaging. So if you're not quite sure where to start, how about copying that card and you will be on to a winner, that is for certain. So let's have a little look at the die. When we bring in the die, you can see we've got these cut lines, all that detail within the swirling dress. Here we're using the off to the ball, just absolutely exquisite detail there. The difference with these, you can see you've got that cutting blade top and all along that edge there, but this section here, as we can see on the right hand side of your card, that actually stays within your cardstock. So if we position that on our cardstock, it's going to cut around that edge there, it's going to cut around the bottom, it's going to cut all that detail in, but it's not going to cut around that edge there.
What sort of size card are you creating here? Because that's looking like a very big die from where I'm standing.
It is, isn't it? It's a really quite large die. This die is about 4 inches by 6 inches.
Wow.
So the piece of cardstock that we've cut is about 5 3/4 by 4 1/4.
That's a good size.
It is a whopping great big die. I mean, the amount of metal that you've got there, it's an awful lot of metal. It's absolutely fantastic. So, as always, when we are running our dies through our die cutting machine, regardless of what machine you're using, of course, we're going to be using that Gemini 2 because it is absolutely incredible. But any die cutting machine, size permitting, these will fit through and work a treat. But always make sure you do tape those into position, just a couple of pieces of your low tack tape onto there. Regular thin metal dies, that means it's going to be your base cutting plate. You're going to then go in with your sort of plastic frosted shim. Because it's detailed, we will be using that magnetic sheet and then our top cutting plate. And I've got a fresh set of plates. I feel quite honoured. Don't look like mine at home, that's for sure. A little bit of hammer, shall we say. But talking of plates, I know we'll have a look at that deal a little bit later on.
We will. It's
with
a
our
cracking
plates.
deal if you're wanting to get some new plates.
Certainly is. At the end of the day, we do say make sure you flip and rotate those plates And with your Gemini 2 plates, they will last longer than your original Gemini plates, but at the end of the day, they are still consumables. So eventually you will need to actually replace those. Now we're just going to ease back that low tack tape. Your low tack tape, it is reusable. You'll always see me pop it on the side of my die cutting machine, ready for reusing with my next die cut. So don't just think it's single use. Just use it and use it until it pretty much falls apart.
Oh my word,
Look at that detail. Isn't that incredible? You just need to complete that cut at the bottom just with a little snip, but can you see how absolutely extraordinary that level of detail? Every single piece there has die cut through that die cutting machine. One pass, no shins, no messing about, just as it is, which is absolutely exquisite. I just love this die. I think it's gorgeous.
Beautiful.
What we're going to do now is going to do a little bit of colouring. So we are going to take one of our gorgeous tri-blend brush pens. I know a lot of you guys at home will already have these in your crafty stash. This one being our pink violet blend. Obviously it's gorgeous in itself, but how about bringing a little bit of colour into this die cut? Very easy to colour these. You could be using your inks if you so choose. You can be using your pens like I'm doing here, this one being an alcohol-based pen, or you could of course be going in with one of your water-based pens or pencils. That choice is entirely yours. Got lots and lots of scope with these. Even just cutting them in solid colour cardstock, maybe a little drop shadow, they still look equally stunning. So it's just sort of depending on what you like to do with your crafting. Maybe you like colouring, maybe you just need a really, really quick card and you've not got time to colour. The thing about these dies, the fact is that they are just exquisitely detailed, so you don't need to do a lot to them to make them look gorgeous.
Beautiful. Not one-trick ponies, as the phrase goes.
Absolutely not.
Loads of different ways. We are very busy for these. Don't forget, do keep checking out your baskets as you go. You can pay for it all in one go if you want to, or take advantage of that split pay. But the key thing is you need to take that kind of, well, it's the lowest price that we've ever bought to you with these, but take it and run with it. Check those baskets out.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a brilliant collection. I just love it. So all we're doing with our alcohol pens, I tend to work from lightest to darkest. So I've laid down that lightest colour in the centre first. Then I've gone in with my mid-tone. And then I'm just going to quickly go back to my lightest colour tone just to blend where we've got that kind of like border between the mid-tone and the lightest tone, just to sort of eke out that colour a little bit more and get a smoother transition. And then we'll go in with our darkest of the 3-pen blend. Thing about using your tri-blends is it's so easy to get that blend because you have got the 3 different colour tones of the same colour family in one pen. And they're brilliant.
So easy, doesn't it? When it's all there in one pen.
It absolutely does, and it's brilliant for storage as well. I actually travelled down on the train this morning. Of course, I was sat on the train busily colouring away, but I didn't want to have to bring loads and loads of extra pens, so that my tri-blends are my go-to if ever I'm crafting on the go. So they are great for saving on that storage space. And I think a lot of us crafters, if we've been crafting for a number of years, we accumulate, shall we say, a lot of crafty stash. Oh dear. And I think it becomes almost like 2 hobbies. You've got the hobby of crafting, the hobby of sort of organising and sorting out your stash.
Oh, so look at that.
Isn't that pretty? So super quick and easy and simple. One pen is going to give you that lovely blend. You're just going to continue and do that all over that gorgeous design. If I bring in one that I've already done, you can see.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that lovely? But it's just the same technique, just super easy, but it really does make it pop. But talking of making it pop, we're going to make it pop even more with something else that we do have on the show. This stuff is magic, absolutely amazing stuff. This is our illusion film. And I've taken a couple of sheets of the seashell and I've actually ironed the 2 sheets together. The beauty of this illusion film is you'll get that best sort of effect by ironing a couple of pieces together. But of course you don't have to. If you want to go in with just a single sheet without ironing them, then of course you can do that as well. You've got options with this fantastic item. But as well, if you're going for the bundle where you're getting multiple colours, you can iron multiple colours together. It's not just got to be 2 pieces of the same colour, which I think is super funky.
An illusion film's perfect for any die cut where you've got open space. Again, it might be that you've got a pattern paper, I suppose, that you could pop behind there.
Why not?
Metallic.
Yeah, lots of different options with these. But popping our adhesive onto the back of our die cut, then burnishing down where we've got our illusion film. I always find it easier to cut my illusion film or any cardstock that I'm using down after I've actually adhered it. So then, you know, you've got sort of the right size onto there. So
That's a good tip. Keeps that leftover as a
oh yes,
piece.
of course. You know what us crafters are like. We do not waste an inch. Yeah, all our scraps of cardstock, all our scraps of paper, we always love to save those. It's always so satisfying as well, I think, when you can use up those tiny little scraps that you've been saving, and they always come in useful later down
Very
the line.
effective, this technique that you're using. I love it.
Doesn't it make a difference just by popping that little bit of illusion film behind? It's a little bit more subtle than popping some of your cardstock or your papers behind there, but it still gives it that extra little bit of drama, that extra little bit of interest. It really does make a difference.
Oh, Dan's just hit the nail on the head. He said it's very graceful.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, we like that. Agreed, for sure. So we've got our lovely topper onto there, but of course now we need a card base to actually pop it onto. We're going to create an easel card with this one. I think these work perfectly for your easel cards, something a little bit different. So we've got our easel card cut down, scored in the half. But what we need to do is we're going to need to trim away a little bit of that cardstock because we can sort of see all that card behind, which is not what we want. But it's very easy to do this. So all you need to do is I like to just hold mine in position, making sure that is sort of held nice and firm, and then I just slide my scissors underneath. You could, if you trim it down before you actually pop your illusion film on, you could just pop a little pencil mark underneath as to where you need to trim, but this technique is still nice and easy to do. So we're just going to snip away there.
Oh, I like that. It makes it very achievable for any crafter.
So easy, isn't it? I think we so often get worried about having to measure things and do we need to sort of mark there and pop a score line at this inch and that inch, but not at all. It's nice and easy to do a technique like that. So let's go in with our solid tape pen, and we just need some adhesive only on that slightly funny shaped section there. We don't need it all over, so it's much easier to put your adhesive on there than it is onto that piece. Then all we need to do is just turn that over and line that up so that it's going to be flush with the top score line there. And then just give that a little bit of a burnish. With any of your tapes like that, they are kind of activated by heat. By just giving that a little bit of a burnish, you're going to make sure that grabs nice and firm. A few mats and layers to go on the bottom. This gorgeous paper pad is one of our newer ones actually that we brought you just a couple of weeks ago here at Hobbymaker. It's our Sarah Signature Age of Elegance, and it's absolutely stunning. I mean, I just thought that's going to work perfectly with such a glamorous dress, isn't it? Love this design because of course it could be a wedding card, it could be a prom card, it could be an anniversary. Maybe you're inviting people to be your bridesmaids at your wedding. This would be a gorgeous card to do that. And the glitter card that I'm matte and layering onto is that gorgeous lilac glitter card.
What a fabulous deal on that. I'm going to tell everybody about that in a little while.
I do love my glitter card, Hayley. I think it's gorgeous. Does just frame that beautifully. Then we've got a few mats and layers to go on the top just to kind of mirror what we've got down on the bottom of our easel card. I've actually trimmed these into more of like a pennant style shape. I think gives you quite a slightly different look and feel, quite fun onto your project. So we'll mat and layer.
Those leftover pieces.
Oh gosh, yeah. Yeah, you know all those pieces that we get sort of at the side of our guillotine as we do all our trimming?
Yeah.
Save those and they're going to be ideal little extra embellishments without having to chop into a larger piece. Once again, going back to the whole not letting any of our cardstock go to waste, which I'm definitely all for. I think us crafters tend to be quite resourceful, don't we?
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. We love to...
want those crafty pennies to go as far as they can?
Definitely, definitely. And when it's as pretty as that, it does sort of kind of pain you to throw anything at all away.
That's true, very true.
Especially when it's got that lovely pearlescent sheen on there. And the pearlescence of the paper will work perfectly with that illusion film, that lovely sort of pearlescence you've got to that.
Is that a 12 by 12 pad, where you take the pearlescent paper from? I remember that.
Absolutely. I don't know if we've still got it in stock. I know it was super popular. It's a gorgeous collection. That's Sarah Signature Age of Elegance. There is a 6x6, which of course will give you that scaled down print, but 12 by 12 for this particular design is what we're going with.
Wonderful.
A few foam pads onto the back. Hayley, I am obsessed with foam pads. Everyone who's ever watched me craft will know I love foam pads. I love height and dimension on my cards. It's a little bit of a standing joke in the office as to how many foam pads I get through. I have been asked to count. I have refused that request. It'd be too scary a number. We don't need to know that. So let's just pop. We're going to have a sentiment on here just to finish off. So you've got "You're a True," and then we've got the die cut sentiment that's going to go along the bottom.
Oh, that's
as our stopper. It's cute. I just thought it'd be quite a nice little card to put together. Nice sentiment onto there. This was actually part of our Shadow Sentiment Stamp and Die collection that we brought to you a few years ago. Any sentiment, of course, would be beautiful to finish this off, but we'll go in with "Friend." Just check that's in the right position.
The stopper, clever.
Yeah, I thought something a bit different. I tend to go for like a strip of cardstock.
Yeah.
But I thought let's go in with our sentiment, and then I've even gone to the effort. I hope this does not go unnoticed of saving the eye, the dot from the eye, and it's going to go
You
onto
get brownie points for that one.
Absolutely. Do you know, I thought, shall I, shan't I? thought, I will make the effort. It's there, so let's use it. And that's our card all put together. Using those beautiful corner edgeable dies and some of that illusion film as well, you can create something as elegant as that in little to no time at all, which I absolutely love.
That's amazing. Lily, thank you. I really enjoyed that demonstration. I know you guys did as well, because I can see more and more of those names popping up on my screen. So do check out your baskets. So stepping away from the demonstration just for a few moments while Lily gets herself ready for her next demo. So now is a perfect time for you to check your baskets out. I won't be offended if you don't want to listen to what I have to say. So you go ahead and check those baskets out. But lots of you taking advantage of that deal. Lots of you taking advantage of the split pay as well. But Lily used a few other bits and pieces during that demonstration. So I thought I might give you the opportunity to add those in alongside. Did you see that glitter cardstock? Oh, what a beautiful kind of pinky purple colour. Absolutely gorgeous. Well, the good news is it's not on its own. It's got two little friends alongside it. So you've actually got a trio pack. And in that trio pack, I think you're going to get, is it 10 sheets of each of those? I can't remember. It is 10 sheets of each. Gosh, my memory is good today. So £11.97. That means that exact same card that we saw, you could take inspiration from that cobalt blue and use that gorgeous, almost like a rose gold that you've got in there. Or maybe you'll be like Lily in using that fabulous pinky tone that you've got there. Either way, a little goes a long way when you're adding that gorgeous sparkle. Beauty is, it doesn't shed, so if you're wanting to use it on your digital die cutting machines, you're not going to have any detrimental effect on that blade. So get it involved with those scan and cuts and Cricut machines as well. Now it's only £11.97. Or so I thought, until Alex has just said, but that's not your price, Hayley. So what is the price, Alex? Oh, I am impatient. I am impatient. £7.98, my goodness. For 30 sheets of glitter cardstock of this quality. That is a phenomenal deal. And they're beautiful colours as well. Beautiful colours. Sometimes we tend to go towards the golds and the silvers, don't we? And maybe treat ourselves to a copper tone. But it's not often we see it. And these, I'm going to just show you them in their glow. We saw the purple earlier on. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Now, Anne-Marie's already checked her basket, and I don't blame you in the slightest. The quality of this is phenomenal, and that blue, oh gosh, I am a bit of a blue girl, I have to say, Lily. I like blues.
That is a gorgeous blue, isn't it? That's a really deep royal blue. It's just absolutely stunning. And as well, the fact that these are non-shed means that you can actually die cut them. Yes. And they die cut like a dream, which is quite incredible for a glitter card.
Yeah. So don't throw away any of those little pieces. Keep absolutely everything. Now, £7.98 is your price. So check your baskets out with regards to those. White on the back there, but absolutely gorgeous glitter content on the front there. Now, must tell you about the glue pens, because we've got a variety of different deals. So let's start off with the one that Lily used, which is the straight adhesive. So this is perfect for things like your mats and layers, Lily.
Absolutely. It's a really super strong adhesive. I know a lot of the time when we think of tape pens, we think of like a quick fix, and maybe they're not that permanent, and maybe they're not what would you use for your sort of stronger sticks. But these are the complete opposite of this. These you can actually even use on your construction projects. Oh, wow. You can use it on acetate. And I know a lot of people as well actually use it for wrapping presents. So you don't see the sticky tape. It's like invisible, which is fabulous.
Keep one in the kitchen drawer then for the rest of the family to use. So £3.99. It's a very affordable price. And I often mention these as if you've shopped with us already today, your post and packing has been taken care of. And if you've never used one of these tape runners before, then now's a perfect time for you to get hold of it and only pay £3.99. Because if you think at a later stage, oh, I'm going to try out one of those tape runners. First of all, it might be a case that you're paying a higher price because we've only got bundles available, or you're paying £3.95 post and packing on top of £3.99 for your tape runner, which in my head doesn't really make good sense. Take advantage of it while you've already got an order in progress, and that is the key thing. Gives you a chance to give it a go. So there you go. That is your straight that you've got. So that's complete coverage, edge to edge, a little bit like your double-sided tape that you might be familiar with. But it's in that dispenser. Now we'll do another version of this, which is your dotty tape. Now the dotty tape, what's the advantage of having the kind of the gaps?
So the advantage of this one, it's really unlike anything I've ever seen before. I never quite understand how it works, why it works, but it works, and that's the main thing. This is ideal for your intricate die cuts. So if you use your sort of solid tape pen on an intricate die cut, you get all the glue in between the bits and it looks a little bit unsightly, let's be honest. The beauty of this is because it's dots, because it's not that continuous sort of stream of adhesive, if you pop it over those intricate pieces, it only applies the adhesive onto the actual die cut and not between. So it's going to give you a really neat finish to all of your intricate die cutting.
I love that. It's got to be a reason to give it a go, hasn't it? And again, $3.99, that's another reason to try it out. So maybe you're familiar with the solid tape that we just looked at a few moments ago and you fancy giving this one a go. Well, there you go. $4.99. Pocket money price, in my opinion. And the beauty is you've got a good length with regards to these as well, haven't you?
I believe it's 22 metres on each.
A lot. That's a lot.
72 foot, I think.
A lot of cards, isn't it? A lot of
Yeah.
cards. Now, what about if you're thinking, well, yeah, I've not tried either of those. Well, in that case, this is the bundle for you, because with this one, you are going to get one of each of them. So £8.98 will get you both. And that is brilliant. We were looking at $3.99 a few moments ago, $4.99 again with the other. So that's just shy of £9, which is what you've got on your screen. Except that is not the price you're going to be paying. So to say thank you for you giving them a go or stocking up on these, you're actually paying for this one, but getting that one free. I say you pay for this one, you get that one free. So there you go, $4.99 if you'd like to take advantage of those together. And it might be that you already use the solid one and you love it, you just need to stock up on it. Then it's a bit of a bonus having the extra,
Absolutely.
isn't it?
I have to say that dotty one, it's almost a bit of like crafty sorcery, I always think. Me and Debbie were talking about it the other day, we can't get our head around it. Before I tried it, I was a little bit dubious. I thought, how does this work? I still don't know how it works, but it does work. And that is the main thing. Get it home, get it tried, and honestly, you will not turn back. You'll love it.
Less than a £5 for both of those. I know which I'd be going for. So yeah, make sure you're taking advantage of that one. So there you go. You get one of each of those to try out. So fancy getting hold of that? Then you can do. But what about if you're wanting to stock up on your dotty tape? Well, this is where we've got the different kind of bundle combinations. So on this one, you've got your two dotties. So again, brilliant price, $4.99 each we saw a few moments ago. So this price on your screen is what you would be expecting to pay, except it's not what you're actually going to be paying, because what we've got a deal is a fabulous buy one, get one free deal of just £4.99. So this is a perfect opportunity for you to stock up on that dotty tape. So if you know that you love it and you need more, then do take advantage of that deal. And it's not something you want to find that you're without. Because if you get down to the last little bit and you're halfway through a project, how frustrating is that?
Nothing worse. I have to say at home, I have a sort of like a spare adhesive box. So I've got all like my seconds and my thirds of all my adhesives I use lots of, and I always have to be stocked up on those. There's nothing worse than running out of a glue or a tape or something you use day in, day out. Make sure you stock up. When it's buy one, get one free, why wouldn't you?
Absolutely. And that's exactly what lots of you are doing. Checking out your baskets with multiples of these. So there you go. I'll leave you the details on the screen. But I know you guys at home are saying, but what about the solid one? What about the solid one? Well, don't worry, we've got a deal for you on that one as well. So again, this time you have got two of them. And again, the price on your screen is what you'll be paying for one of them. So now we're dropping that to a buy one, get one free deal. So please do not shop for one of these by themselves, because that was $3.99 in its own right, wasn't it? Go for the two together. And then it could be that, you know, I need one, but I'm a good friend. I'm going to pass one of those on to my crafty friend for them to give it a go. So there you go. If you like the idea of that, then the details are on your screen. Now, did you notice that illusion film on that beautiful dress? Didn't it look amazing? Well, good news is we've got a fabulous bundle to share with you. Now, we've got a bundle of dies that work alongside the illusion film, all bundled up, and we have got the opportunity for you to get the illusion film in the single rolls as well. So it just depends on how you're wanting to shop. So let's look at everything all together in one go to start with. So let me show you some of the finished samples, because this is the kind of thing that we want to see, isn't it? What we can do with that film.
Absolutely. As crafters, we want to know what we can make. We want to know what we're going to be creating when we get these dies and the illusion film home. And these samples are absolutely breathtaking. I mean, look at that. That's just amazing. Wow. Look at the shimmer and the shine on that illusion film. I know we bring to you lots of amazing cardstock or mirror card or glitter card, but nothing comes close to that illusion film. It's completely different to any of your cardstocks, and it's that different feel, it's that different weight to it as well. It's something that little bit unusual that's going to look absolutely incredible.
Now, as I'm going through these cards, you'll notice the die cuts on here, where all the die cuts are included in the bundle. Oh, we've got a butterfly that flew away there. We need to find him a little home in a moment. So the butterflies, the wings, the dragonfly, the fabulous church window that I'm about to show you as well. All of these are available within the bundle. Absolutely gorgeous. And that illusion film. Love this, where two have been used together.
Looks incredible, doesn't it? There's so many different sort of effects you can experiment with this. When you get it home, just have a play, see what you come up with, and you will have so much fun. Look at that, though. That's breathtaking.
Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely beautiful. So let me show you those dies individually, because you're going to get your elegant fairy. And as you can see, the illusion film, absolutely perfect for those fairy wings.
Absolutely is. But don't forget, all these dies are your regular standard thin metal dies. So of course they're going to work perfectly with your illusion film, but with anything else besides.
Absolutely. Florals, we love our florals, don't we?
Yeah.
Love the idea of multi-layering these.
Oh yeah, definitely. That would look incredible. You can create a really full, really sort of voluptuous flower, which would be gorgeous.
Beautiful. Nice open area, so why not take advantage of it with the daisies?
Definitely. And mix and match the two florals as well. Create your own bouquets.
That's a good idea. I like it. And I like this one as well, because you've kind of got an elegant petal with this particular one.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is about flowers, we always need flowers, and we always need different shapes, different sizes for different products. So I love the fact that we've included 3 separate sets in this collection.
Absolutely beautiful. And then you've got your feature characters. So the dragonfly, I mean, those gorgeous wings there look beautiful.
They are stunning. I always think there's something quite sort of mystical and magical about dragonflies.
Yes, yeah.
And that illusion film, it fits an absolute treat onto
And
that.
sometimes people like to use dragonflies as an alternative to butterflies. don't
Definitely,
they? So,
yeah.
Nice change. This one's a pretty one, because it kind of goes with the flowers that we saw a few moments ago, because we've got kind of like rounded petals. So I think that kind of works together with that one. So, yeah, nice, the graceful butterflies.
Just stunning. And I mean, butterflies and flowers, you can never go far wrong with that, can you?
Absolutely. Good starting point. And then you've got the delicate butterflies, and I love this, all that detail in that overlay.
It's gorgeous, and that's why the one that flew away, but you do get the 2 sizes there. Always think it's important to get your different sizes of your flowers and your butterflies. Just allows you to create depth, just allows you to create perspective on your different projects. Maybe you're creating a gift tag, brilliant, go for that smaller butterfly. Maybe it's a large scrapbook page, go for that larger butterfly. You've got options, which we love.
I love that, yeah, included within there. And then that gorgeous church window. I mean, this is amazing. And a good sized die as well.
Really good sized die. If you're not using your illusion film though, think of paper piecing that. That would look incredible paper pieced.
And what was not to love about those beautiful angel wings? I mean, these look absolutely gorgeous. Got a beautiful card to share with you as well, which shows using some of that illusion film, the seashell version that you're going to actually get within the bundle. In fact, as I pop that back over on the display, just to the side of that card, we've got all 4 of the gorgeous illusion films that come within this bundle. So you've got the dies to get you started, but then you've got this wealth of different colours that you're going to be able to craft with. And of course, you can layer these up and make your own new colours. You can kind of layer them with the same colour to intensify. There's loads of scope with these.
There certainly is. They are just absolutely gorgeous. Think of any of the dies you've already got in your crafty stash. You can be popping this behind. You can be breathing new life into perhaps dies that you've sort of neglected, you've forgotten about, maybe you've not used in years. You can give them a whole new lease of life using this amazing illusion film. And like you saw in that first demo, it's just so easy to use.
Absolutely. So as a bundle, it's all coming to you, so you don't need to get anything else. You're ready to go the moment it arrives, and you've got the details on the screen. So what are you waiting for? Oh, you want a better price for this one, do you? Okay, I know how it works. So let's get that price drop down so you can take advantage of that discounted price, which I can tell you is going to be a brilliant one. Even better, you've got a 3-way split on this. So you can see £59.99 is your price. Let's split that into 3 payments, which means that you're only paying, is it £29.99 today? Oh no, that's 2 payments, isn't it? Oh, it's even lower than that, £19.99. Oh my goodness. That sounds like it's too good to be true, but it isn't. It is £19.99. So there you go. Initial payment today, second payment in a month's time, and your third and final payment a month after that. There's no fees, there's no interest. You don't have to fill out any forms, any questionnaires. Just choose it as you check out your basket, whether you're shopping online or whether you're speaking to our call operators. But it might be that you want to see that illusion film in action. Well, let's have a little look to see what Lily's got planned. What are you up to?
We've got something with those gorgeous corner edgeables, and I thought we'll bring in one of the dies that are part of the illusion film collection. We saw in that first demo how we can use other dies with the illusion film. So now let's show you how we can use the dies with the illusion film collection with other things as well, just showing you the options and the versatility. So back to these gorgeous corner edgeables. These are just absolutely stunning. And I had to bring in the lovely daisies. These are just absolutely amazing. The detail, once again, that you've got within this is just off the chart stunning. So once again with this one, you've got that side there, all along there is going to stay within your cardstock, and that side at the top and there on the left hand side is going to cut out of your cardstock. I'm going to show here how we can actually be cutting this into a card base. I know we did it on sort of like a topper on that first card, but here we're cutting it directly into a 10-fold card base. It's about 5.5 inches by 5 inches in width. And all we need to do is just line that up into position. So I'm going to make sure that I've got that top butted up against the score line of my card base. Just line that up, and I always say whenever you can, try and tape onto your waist rather than on that piece of cardstock that you're actually going to be using for that finished card. The bit that's going to be waste on that right hand side, try and tape onto that, and that's going to give you the best finish. Should that tape get a little bit more tacky as it moves through that die cutting machine, we all know the pressure of the Gemini 2. We know it's super, super high pressure. Sometimes as that low tack tape passes through there, it can get a little bit more sticky, and then it can sometimes tear your cardstock as you remove it. So top tip is always try and tape on your waist wherever possible, and then if you do end up tearing your cardstock, it doesn't really matter at all.
Wonderful. Good advice.
It's a voice of experience there, Hayley, as I'm sure you can probably imagine the amount of times I've torn my cardstock, and I thought, well, why don't I just sort of tape onto the waist wherever you can.
Love this as well, because throughout your demonstrations you've been using plain white cards to start with, because the dies are so intricate and so effective. You don't need to invest in lots and lots of cardstock or lots of bright colour cardstock.
Absolutely.
Use your basics there.
I always think when you've got gorgeously detailed dies, all the hard work has been done in that die. So if you are just using plain cardstock, it's still going to look equally stunning, not having to sort of rely on your colours of cardstock to still get a fabulous finish.
Look at that detail.
It's incredible,
Amazing.
isn't it? I mean, that must be about 1 millimetre thick there. It's just incredible. Because these are so intricate and so filigree, if you do want to strengthen them a little bit, and maybe you're sending this through the post, then just pop a panel of acetate behind, cut your acetate to the same size as your card base itself, and then that will just strengthen it a little bit. And if you want to do paper piecing, then that's the way to do that as well. Bit of acetate behind, and then you can start to paper piece. That's just absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? In itself, one pass through, you could almost just leave it like that with just a sentiment. It'll look gorgeous.
That's a good point, actually, yeah, for a nice contemporary look.
Yeah. I mean, can you think for like weddings and things like that? It'd be beautiful.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm not going to leave it like that. You know what I'm like. Let's bring in some of our pens, and we're going to do a little bit of colouring. If you're new to colouring, then this is a great one to start with, because all you really need to colour in is just the centre of the flowers, which is super simple. So we're going to imagine having the highlight in the centre. So we'll go in with the lightest of our tri-blends once again, this time using our gold yellow blend. And then we're going to go in with the darkest all around the edge. It's going to give it almost like that beveled sort of effect, where it's going to be rounded with that lovely centre to your daisies. If you want to get a little bit more texture, just go in just with your little dots there, almost like a stippling technique, and that will give you a little bit more texture onto that.
So effective, just that pen in the centre there.
How easy, it just makes them pop, doesn't it? It really does look three-dimensional. And all we've gone ahead and already done is done the same onto the other three.
Oh, wow.
The only difference with this one, I've actually added a little bit of blue and grey onto the petals there, just to give it that extra little bit of depth and shading, which really does make a difference.
I like that.
We want the white to pop against the background a little bit more, so we're going to bring in some of our pattern papers just so it's not white on white and we've got a little bit more contrast. Now, I'm not sure if we've still got these in stock. I know they were very popular previously. It is our gorgeous Delightful Daisies, Nature's Garden Delightful Daisies, 12 by 12 paper pad, double-sided. Love that wood grain. I think that's just absolutely
sure we
beautiful.
had this on a duo pack the other day.
We
there
might
were
have
2 12 by 12s, I think. Well, I
Mm.
can't remember now. It might have just been a deal. Although I could be completely wrong. So that probably stands a chance. If you do want to shop for it, we are going to try and find those details. In fact, I think Alex is already on it.
Ooh.
So, yeah, if you want to get hold of that paper pad as well, then you can do it as well. It's only $14.99.
Ooh, that's brilliant. I use this paper pad so often. It's just beautiful. I love that green tone. We've got the yellows that we're picking out in our matten layer, and that's starting to build that card together absolutely beautifully.
The reason I remembered it is that kind of wood effect that you've got on the backdrop, because there was plain on one, well, not plain, but the wood effect on one without flowers, and then the flowers opposite, yeah.
I do love a wood grain. It's one of my sort of favourite go-to prints for my card making. I think it's so versatile. It's great for men's cards as well. your wood grains. Same sort of idea for the front here. This time we've just trimmed it into a triangular shape, just so that it's going to fit along that left-hand side of the card. I always talk about sort of kind of like design flow when it comes to your card making. We've got those pattern papers in the middle. That design is going to flow onto the outside where we've got the same pattern paper and the same mat and layer as well. So everything's going to tie together nicely. So we'll go in with our solid tape pen. So if your matting and layering, solid tape pen is the one to go for. If you were sticking the reverse of that to some pattern paper, coloured card or acetate, then going with your dotty tape, that will be amazing to go on the back of there. And you'll not get any of those horrible gluey stringy bits, which we do not like. So that's just going to be lined up on that left-hand side, making sure it's nice and straight and level. I always say use your glass mat to help you. Use that grid line on there. It's not just a surface to work on. Use it to help you centralise stuff and get stuff nice and straight and even. It really does help.
Wonderful, thank you.
Cute little sentiment here. I thought friendship is a flower that blooms in all seasons.
Oh, that's lovely.
So that's quite cute, isn't it? It's one of our previous craft kits we brought you, gosh, a number of years ago now, but it's one that I do go back to time and time again. And of course, naturally, it's got to have a few foam pads on the back.
Absolutely, wouldn't be a lily card without them.
Certainly wouldn't. We were laughing the other day, we were trying to think if I've ever made a card without foam pads, and I can't think of any, genuinely cannot think of one. Maybe when I first started crafting, possibly, but recently, goodness me, no. And that's just going to go onto there just like so. And then we've got a couple of our butterflies, and those are the ones that are actually part of that gorgeous illusion film collection.
Oh, okay, right. So you don't have to use them with the illusion film if you don't want
Absolutely not. Yeah, these for me are some of my go-tos. I love adding a butterfly as a finishing touch to any of my makes, and these have become some of my go-to butterflies. I have sort of like a top drawer right next to my desk in my craft room, and if you're a die that gets to go in there, you're a very special die, because it's like a little bit of an honour and privilege, because it means you're one of my favourite dies.
Oh, that's nice. As well, you can use the solid centre to lay them and kind of make those wings three-dimensional.
Yeah, I always think it's quite a nice touch to have a couple of layers to your butterflies. Gives them that little bit more dimension, and it brings in two different colours as well. Of course, you do have the separate outer, so you could back that onto another colour if you wanted, but I wanted to keep it quite nice and sort of light and delicate, just to match with those daisies. Let's have that flying at an angle there, making sure we've got plenty of dimension to those gorgeous wings with our butterfly. And then that is going to be our finished card. Quite a simple card, just a 10-fold card, but how gorgeous are those dies? It's the detail in the dies that make it. If it wasn't quite as an intricate die, it wouldn't be as stunning, but it's that intricacy of the dies that makes it beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. Daisy is one of my favourite flowers. Lily, thank you again.
You're very welcome.
What a lovely demonstration. So using 2 of those 9 dies that you're getting in that set. And that is the beauty of this. I mean, you've got all the different dies. We saw the gorgeous dress in the first demonstration, the beautiful daisies being used in that particular demonstration. So obviously the edgeable dies that we've got, these gorgeous dies that are going to cut that beautiful detail, but leave you space for you to add other things. So the last demonstration, Lily added some pretty papers. She also added that sentiment. So gone are the days when they're literally just on that fold of your card, which is what we were used to for many, many years. Now Crafter's Companion have really taken these up a notch and created some beautiful elements. So let's have a closer look at those. You've got your gorgeous detail with the dress, with beautiful detail with the daisies as well. But don't forget, you've got 7 other dies, so covering all sorts of different opportunities. So whether you want to create something for that special day, maybe a sweet 16th, maybe it's to ask somebody to be a bridesmaid, or maybe you're wanting to use that gorgeous, elegant, almost a 1920s feel peacock that's in there. Maybe you just want to send a bit of love and you want a cascade of hearts. Well, you're covered for that as well, because every single one of those cards is going to be perfect for all those different occasions that we sent cards for throughout the years. And of course, it doesn't have to be on a card. This could be on a panel that goes on a scrapbook page if you've got the ability to do so with your die cutting machine, or it could be that you're making a box or a memory book. It could be that you're using them, well, in a whole host of different ways. I know how creative you guys get. And of course, you've got the serving suggestions, some ideas on the packaging to get you started. Love the wispiness. I mean, this one that we've got here, that gorgeous, almost like tree, the blossom, beautiful.
It's absolutely gorgeous. And that one is one that you can actually bring out for all the year through. You can be colouring that in different ways to make it suitable for all 4 seasons, which is absolutely fabulous. Really versatile die with that one. Great for your gents cards as well, which I know we struggle with quite often.
Absolutely. Now, of course, we saw those fabulous fabulous butterflies being used as well. The butterflies came part of the collection with the illusion film, so I'm just going to give you a very quick recap of that. I need to find the other butterflies, disappeared somewhere now. But you've got your 2 different sizes, and of course that gorgeous overlay could be used just on its own, used with another paper, as we saw a few moments ago, Lily.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really versatile dies that you've got in this collection. We always say you can never have enough butterflies. If you made, as I call them, a crafty boo-boo, stick a butterfly at the top.
That's a good idea.
Good to go.
Oh, that's not a very interesting one, is it? Let's turn it round. There you
That's
better. It's worth waiting for. The church window, I mean, this is beautiful. That would make such an elegant tag as well, because if I turn that on its side, you could imagine almost that you could punch a hole in there. You've almost got the lines there to put either a greeting or the person's name on there.
Absolutely. And the beauty of each and every single one of these dies are actually 2 separate dies. So you've got that outer die as a separate to the inner die. So if you want to cut the detail on its own, you can. If you want to cut that back as a solid, then you could do that as well, which makes them really versatile.
Gorgeous wings. I mean, these are beautiful, whether you're wanting to add wings to a character or just use them in their own right.
Those are just absolutely stunning. I'm imagining those on the sides of a nice big lantern style box, sort of light up style box. So maybe you could cut an aperture in the side, have that over the edge, a little bit of vellum, and it would sort of have that soft glow from a battery operated.
So I'm guessing that if you just use the inner detail, you wouldn't have a topper as such. You'd have it cutting straight into the card, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and then you could still pop your illusion film on the back of that. That would look equally beautiful.
And have you noticed how that illusion film changes when I actually tilt the card there? It kind of goes from almost like a pale pink into a cerise pink, then almost like a golden pink, and then even more orange as well. That's the illusion of illusion film. And then that gorgeous yellow you can see there with the butterflies. The bundle that we've got on the screen not only is for the dies that we're looking at, but also the illusion film that is appearing. You can get 4 different colours, which are beautiful independently or on their own, but then it could be that you're layering them up as well, making your own colours as you go as well. And I mean, that's a beautiful,
that's just so elegant. And I'm sure you've got lots of other dies and stamps and papers in your collection that's going to work a treat with that. I mean, we've done a lot of fairy sort of enchanting collections over the years.
Gorgeous. And of course, the beauty is if you just wanted her to be a young lady, you could literally take those wings away, or maybe substitute them for the other wings that we've got in there as well.
Great idea, yeah.
Florals are gorgeous with these as well. Beautiful, nice open areas.
Really lovely. A few pearls in the centre of those maybe to finish them off, and they're going to look absolutely incredible.
Nice idea. And then if you want more of a kind of elongated petal, then there you go. Can't go far wrong with these ones.
I always think those are quite sort of contemporary in style. I think those are really funky. Almost like a scribbled sort of effect to your flowers, which I love.
Beautiful. And then finally, you've got the gorgeous dragonflies. So if butterflies aren't right for the occasion that you're sending your project for, well, why not take a dragonfly instead?
Definitely. Or why not mix and match both? Have both. If you can't have a dragonfly and a butterfly. Why not?
Absolutely. Now, we've got some finished samples. I'm going to whiz through the finished samples. Time-wise, we are looking at about 15 minutes or so on the show. Have we got another demonstration that we're going to get into? Oh, let's have a little chat about these first then. So have a look at that. Beautiful, that gorgeous illusion film. Little gems in the centres of the body. That's a nice touch. Like that as well. Absolutely beautiful, gorgeous. Of course, you've kind of got the different tones. We saw the butterflies being used in the angel earlier on as a silhouette. But how different is that? I'm going to bring the angel in just to show the contrast of the two together. I mean, they look, not the angel, the little fairy, should I say. How different do they look when you put them side by side?
Incredible. Just change up your colours and it really does change that look and feel. Amazing. It does look like a different dye, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Incredible.
Absolutely. But of course, whichever way you choose to use them, you're going to get some incredible results, especially if you team them up with the illusion film, which is included in the bundle as well. Shall I quickly show you that illusion film? Because, of course, it is all part of the bundle, but they are available individually as well. So if you like the idea of going for them individually, you can. In fact, that's the details that I'm going to give you. So in the bundle, you will get all 4 of these, which are gorgeous. But if you're shopping for them individually, then you can do so. So the seashell, which I think is this one here, isn't it? Yes. So the seashell there, which has almost got those, it almost looks like the stripes running through it. That one, the details are popping up on your screen. It's only $4.99. Lots of you taking advantage. And of course, I suppose the beauty is you might have dies at home that would work in a similar concept to the illusion dies.
Absolutely, yeah. It's sort of any die that's got a detail cut into it. You can pop your illusion film behind. Those taking flight crate cards we brought to you a few weeks ago, they work amazingly with it. Lots of other crate cards we've brought in the past will also work too. So really versatile. Like I say, it's going to breathe new life into perhaps some of the older dies that you've not used in a little while.
I love it. Next one to it, we have the seashell. So that is the seashell that you can see there. That almost like mother of pearl bluey hue to it, if you will. Is that called the opal? Oh, I do apologise. That one is the opal. So if you're wanting to take advantage of that one, you can do. All of these, incidentally, are included within the bundle, but if you're wanting to stock up on extras, then you can shop for them, or you just fancy giving them a go, then you can go for those as well. The coral, I mean, you can't fail to notice that coral, can you? A beautiful kind of pop of pinky orange that you've got there. Absolutely gorgeous. And then the last one that we've got over to the far side, which is that beautiful golden yellow. Oh, the yellow one is coral, is it? Okay. Oh, fair enough then. So that is your coral. And then this one over here, tropical sunset. Now that you've said it, Alex, I can see that. Yep, I can see that. Tropical sunset. K2 2009. But if you like the look of all of them, then do consider that bundle, because if you're paying $5 for each one of them and you consider that taking it off the deal price, then you have got a fabulous price on those dies. Now, at the top of the show, I was chatting about the Gemini 2 and telling you what an incredible machine it is. Obviously, if you've got dies, you're going to need a die cutting machine. And as we heard from Lily, this is a brilliant machine to go for. It's such a popular one as well.
It certainly is. It is the most incredible machine. We always describe it as being like a workhorse, and that's exactly what it is. If you've got intricate dies within your crafty stash that perhaps you've not been able to get cutting properly in your previous die cutting machine, give them a go on this machine and you'll be blown away by the edge-to-edge pressure on this incredible machine. It's full A4 in size, so it means you can cut your larger dies as well as your large embossing folders, or maybe you've got smaller dies, smaller embossing folders. You can literally jam-pack full that A4 plate full of all those dies. It is absolutely outstanding. Unrivaled pressure, and the beauty of that is pressure across the whole way of the plate, which is absolutely outstanding. Our much loved features of that original Gemini, we've kept, of course, the pressure. We've also kept that fantastic pause and reverse function, which allows you to actually pause that platform as it goes through and then reverse it back out, which is something I do an awful lot. It just saves you an extra little bit of time. Beauty of this one is, of course, like we said, it's A4, but you can use your smaller die cutting plates in there as well. If you've got Gemini Go or Gemini Junior plates, you can use them in this machine. Any orientation, we used to say in the original, you had to use them side on, but any orientation will work with this incredible machine. The pressure is absolutely sensational. You've got a full length optical sensor which will take those plates, so it literally is hands-free once you've fed them up to the machine. One of the things that we absolutely love about our Gemini 2 compared to the older Gemini is that we've got that more modern, more sleek design. It's absolutely fabulous. It's going to fit into your craft room perfectly. You have got the ability to actually store items in there as well. You've got two sort of compartments. You can see there, you can be popping your tools in there. And we also say as well, you could be popping your bars of chocolate, but that choice is yours. You also have 3 USB charging points. I find that really useful if I'm charging like my GPS watch, or maybe you've got your tablet on there, you're watching Hobby Maker while you're crafting. That's absolutely ideal. And talking of watching Hobby Maker while you're crafting, you've also got that media stand as well, so you can literally just pop that top up and you can watch anything on your iPad, your tablet, whatever it might be. This machine is absolutely amazing. That price is incredible. You will be using this day in, day out. Back off at head office, every single craft expert, every single demonstrator there uses this machine, not only on the shows, but at home to prep. And that for me is the key thing. It's what we all choose to use at home. We've all bought our machines. Not one of us gets gifted or given our machines. It's our choice what machine we use at home. And we all genuinely use the Gemini 2. It's because it's the best. It's fast, it's quiet, it's powerful. It's a little bit quicker than our original Gemini. It's a little bit quieter as well, and it's just absolutely fabulous. And I love it. even more so because it's got the raspberry pink on there. It's an incredible machine and it comes with all the plates you need to get started. I just think it's amazing.
It does indeed. And you're alluding to that being a brilliant price. Well, I've got news for you, Lily. That's not the price you're going to be paying on
Oh,
this
well,
one.
that's what the price I paid for mine.
Oh,
But
wow.
hey-ho.
You might want to put your fingers in your ears for the next
Oh,
few moments
dear.
then and look away, because we've got an amazing deal for you. So rather than $229.99, which is what many of you have shopped for when you've gone for your Gemini 2, we've got a fabulous price, bringing it down below that £200 mark. Now, I know some of you have checked your baskets out already. Don't worry, you will still get that lowest price alongside everybody else. In fact, anybody placing their order from this moment on is going to be getting that that lower price there rather than the higher price. So $199.99. You have got the opportunity to spread your costs. So we've got a four-way split on this one, which means today you just need to part with £49.99. Post and packing, if you've already bought something covered, if not, $3.95, but definitely worth going for, because I know so many people have shopped for this in the past and have been so pleased with the results that they get. Now, of course, we were talking about plates as well, and we have got a deal for you where if you're wanting to get an additional set of plates, you can do. Or maybe you've got the original Gemini and you're wanting to get your hands on some of those plates, because these will work with your original Gemini as well.
They certainly will. And the beauty is if you've still got plates left over from your original Gemini, you can use them in the Gemini 2. But these are absolutely fantastic. We all need spare plates. At the end of the day, they are consumable, so you will need to stock up. No better time to get them when they are on a special price. Just to say, yours will not have been used and abused when you get them home. Yours will be fresh.
Yes, sometimes people have a tendency of getting them out of the packaging, as you can see with these. Now, the details on your screen is the price you would normally be paying for these. Now, if you're wanting to take advantage, though, you're not going to be paying that price on your screen. And, of course, they all come in that fabulous kind of neoprene-style bag, which gives you the perfect opportunity for you to pop everything in together. And you're not going to be losing those, are you, with that pink that
Definitely
you've got there?
not.
I love it. So details on your screen. If you fancy getting involved with these, then that price is going to come down. So rather than paying $79.93, the price is coming down to just £54.95. And you've got the perfect opportunity to get these alongside your Gemini if you're wanting an extra set as well. Sometimes people keep certain plates pristine, don't I know Craig does that for some of his projects that he's working with.
Especially if you're using something like your mirror cardstock, you want sort of like a really clean, pristine plate. So go for an extra set, and then you know if you're cutting those specialist cardstocks, you're going to have that lovely pristine plate, so it's not going to mark your card whatsoever.
Good advice. Two-way split again with this one, so no interest, no fees, no forms to fill out, and don't have to be in a special club or anything like that. You can take advantage of that if you so choose. All you need to do is tick the box as you're checking out your order, or you can speak to our call operators who can take care of that for you as well. They might even help you get it back in the bag, because I'm struggling at the moment, but there you go. So do pop those into your basket, take advantage of them, but don't forget those dies, those gorgeous edgeable dies that we've been chatting about, as well as those gorgeous illusion dies too. Don't miss out on that glitter cardstock that we've got for you, and of course those tape pens as well, because we've got phenomenal buy one get one free deals with those tape pens. And we've got Lily coming up in an hour's time.
Certainly do. Yeah, very much looking forward to that.
What should we look forward to in that hour?
We've got our fabulous confetti cutting dies, stamps and dies in that collection. Those are super, super cool. So I really do hope you can join us at 7 p.m. Looking forward to it already.
I certainly am. I will see you though at the other side of the break with lovely Carla and Carnation Crafts. See you in a mo.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click, and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card?
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Here at Hobby Maker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Did you know at Hobby Maker that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker.
Hello there and welcome back. How are you doing? How are you doing?
Well, I'm slightly behind, but other than that, it's all good.
Well, I've got a few bits and pieces to do, so we will come to you in a few moments.
You do you and I'll do me with the pin flare.
Lovely. We'll meet up in a few moments. So we are here with Carnation Craft and we have got a beautiful collection of dies to share with you, which I know you're going to love. How do I know that? Because you loved them earlier on when Carla was here at 3 o'clock showing them off for the first time today. And we've got a lovely array of beautiful elements to share with you, which are going to give you the most incredible results. Now, these dies have got lots of detail with them. You can see we are calling it the Courtyard Collection. So everything works together, everything works independently, but everything is of the highest nature, the highest quality, which we would expect from Carnation Crafts. Now, the deal on your screen, as you can see, has got the item number there. It's also got a price attached to it, which is a phenomenal price. Brian watched this show earlier on. That wasn't the price that we had.
That's not the price.
We're going to change that price for you. So if you shop for it earlier on or you're shopping for it now, this is the price that you are going to pay. £69.99. And of course, you can get it into your basket. Check that basket out and know it's on its way to you straight away. Three-way split, incidentally, on this one. So if you don't want to commit to the whole amount all in one go, then you can spread that cost at a very affordable price. Bit easier on your pocket at £23.99. But we'll go through everything in just a few moments. But can I ask you to consider some of the additional things that we are going to see during the demonstration, including the most amazing card pack, which I have got for you. And I have to say, when I came and stood here and I looked at the papers and I looked at the set behind us and I was thinking, absolutely perfect.
Works, doesn't it? It's so beautifully done, isn't it? And your shirt as well, everything coming together in a joyous cacophony of colour.
I love it. We've got your perfect papers, which we say every single time, but just in case you haven't heard it being said, there's nothing paper about these. You've got beautiful wake of cardstock in a whole myriad of gorgeous colours, and these are perfect for you to use alongside those Courtyard dies. So if you like the idea of getting hold of these, the details are up on your screen, and for just $14.99, you are getting all these. 300 GSM. How many sheets do we get, Carla?
So you're going to get 48 sheets, and you're going to get 6 colours, and you're going to get 8 of each. So you've got loads to go at here, and they're beautifully designed. Each one colour picked from the dies that you'll get in the vignettes, the artwork that we're going to provide you, and we're going to provide you with the artwork for free. So this is the partner to the artwork. Everything's going to look delightful and delicious by the time you finished your card making. This is crafting at its finest. You are going to have the best time with this set.
Beautiful.
It's ingenious, this set.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I'm not going to go through all of those sheets there, because we've covered a few of them a few times. But one thing I must tell you about before we have a look at those boards are these beautiful dies that we've got alongside those Courtyard. These are gorgeous.
And your petite frames are just stunning. They're not small, but they're named petite. They've got a bigger brother and sister, which is why they're called petite.
Makes sense.
But they are not petite. They are a wonderful size for card making. I have got boards. We will go through those a little bit, but look at that. How beautiful is that?
Beautiful. $19.99. If you like the idea of getting hold of those, then the details are on your screen. OB9C36. But also the diamond shape is available. Very similar sort of idea with these.
Yeah, so the same filigree, obviously done it in diamond shape. You've got loads of nested around the edge, so you can choose whether you want to use those as your card-based mats and layers, or if you want to create apertures, do what you want to do. The beautiful, stunning filigree that's in the inside, which is so pretty, and the diamond is your perfect friend for all of your easel cards. They really do look just so pretty as easels.
Love the
Loads of options.
Love the fact they come in like a storage wallet as well.
I know, Carnation Crafts, and we don't talk about this as much as we should. All of their dies, every single die you receive from Carnation is in its own storage pouch.
Okay.
And we can sell those. We do sell those separately. I'm going to sneeze.
Oh.
Hold on, wait. Has it gone? Hold on.
Looking
I
to
don't
the
know.
light.
I'm trying.
I'm not being funny, Carly, but
It'll come eventually. It's fine at the minute. It's gone on a hiatus. It'll come back at some point. It'll surprise me at some point. So each one comes in its own storage wallet. I have said this before. I will say it again. It has got the shop. You know the thing that they use in shops with the hangy thing. It's got this in it on each and every one of them. Go onto Amazon, get yourself a gentleman's coat hanger, which is what they're called, and it's got a lace. I had a late night last night. You know the triangle of a coat hanger?
Yeah.
The bottom bit on a gentleman's coat hanger, the rod lifts up so that you can put your trousers on.
Okay.
Don't put your trousers on, get rid of them. Put these on, the rod. And then you'll have a load of them. You've got all of your storage sorted out for your dies, and then hang it somewhere, and then you've just saved a ton of space in your craft room by having these hung up higher. Gentleman's coat hanger,
You could almost
Amazon.
have a clothes rail.
You literally
Keep them
could
all
of all your dies.
That's my
Keeps them
favourite tip of the
protected.
day.
Do you like that?
I like it.
Gentleman's coat hanger.
There you go. I didn't even
Why I
there was
know
such a
that
thing.
is worrying.
I'm not even going to ask.
No, it's
I'm not even going to ask. But what I am going to ask is, what are we getting in this
Right,
gorgeous
let's
bundle?
have a look. First board. I just think this is an extraordinary board. Look at that. It is
beautiful.
Insanely stunning.
Gorgeous.
All of that metal. Just breathe that in for a second. So much going on here. There are all your card bases, obviously, mats, layers going forward, nested items that you can use. You can choose what to use on the inside of these archways. Do you want it to have the crisscross or not? That's up to you. These are all separate dies. You've got the well, you've got the bench, you've got the little plant pot here, you've got steps, you've got so much. How does that look on the artwork? What artwork are we going to give you for free?
Ooh.
Just absolutely stunning, right? Really beautiful. So, shall we get to the clever ingenuity part of Carnation Crafts? We all know Carnation are really clever, right? And they don't make dies like other people. So let's go to the clever bit. Take a pokey, grab this, lift it, lift it, hold on, lift, twist.
Oh, wow.
I've got a well that creates a fountain.
Oh, my goodness.
Folds down flat for postage.
Wow.
How
That's
clever is that?
phenomenal.
So suddenly your cards are 3D, they're dimensional, they're whatever you want them to be. That, my friends, is Carnation.
That is brilliant.
Okay? So that is just a stroke of genius. I love the way that they pioneer dies all the time. We get in something different every time. You also get these smaller pieces of floral, which you can use for decoupage around the archway, or you can use them independently as tuck-ins. So again, extra to work with, extra to play with.
Gorgeous
Beautiful.
colour palette.
Really stunning, isn't it? That die set's worth £50.
Yes.
$49.99.
Yeah.
20 quid
Easy.
more, you're going to get the rest of this. I love the balcony. Ooh. We played with the balcony in the earlier shows. We possibly will again in this one. This is just gorgeous. And even artwork for this as well. You've got 2 tabs around here. I can make that into an arch, and I can pin that down so the balcony sits forward as if it was at a window or something like that. Imagine that round that fountain, and that's kind of what we looked at in the earlier show. It's right in the corner actually, Hayley, at the other side. I don't know if you'll be able to see that.
I'll go and grab it.
So we played with this. The ideas that you can do with the balcony are just quite extraordinary. Let me just flip that round and pull those forward. There you go. So suddenly you've got these beautiful balcony pieces around the edge, which are just beyond pretty.
That's so
Look
clever.
at that. And then inside your well. How stunning is that?
Ingenious.
Really pretty. So the elements that you're making with this card set, bear in mind that this card base, there's different ways of playing. Just let me show you this very quickly. If I want to, I can cut this off here and have a small card. Just here, the small square, I can just use that as a card base. Or I could use the top half, or I could cut it twice and make 2 archways a card shape.
Yeah.
Or make the 2 square archways a card shape. There's a million ways of playing. So it depends on what your ideas are, where you're going with it. So it is really stunning. And these balcony pieces just finish it off. It's stunning. Then look at him.
Oh,
Your proud peacock. He's so lovely. Now, we talked about this again earlier in the earlier show. Because Carnation create the way that they do, if I show you on this one, you see all the white marks here?
Yeah.
They're all cut lines. Every single eye in his feather, you know all the eyes of the feather, these, each one can be shaped individually.
Wow.
So you can get the most amazing, and I'll show you it as we go through demo, you get the most amazing protrusion, this gorgeous dimension from him. And he's absolutely beautiful.
Love the shape of him as well, that almost like oval feel to him.
Absolutely gorgeous. And then he's got his matte layer, his card base, and his matte layer, so you can make a card just of him. He's a card shape as well in and of himself. The Garden Grandeur, beautiful pieces. What were we missing when we had that sort of well shape? Well, a fountain to go in it.
Of course, yeah.
So we've got it now. So now we're finishing the scene. Then this stunning kind of Grecian urn that you've got, which is so pretty, isn't it? Designed with cut lines here so that you can make it short.
Perfect.
Or you can make it tall. Up to you what you want to do. Beautiful little white flowers, which I've got here. Some of mine have fallen off the board. I do apologise. But look how pretty these are. Little tuck-ins. Beautiful little flowers. And they're gorgeous for wedding cards. They're gorgeous for any card you make. So these are just beautiful tuck-ins. No matter what you make in the future, you can add these too. And that is the kind of ethos with Carnation.
And those are on the vignettes as well?
Yeah, everything.
Wow.
We've got artwork for everything that we're showing you here, which is just awesome to have. Ooh. We've got your beautiful cypress trees. I love these. And I love the idea behind them. Yes, you've got 3 sizes. Great. However, imagine a line there. We're walking down a path.
Yes.
Okay? So take your perspective lines down. Where is that leading to? What's going to be at the end down here? What walkway is the card going through? It's such a clever idea. Really
Very
pretty,
clever.
isn't it? Really gorgeous. Remember, you've got a bench in this collection. You could put the bench at the end as a walkway through. You've made a beautiful scene. All of these are shapeable and dimension. You know, you can add loads of dimension to them with the cut lines because they've got plenty of cut lines in them, which is what we're looking for. These white pieces that you see here, that's what we need in order to be able to shape, mould and make these as dynamic as they are.
Oh, Carla, this is beautiful.
Lasting light.
Oh, wow.
Lasting light. Have a look at that.
That is beautiful.
Stunning. Again, card base. Then you've got your mat as well. So this is a card shape if you want it to be on its own as well. But this is absolutely beautiful. Really stunning.
Lots of snippability with that one as well.
So I can cut into it here, I can cut into it there, I can get rid of the lantern and just use that as an edge for my card. There's so many ways of using that one specific die. This is the most extraordinary collection. And I'll be totally straight with you, at £131, which is what it would be individually, it's worth it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So to get it for $69.99, that's a full set of Carnation dies. And we were saying earlier, because the main card shape is worth $49.99, the rest of it obviously comes to you for 20 quid as such. If that's the case, every other die that's on there is what, £4?
It's ridiculous. I can't even do
If
the
you work
maths.
it out in that way.
So if you take the price of the bundle, take off that £50 for that card shape.
The £20 left and divide that between the rest of them. I think you're only paying £4 then for the rest of them.
That's a really good point.
So
yeah.
It is crazy.
And the beauty is, I mean, it's a brilliant deal at that price. You don't have to pay that price today if you don't want to. You can make that first payment of just £23.33. That's less than half the cost of the card shape that Carla was just talking about.
Yep.
So to get all of these home, that is your initial payment. Second payment and third payment will go in monthly intervals, but you have got all that creativity that you can have fun with right the way through. Oh, I love it, Carla.
It's so gorgeous, isn't it? Loads of different cards we can make with this. So we can make wedding, we can make sympathy, we can make christening, we can make, you can even make Easter cards with it. There's so much going through. In order to expand that and give you more options for it, we do have the extra 2 dies that Hayley was showing you earlier, which are your petite frames, and we've got the boards for that. So we'll show that and let you have a look. And this gives you even more scope with this collection. So these are the petite frames with Carnation. These are always really, really popular. Yeah. It's the filigree. We love the filigree. It's stunning.
Absolutely.
So you've got your look at this is so pretty.
This is gorgeous.
You've got your diamond here. So you've got your mats and your layers and your card base, and then you've got that beautiful lace work on the top of it. It's so beautiful. And then you've got the nested elements in the center as well. Just so pretty. That build, that lift, and that gorgeous relief with the white is so beautiful. And obviously white on white, this looks extraordinary as well because the shadow play is just beautiful. So this collection, these 2 separate frames are just a joy to have. And how many dies do you get in there?
I was just trying to figure out
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dies.
Wow.
8 dies in there.
So you've got loads of different combinations of which ones you're wanting to put together.
It's not about having it as a whole piece. Absolutely have it as a whole piece. As we're showing you it here, that's absolutely, it's beautiful, right? But if I want to strip away a couple of the diamonds, all of the diamonds, if I want to use those as apertures instead, if I want to lay them up with foam tape, if I want to get rid of all of the foam, the filigree, if I want to just use one mat, like the elements all coming together just gives so much scope for card making. And it's beautiful. If you've got an 8x8 card with that on top of it as your showstopper, they're stunning. They're absolutely stunning. And that lace work is just a dream, isn't it?
Looking at those smaller dies, I mean, they'd be perfect to tessellate and build up a background. And then, everything works so well.
And to put sentiments on as well. They're so, so pretty.
Gorgeous.
So that is your diamond one.
Details of the diamond are on the screen. Don't forget, it comes in its own packaging that you're going to be able to use as storage. Love the idea of a gentleman's coat hanger as well. That is the first thing that I go on a search engine for when we finish. You can see there you don't have to pay anything extra for that storage. It is included. £19.99, a very usable die, I am sure you'll agree. And there is another one that's going to work alongside it, which is equally as beautiful.
Wait till you see this
cup. The gorgeous oval. I do like an oval, I must admit, because there's just so many possibilities, portraits, landscape, and it just looks so elegant.
They do, every single time. And you wait till you see the artwork or the fretwork, if you like, on this, the filigree. Are you ready? Should we reveal?
Let's have a look.
Let's go on the overhead and then you can reveal. Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Oh, wow. And I love the way that we're calling it petite. And I know it's because of the reference to the larger die, but yeah.
It's huge. But that, I just think, is breathtaking. That's so pretty.
So nice.
There's not a card that you couldn't make with that. It's got every element, hasn't it? So your card base, you match your layers, your filigree. Again, those nested in the centre, and the fact that you get to choose how to use them. Are you going to cut the card base and fold that in half and have the rest over the edge?
Yes,
you know, which ways are you playing with it? Again, for easels, ovals are stunning, aren't they? Beautiful. So many options with this. Your card making is about to go next level. Plus, what's really beautiful about this, listen, no matter whether as a global industry, we end up in 20 years' time just sort of mainly digital crafting, or whether it's still, you know, the sort of bare bones that we use at the minute. whichever way we go, in 20 years, you'll still be able to craft with this and
Absolutely.
you'll still make
Timeless.
beautiful cards with it. It's elegant and
I
classic.
will warn you though, if the figure that I'm looking up on my screen is all that we have left of this one, then you're going to have to be quick. We're looking at single figures now. So do take advantage while you've got the opportunity. Very, very popular. I don't know whether it's going to last the full hour, to be honest. When I'm looking at the clock, we've got about 45 minutes or so left. But if it doesn't sell out during the hour, I've got a feeling it will do after the hour. Because I know some of you guys like to wait to the end of the show. But don't forget, keep checking your baskets out. You can check your basket out multiple times during any of the shows. And we do urge you to do so because it guarantees that you get those deals. And if you're not doing it with the oval and the diamond, potentially you're going to miss out on those ones as well.
Apologies for that. But good luck if you get it.
Well, they've all
is
been
worth having
allocated,
it.
so it's down to you guys. Check your baskets out now.
Good luck. Right. Do you want me to go?
Should we go for it? Why not? Why not? Yes.
I'm going to leave. Like, I'm
Don't
still
think
going
I'm
to
here.
stay. Shall I show you how to cut the well? We did do this in the last show, but I just think because the well is obviously, you know, an engineered
different,
die.
isn't it? Yeah.
So I've got my vignette. I did cut one earlier on. I've got my vignette. A vignette from Carnation is a piece of A4 with 2 printouts. Let me see if I can find
And this is
well.
literally just go to the website, download it, print it off.
Yeah, we'll talk to you about that. So your artwork looks like this. And you're going to go to the Carnation Crafts website, www.carnationcrafts.co.uk. You're going to have a banner menu that comes up. One of the options is downloads. Then you're going to go to free downloads. And on the right-hand side, it says collections. This one is called In the Courtyard. When you type that in, it'll come up with everything that In the Courtyard relates to, including the original free download colorway. And that's this, okay? And you're going to put that into your basket for free, and you're going to check out with it for free, and then you're going to print it on some Pro Print if you can, and that's going to look like this. And it's got this black line down it. So this is your lasting light. Hey, if I get it the right way around. That's your lasting light, okay? Now I'm actually going to cut the well, but I will show you this.
The concept is the same.
The concept's the same, whichever. That black line is kind of your gospel for this, okay? Don't try and fold it in half. It's really tempting because it looks like it's always going to be halfway. And sometimes it is, right? But sometimes it's not. Okay. Find the black line. If you're struggling, take a pair of scissors and just cut a little snip along the black line on that side, along the black line on that side. Okay, and then it's going to fold automatically where those two are.
Top tip.
And then you can just fold along and you've got it dot on that black line, okay?
Yeah.
Use a piece of use some spray glue on the inside just to seal it, or you can use a Pritt stick, something along those lines, really easy. You can use wet glue. Do I advise it? No. Why? Because glue and paper, water and paper, they don't like each other. You're going to make that paper wavy and you don't want that to happen. You're weakening it. So my advice, use a Pritt stick or use some spray adhesive and that'll just seal it. Once you've got it in half, you're done. So I've got this one sitting here. Let me just get rid of this. So I've got this sitting here. That's my artwork.
It is.
Yeah, that's folded. Now, I've got options with this. Let's talk options with Carnation. I'll be brief.
Okay.
So I've got all of these nested pieces on the outside. What I can do is let's take the biggest, and I can place it just around the very edge. And if I do that, I'm not going to get anything dynamic. What I'm going to get is that, right?
Aerial
There's no
view.
cutting it like an aerial view, basically. Now, that's great if I want to do a base and then start lifting in foam tape to create the full fountain. That's brilliant because I can then put my next, another one layered up.
Yeah.
If I just want to cut the original piece, all I need is that central die, okay? And I'm just going to place this on. I don't know why that's got an arrow on because I don't know whether that's the right way or wrong. It'll have made sense in my head at some point, I guarantee you. So then I can take this and then just know your plates. I don't know the plates for this one, do I? Often. I got it right earlier, so we can try. So I'm going to place this in, make sure the machine's on, and then press run, and then pray. Wait for the click.
I am channeling all of the crafty goodness.
I've given up caring about die cutting machines. I've decided that the less I pay them attention, the less they'll keep attention seeking.
Pretend it's not doing anything.
They keep attention seeking and breaking on me because they just like, I want your attention. So I've just not given them attention anymore. So now that I've done that, I can lift this, okay? And it cut out all my elements.
Oh, okay. That's double thickness.
And then, because I've got the image on both sides, straight through, and then I lift it
wow.
all the way round, and I just pull those legs, and up it comes, and I have got my dynamic well shape. So you can just twist it, and it will come up, okay?
I love the fact that Carnation Crafts even come up with this idea.
I know, they're so clever, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you've got this beautiful piece, and then obviously that would have another one underneath, which had the full piece of water in, but that gives you that beautiful view of the fountain. Okay, so you've got all of these elements to play with, and we're going to demonstrate with that in the main card shape now, so you get to see it all in action. But how clever is that?
I love it.
You're going to be able to make these possibly by the weekend as quick as they come.
Absolutely, and the beauty is, because you've got that gorgeous Courtyard collection, you're going to have all the other components that will allow you to build up your scene, to create your own story, if you will. And of course, you can use them in a variety of different ways. So this one has got the fabulous balcony that's been used almost as a little kind of fence. Doesn't seem pretty enough for this.
Il balcon.
Oh, there you go. We'll go with that. But you can see there you've got your fabulous little wishmill in the centre there. You've got the gorgeous peacock featuring there, and of course those equally beautiful roses that are creating, and that gorgeous archway as well. Everything coming together beautifully.
Absolutely stunning, isn't it? So let me release this from its housing, and I just want to show you the main card base. I'm not going to cut this one, but I just want to show you it.
Now, is this the packaging that you've got the dies
I've
on
cut
here?
all mine up. Don't ignore what I do. I've got to store an awful lot of stuff, so it has been just cut round just so I can store it, because I have obviously every collection of carnations, so never take on board what I have. Now, your main card shape, look at that.
Okay.
That's not small, is it?
No.
Okay, so that just sits on your A4 sheet and it cuts. Okay, so that's all you're going to do, pop it through, and you'll get your dynamic card shape, which is beautiful. Once you've got that, you want to fold those legs over and burnish. Then fold it in half and burnish. Then this lifts, folds,
Oh,
done.
wow. Oh, my goodness.
All right, so you're
easy
ready.
is that?
Cool, right?
Phenomenal.
That's your card shape sorted. If you want it to be something else, obviously you can cut both of those away, make a small square card. What you can also do effectively is, if I was to cut down the middle of here, cut this twice, so I had two, say, of this shape, I can stick the two pieces together and put those on top of each other and create a triangle shape with a walkway in. So that's up to you as well. Now, I've got it like this, but what if I want to change this up? Well, I've got a die that allows me to do it.
Okay.
So I can place that on top, and I can put that straight through, and that's going to give me my open crisscross. Can you pass me the one that's lit up?
Oh, it's got little lights on it. How pretty is that?
This one then has your crisscross design cut into it. Up to you. How do you want to, how do you want to craft? So cute, right? Beautiful. Loads of options. And that's the joy of Carnation. Because every time you make a card, you've got a different possibility with it. It's so important. So I've got all my elements here. I'll get rid of all of my stuffs, because I've always got lots of stuff.
I'm just looking at this and seeing all the different snip of it. I mean, you can turn that into a card, these into a card. Oh.
You can also, if you choose to, because we've got the snipping points here, your little pips. If I was to cut that away and just neaten up those edges, I've got a bookmark.
Oh, yes.
Put two of them together, put a magnet on the bottom, and it'll clip over your book pages.
Nice.
So you can create a nice bookmark as well there. There's so much going on with this set. It's incredible, as are all Carnation stuff.
Oh, what you do now?
So let's add in some layers.
Okay.
So look at that colour.
Oh, I recognise that.
Isn't it pretty? If I can get it straight.
It's like a pistachio. Beautiful.
It's a really beautiful colour. I'm slightly off centre with that, but we will live. And then I have got these elements. I'm on a 1mm foam tape. I'm lifting a little bit. If I want to post this, I can't go much higher than a 1mm.
Okay.
Because I obviously need it to be relatively flat. Let me get that leg down. Thither.
Perfect.
And thither. Okay. So I'm on the ball now. I'm getting there. I haven't done anything, but we're already starting to get something that looks pretty interesting, right? So then I'm going to go in with this element. And we're going to just piece this in that centre point. Now my card base is sorted. Right?
It's amazing.
So easy, right?
So clever.
So then from there, now I can build with the pretties. Let's get some wet glue down so that we are all ready to start. So let's chuck a bit of this on either.
I'm just thinking, oops, Daisy. I'm just thinking about how throughout the year you're going to be able to use this as well.
I know, right? Birthday cards, there's loads. And also, if you think of the card shape as it is, if you've got those perfect papers to go with it, especially with the greens here, Christmas,
exactly,
to have any Christmas, you know, if you've got like Christmas dies where you've got the little pieces hanging, you can make something beautiful. You saw the other one that's lit up, so you can attach your tiny lights, put some vellum through the archway here and make something beautifully Christmassy. And we're coming into Christmas now. It starts now, like we're a week away from Christmas. So you've got all of those elements to think about. So you can get ahead of that game with this, and you've got a card shape for all your Christmas cards too, which is a joy to have. Right, so we've got mirrored vignette, one side, two side. We've got images on both. Thank you very much. Small, tiny amounts of glue. We don't want much.
Have you got any advice for anybody that's maybe not shopped with Carnation Crafts before and it's the first time that they're working with the vignettes?
Yeah.
Do you suggest that they kind of make up a stash of components and then kind of create, rather than printing and cut it each time they need them?
Especially when you're working with florals. That's particularly true, because going forward, I've got boxes of florals, and whenever I'm making a card, I can rifle through them and choose a floral that matches every single time. Because Carnation do some of the best florals there are in the market. They're so good out doing what they do.
That's just come alive with you doing
I know,
that.
doesn't it pop? It pops and it's joyful, it's vibrant. Vibrant crafting is so important. Let me just get rid of all of my chisel over there. And then I've got this one here. Look at this, how pretty this is. Really gorgeous, that brick wall. And tiny amounts, don't use much glue.
Okay.
I know this goes against every single crafter in the industry, but I am very opposed to glue.
Well, the thing is, when you've got a good quality glue, you only need little pieces, don't you? And of course, that's the beauty of the artwork. You don't want to overload it, do you?
They take the mick out of me, because I do say glue is sticky, but glue is sticky.
It is.
You need tiny amounts. Glue is one of the best things that we have in the crafting industry, but visually it's not very pretty. And if you have something that's splodged, it's going to ruin your overall effect. The less glue's sticky. And I mean that in as much as let it do its job. Don't use too much of it, and it'll do its job. A, it's going to last you longer, but B, your end result's going to be better each time. It's easier to add glue than it is to take it away.
Fair point.
So if you use a small amount and it's not enough, fine, add some more. But if you've put too much on, you ain't coming back from that. It's done. Absolutely. So glue is sticky. Right, let's have a look at some of the elements that we've got here. I've got my gorgeous cypress trees here. Let's look at these. We talked about these in the last show. They've got a smile line here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to use that smile line just to come round and pull that through, just round. Then I'm going to take the ball tool. I've got loads of cut lines in here, so the fibres have already broken in my paper. This is where Carnation come into their own. If I was to do this on a piece of paper that's got that surface area, the first thing that's going to happen is I'm going to crease it. There's no fibres broken. Carnation break the fibres for us, which means I can take a ball tool and I can run it straight down the centre of there without creasing.
Wow.
And I get this beautiful shape, okay? Now, all you do, turn it over, just pull that back. You've got the most beautiful arch in here because we've done the shaping. So you've now got this stunning, stunning shape for the tree. Really simple, but because Carnation do their back work for us, we get to play with the rest.
But it's these things that make the difference.
It is, doesn't it? Little simple things. Grab the Carnation ball tools and the little foam mat, because the dense foam mat is just wonderful. Take this, pull it. That's all we're doing. Pull that forward. You've got that shape in, that beautiful dynamic shape. Now, let's get this situated where we want it. In this instance, I want it to sort of sit here, or I can have it sitting on the brick wall. It doesn't matter which, it's up to you how you want to play, but I want my peacock to go over here. So I'm just going to place my cypress trees. I might just place one and leave some florals, but let's do that.
But you almost got two card fronts to this
project,
haven't you?
I love it.
Yeah.
You can also do the back as well, which is really nice.
And I was just thinking about if you could actually do something that's almost like a back-to-back, so in quarters.
Yes. Oh, yeah. You could attach them all and have a box.
So like if it's a really special birthday or a special anniversary.
How that build would be stunning, wouldn't it? So we've got this here. Now let's have a talk about the peacock while we're here. So I was saying to you about all of the eyes in his feathers. So decide which way you want him facing. That's unique to Carnation.
Of course, yeah.
Because if you buy a die, that's it. That's your die. And that's how it's coming out. But with the carnation, both ways. So I get double for my money. So I'm going to choose, I want him to be facing inwards, so I'm going to work on the back of him here. Now, we did show you this before, but wait for this as a demonstration, because this is where, honestly, carnation really come into it.
And also showing the different tools. It's good to have them all.
It's good to have the tools. The carnation ball tools they're really heavy, so they're heavier than your average ball tools.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So they're really, really heavy, because when you're sculpting with paper, you've got to have weight behind you, what you do, without putting pressure on it, because we don't want to crease it, right? So the smallest one that I've got here, I'm going to use it on the eyes. Now, we did this experiment before. I'm going to work on, these ones, all right? I'll leave the rest because it'll take too long, but then I'll show you the difference.
Okay.
So I'm going to come in with my tiny, tiny little ball tool. Each one, just working through, shaping them out, giving it that lovely dimension. Now, wait for the difference when we turn this over, and you'll see all of these as separate little entities. Are you ready?
Oh, my goodness. Oh, wow.
Can you see it?
I can.
How clever is that?
That is amazing.
Every single one. That shape, that dimension. Oh, look, sorry, let me hold this steady for you.
Wiggle.
Okay?
Yes.
So you get this really stunning element. You can see where it's flat at the bottom. And so where it's flat at the bottom, you see the difference, and you're like, oh, now I get it.
Do you know what
and that's a really good example of that.
You know, when you're looking at a picture and you put the 3D glasses on,
That's
it's
exactly
like,
what it is.
It just changes.
Pops.
Yeah.
So those tools are yours to play with. That means you get to do whatever you want to do with it. But that little technique makes so much difference to the finished product. It's unbelievable. It's so clever. So let's pop him down. I'm going to get him to cover that white space because I'm happy with him there, and I'm just going to have him seated. He's going to walk into the archway. He's heading towards that tree.
Yeah.
He's very busy. Now, because I've done that work with the ball tool at the top, I don't really want to ruin that. I would do every single eye. We don't have time for demo. I've got loads of cut lines, so I'm just going to roll it.
Oh, my goodness.
Because those cut lines are there, so I don't need to do anything more. And then I can just pull them around his little body.
I've got genius.
All of that shape now.
Wow.
Okay, so just with your hands, you can do all of your shaping. Take some silicone, you can use foam pads as well. You don't need to use silicone gel glue. I just love it. Lots of that in there. Push that down a little bit, not too much, just so your adhesion takes place. Little bit of wet glue. Lift his head and pin him. Okay? He's ready, but his tail feathers are proud.
Beautiful.
So gorgeous. Now, we've done the main sort of elements of work there. So now let's have a look at our beautiful fountain.
Okay.
So I'm going to take this one. This is just the outline. Remember, we showed you if you use the big die, I can just place this on top, straight in. And now I've got this one. See how on here I've just used very, very thin red liner. And the reason I've done that, you can do it actually with wet glue if you so choose. But your red line is always the strongest. But that means that my mechanism is secure. I can still release it.
Yeah.
If I put anything over that, my mechanism obviously is going to stick and it's not going to work.
Yeah,
so just make sure you avoid it.
Okay.
And I can then layer this up. If I can get that off, let me just do it with my pokey, otherwise I'll be here all night. Just 1 second. We might be here all night anyway. 1 minute. That one and then this one.
So less is more again with the adhesive, but you need it to be substantial enough to keep it in place.
Absolutely. And red liner tape's so good at that. It does a job that no other adhesive can do, really. So I'm just going to place that just about central there, okay? So we are cooking on gas. I've now got my beautiful fountain that's working. So once it's stuck down, you literally can lift and twist.
Wow.
Isn't that clever? Just lift and twist, and it's going to do the job for you. So that's great. Now I'm going to take 2 of my fountains, okay? And I've got them double-sided, so I'm just going to use some wet glue. You can use any adhesive on this bit, but I'm just going to use some wet glue. And I'm just going to a little bit of glue just across that top element there. Stick those together. And just hold, make sure that adhesion's taken. You need to take longer than I am. Okay. You can score it if you want to as well. I'm just going to piece those, put my finger in between, push, and that's going to give me a little opening point, and that holds it where I want to hold it. Once I've got that in place, I can then place that inside. So all I need to do now is line the bottom here with some glue. So I can just put that in here.
Okay, dip, dip.
Dip, dip. Open it up so it stands. Place. Just pull that through the well. Stick it down. Look, glue is sticky. You don't want that wet. So that's there.
I love this.
Now, if you want to post it, you're going to leave it exactly as it is, and the recipient can obviously receive it as it is. I'm not going to post it, so I'm just going to use a small amount of glue here, not much. Take this, lift, fold, place, down, well, up, fountain sorted. I'll put that so it's facing the front.
Look at that. Carnation Crafts.
And do you know
in the courtyard.
Do you know what you've not, after you've got the investment obviously of the die set, you can get your vignettes for free.
Yeah.
You can create some amazing projects, but you haven't had to go for additional glitters and pearls and elements. All these things add cost.
Don't need to overdress Carnation. They're already dressed very nicely. They're already in their dinner suit and their evening gown. You don't need to add adornment to it. You can, absolutely can. You can add the pearls, you can do all of those things, but it's so beautifully dressed when it starts. Just when you get it out the printer, it's beautifully dressed. And so everything else. The main thing about Carnation, those basic pieces that we've got, that artwork that we've got, and those incredible dies that we've got, that groundwork is laid. Then you come in and you do what you guys do so well, and you create and make the most incredible things.
We're talking about doing things well. We've had some fabulous images come through from people showing previous collections and different things that they've been creating. So thank you for all your gorgeous photos.
Look at that.
Generosity of sharing these images and inspiration is phenomenal. So Sharon, thank you so much.
That is stunning. That is the
made this afternoon. I love Carnation Craft. So many people do. I mean, this is the thing. There's a huge following.
I think, is that Sharon? No, I'm asking you a question that you don't know the answer to. I think that's Sharon, who may have come to Craftopia. And if it is lovely Sharon who came to Craftopia, hello, lovely. That's beautiful.
I love it. I love the fact, is that Sharon? Well, she's put a name on it, so I'm assuming it's Sharon.
I was asking in my head, is that Sharon? And I expected you to answer me.
Sorry, didn't help.
I expected you to understand the thought process that was happening in here. Somebody needs to.
Now, somebody has been busy. Look
This is the In the Courtyard. There you go.
Hi, Carla and Hayley, and all the Carnation Army. All the Carnation Army, we need to chat about them.
Yeah.
And out there, I made this card using Into the Courtyard collection. Love this collection and added some lovely coloured lights. Welcome back, Carla. Very nice to see you again. Oh, it certainly is.
Suzanne is a very loyal member of the Carnation Army, and she's a wonderful, wonderful human. These are incredible cards that you're all, of course, it's Carnation. You can't make a bad card with Carnation, but then with your talent added to it. Suzanne, that was beautiful. The stuff you come up with is so inspiring for all of us as well. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah,
and aren't they all in for a draw for £100 now?
Oh, of course, yes. Hey. I keep forgetting about that, yes. As soon as you share your images with us, then you go into our prize draw. And you can see there at the end of June, which, to be honest, probably won't be that far away when we think about it. You could potentially win, so it's definitely worth getting involved. Somebody else who's getting involved is the lovely Ruth. Ruth... sorry, I'm looking at the screen. I've got something different on the screen. I do apologise. It says Ruth on that screen.
It does up there.
Yeah, so I'm looking at the wrong place. So Louise, yes, Louise, in capital letters. So I started crafting December 2022. Around 6 months in, I discovered Carnation Crafts. Since then, I've been unable to leave the naughty step. I love Carnation Crafts. They are the best, especially for people who haven't been crafting very long. Makes you look like a professional card maker. Here is a picture of a card I made for a friend from In the Courtyard. And I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Louise. They are confidence builders.
Yeah, oh God, yeah. It's that thing, we were talking about this in the other, and Louise, that's stunning. It's that thing of, and also welcome to the crafting journey, regardless of which direction you go in. It's such a wonderful place to be. But the joy of Carnation, like I say, that foundation is laid. If you're a very, very, if you are just starting crafting, great way to break into it. If you have been crafting for 30 years, great way to really show off your talents.
Absolutely.
That's what Carnation is. It's all encompassing. And, you know, those who are in the Carnation Army, they'll all say the same thing. The Carnation Army is simply just join the Facebook group, the Carnation Crafters, and you're in the Carnation Army. It's just a wonderful group of people who are just spectacular humans, and you are all welcome to join. Please come join the family.
I love it. And one of the things that I love about Carnation Crafts, and I know you guys out there do as well, is how everything works well going forward and going backwards.
Yeah.
I remember us doing a show, forgive me because I can't remember the die collection, but with a bride and groom. And you could actually use those alongside
Wonderful
those.
in white.
There you go. So yeah, again, characters from other collections that you've got will transfer over and be usable alongside these too.
It's the idea of kind of, I suppose, Lego, for want of a better way of phrasing it. You start with so my biggest thing with Carnation is that they should never have been called collections. I don't think of them as collections. I think of each one as being an addition to the first one you ever bought. They're just additions. It's a bit like playing Monopoly and having a new hotel, and you create your additions, because all of the ones that you've got create different finished pictures, so this is an addition to your, and I think that's so true of Carnation.
Sometimes you think of a collection being like that's
it. That's my box. Then when I finish with that one, I put upon a new one. That's not with Carnation. Mix them together.
Now looking at the clock, we've got a little over 15 minutes. So let you get ready for your demo.
Okay.
Very quickly, let me share with you what you are getting within that bundle, because this bundle is phenomenal. As you've seen with those vignettes, you're going to be able to create the most incredible pieces, whether it's a case of you creating a card just using the elements, or whether you're going three-dimensional, especially talking about three-dimensional with the fountain and that gorgeous wishing well. My goodness, you're going to have some conversation starters. And the beauty is you can make what you sell with these as well. Make what you sell what you make with these, other way around. So yeah, do take advantage of these, because these are going to be those kind of cards that draw people in if you are at a craft fair. Something a little bit different for a brilliant price. £69.99. And don't forget the base card that we saw in action there. You'd look at around £50 to be getting hold of that one usually, which makes every other die in there over just about £4 each. So yeah, brilliant value for money. And I think the beauty is you don't have to think, because everything works together.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you get the whole thing of, oh, well, this is the only thing that's stopping me here is my imagination.
So true.
Because you can just go and go and go. Because all of these elements that you get, and think of them on an 8x8, think of them on a DL card, you know, all the different shapes that you've got of Carnations nested, or any other nested that you've got in your collection. And so then it suddenly has so much more scope, doesn't it? And I love that.
I also love the way that Carnation think about the way that they're actually presenting the different characters, because obviously we've seen peacock dies in the past, but they tend to be almost like a front image of these. This one you've got movement, he's going somewhere, or he's coming away from somewhere, which I love.
It is very, very beautiful. I've just realised as I'm making this that this is actually the rectangle petite, and I don't know if you two you haven't got this on the show, have you?
Oh no, we've just got the circle and
it's
the diamond.
the same.
We will use our imagination.
Use your imagination. Pretend it's a diamond.
We are. Now, talking of the petite frames, how are we doing with the petite frames? Because I know the oval one was looking very, very vulnerable. Have we still got these available? Single figures. So how quick can you craft? That's the question.
Luckily, but if we get to the end of this and you have bought all the petites, this will still be relevant, because you haven't got it anyway, so you can't.
I'm just going to move this one out of the way if I can.
Unfortunately, wasn't sure which ones would still be left. They sell so fast, these ones.
Pop the diamond up on the screen. Everything that Carla's doing, you could do with the diamond, or you could do it with the oval as well.
Absolutely. So we've cut that out. Just take a moment to look at the edging on these and how pretty they are, because that's obviously the same with the oval, same with the diamond. But look how gorgeous they are, that kind of fluff. It's so pretty. Now let's add in the filigree. Now you've become aware of that filigree. So here's your options. Are you going to lay it flat so it becomes almost like a china plate? Or are you going to raise that up and let that shadow breathe?
Ah, yes.
Look at the difference.
Yes.
See how that plays with the light? Really, really pretty. I'm going to go in flat for this one. Now, if you're working flat with filigree, you are better off with applicators than anything else, because I can get into the tiniest little places with my adhesive, because this is a long applicator rather than the little ball one.
Yes.
So I can do wonderful things with it.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to add in a tiny amount.
Tiny amount of glue. Is that going to be enough?
Everyone has the fear when I use glue.
Okay.
I have been told so many times you do not use enough glue, and I'm like, do you know what? Quill for 20 years and tell me that that's not enough glue.
That's a fair point.
That's more than enough. And if it's not, I can add. I cannot take it away. I'm never scared of it not sticking. I'm always scared of it splodging, and that's the difference. So that's fine. That's all held down. It's all fine. That was enough glue. We are all good. So how do we use this in a kind of an alternate way to what we were looking at previously? How do we make it something different? Well, let's come in
Okay, nice.
with this piece.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about this piece for a minute. I've got this in here, and today I've got a sentiment that is, it's the little moments, okay? So that could be for anything. Now, this is Carnation. If I take this beautiful piece from Garden Grandeur and I lay it down, okay? And then I just finished a card.
Yes. Yeah.
So if you're a beginner, literally, that's all you need to do to make really pretty, beautiful cards. And it's the filigree. It's the filigree that's actually doing the work there. Yes, the artwork as well, but it's the filigree that sets it apart, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So you've got so many options when you're playing with the things that you get from Carnation. It makes it a real boon to play with. Where did I put my wadgum? Oh, it's here.
Your wadgum?
There's my wadgum.
Oh, fair enough. We found the wadgum.
So let's look at these flowers. Now, again, I'm not going to do this, but you can do the same thing as you did with the peacock and shape out each rose individually if you want to. And it'll just give it that little bit of oomph. Now, I'm probably going to ruin the work that I'm doing here, so you want to do this in reverse order, but you can then come in and shape it into a circular. Everything that is circular on this or has the appearance of circular, I'm going to copy. Round, 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 round.
Okay.
Then I'm going to come in from the front. So now I've got this curvature here. I don't want that. That's not going to work for me. But the shaping's correct. So from that, I come in, take it, lift, lift, lift. Okay,
amazing.
So now we get the shaping. We've got each individual rose that's just slightly protruding there to give it that dimension, and all my elements are correct spatially because we have done the shaping and then just teased it back out. Plenty, 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 plenty of silicone gel glue. Can you see the height of that?
Perfect.
Okay, plenty. Less here, less down here, and less down here.
Okay.
Because I want it to go on a diagonal. The flowers want to protrude more than the base. So by doing it that way, I can just get that excess off, put that down, and then this will sit proud. So I get the bulbous flower dome, okay? So I'm just getting that little extra bit there. Right, let's bring in some of these, because they're pretty, and I love them. So let's
now
get
these are the smaller of the trees.
These are the smaller smile lines.
There's actually 3 different sizes.
I know, there's some little dinks and they're so cute. Let's get these, pull them round, and then just push that forward a little bit down here. Can you see how that's curving loads? It looks like a cucumber. We don't want a cucumber, so we're going to pull that, and we're just going to flatten that. Pull, flatten, perfect.
I don't know why I'm looking at these. I'm getting the urge to mention trolls.
If you had a little body just coming down here. Yeah. Perfect. Now, I'm going to lay these slightly in front, I think, or maybe just off to the side. I'll work it out as I'm going. I can make choices. You can change things around as you're working with Carnation because we're just always in charge of our own composition. So I'll do one. Try not to put my finger in it completely. And then the other little bit there. Right, let's work at this side. I'm going to ground it out by putting it at the same height as that, so nothing's floating visually. Okay. It's all where it should be.
Oh, I like that composition. That's nice. It's like a big stately home or something.
I know, like you're walking into some stately home. It's so pretty. You could have put a tall one at the back to create that perspective piece, or at the front. You can do it whichever way. But I'm quite partial to where it is. Now, let's take this piece. I just want to add in some floral detailing, just a little bit. I don't want the light. Okay. So let me take my glasses off so I can see, or put them on so I can see, as the case may be. Let's snip. So I'm just going to find a good point. So that's a good point to come in. Take it away from here. Just keeping those, see?
Oh, wow.
I now have a completely different die cut as such. And I can use this now just to place through, pop it under the 2 trees so I've got a line going through. I can steal some of that silicone gel glue because it's already there.
Of course, yes, yeah.
So that'll hold that nicely in place.
Isn't that pretty?
Just a little bit of extra colour at the bottom, and then I need to mute that slightly. And the way I'm going to mute it is adding in that sentiment. So I'm going to place this partially over, just so I've got a little background on those florals. I've still got all of my dimension. Everything is still working. But visually, I've just got that extra little pop of colour to draw everything together. Simple, easy card making. Really simple card making, but really effective, right? Really, really pretty, effective stuff. Let me just put, out my tree. I've just knocked my tree off.
Well, you've got your 3-dimensional glue, haven't you? So it takes a little while.
It takes 24 hours. Remember, when you're using silicone gel glue, 24 hours for it to dry. So don't like be clumsy-handed like I am and chuck your hand in it. That won't work. There you go. Beautiful. Pretty and simple card making, right? And we can do so much with these. Can I grab the original one that we started with? Yeah. Different ways of crafting with the same set. And that's important because we want to have options. We want to have a way we can say, you know, happy wedding day. We want a way we can say happy christening. We want a way that we can say happy birthday. Those things have to be, for all of us crafters, within one collection because it means that we know we're covered absolutely at a really, really economical price, and that's what you've got today.
Absolutely, it's brilliant value for money. And if you are new to Carnation Crafts, and this is a point that you could get involved because everything that you've got within this set is going to show you how, well, as you've seen from Carla there, shows you how you can put it all together if you're wanting to use them together. But equally so, the different elements that you've got, you can use individually. Yeah. If you've got dies from other collections, whether it's Carnations or other brands, they all come together. Yeah. You've got the foundation to give you so much scope with these. So as I say, if you've never shopped for Carnation Crafts before, why not? Where have you been? Those amazing vignettes really do bring every single one of those die cuts to life. And whether you're just using the actual die cuts that you're cutting out and putting them together without anything else, without any fuss and nonsense. As Carla said, you cannot make a bad card with Carnation Crafts. So if you are a novice crafter just getting started, then I think this is the perfect collection for you. Perfect as well because not only are you making an incredible saving, you're going to have a collection that you'll be able to work with for many, many years to come. What I would say is if you can stretch to those additional dies, then do pop these in. Don't forget we've got the gorgeous diamond because of course we saw that fabulous card just a few moments ago. You could replicate that and do your kind of construction around these.
Yeah, totally. So the way the card that I just made, you can absolutely replicate with the diamond and make it into an easel. That would be beautiful. Standing tall with those cypress trees.
Gorgeous. Maybe you can do it landscape or you can do that with the diamonds.
And that is beautiful if you've got a tall DL behind it.
Yes, yeah.
Really pretty with that diamond extruding.
I love it. So there you go. That one is the diamond. And of course, you've got all that gorgeous filigree detail. You don't have to do anything other than pass it through your die cutting machine and then choose whether you want mats and layers, whether you're going to make frames with them. It's entirely up to you. But what about if you like an oval, which I personally do? I love an oval. There's something very elegant about an oval, I have to say. And look at that. I mean, that's gorgeous.
Sorry, Hayley.
That's all right.
But I had to. Look at that.
Beautiful. Now, we have less than a handful of these left. In fact, I'm going to come out and say it. We've got 3 opportunities.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
3 chances.
Look how stunning that is.
If you can only shop for one thing during this hour, then you can't go far wrong with that particular die, I have to say, because it's beautiful and you can be able to use it not only for your card bases, but your mats, your layers and everything in between. You're going to love this one. Carla, talking about loving things, when are we going to see you back on our screens?
Saturday. What day is it?
As soon as I asked the question, I thought you shouldn't have asked that because she'll have no
I'm
idea.
the wrong human to be asking.
Check the schedule.
Is it Wednesday?
Today is Wednesday.
I think I'm in on Saturday. I'm doing a weekend. I am in on Saturday. Ooh, brush lettering.
Ooh, that'll be worth tuning in for.
Brush lettering. Let's do some of that.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for this hour.
Thank you for having me.
Always love working with Carla. And now I am going to be working with the Lily, with the Lily?
With the Lily.
Lovely Lily.
The Lily.
The one and only. She's like Madonna. She doesn't need a second name. It's just Lily.
The Lily.
I love it. See you after this.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Introducing the Gemini 2. Our brand new electronic die cutting and embossing machine has all the power and precision of the original Gemini, but with updated functions and innovative new features. Faster and quieter than ever before, the Gemini 2 does all the hard work for you. Cut out the most intricate designs in seconds, and all at the touch of a button. Technology to apply higher pressure than many other machines offers perfectly crisp and clear results every time. The Gemini 2 has the power to take creative projects of all shapes and sizes in its stride. It will cut through a range of materials, from card and paper to cork, thin metal, leather, and multiple layers of fabric. So you can save time on your papercraft, sewing, and multimedia projects. A new and improved optical sensor runs the full length of its 9-inch platform, offering edge-to-edge precision with cutting plates of any size. Pause, rewind, and resume functions take the guesswork out of crafting. Smooth gliding feet make light work of moving and maneuvering your Gemini 2. And a turntable offers 360 degrees of crafting freedom. Neat storage compartments hold craft tools so they're always at your fingertips right when you need them. A built-in media stand and 3 USB charging points invite you to craft along with your favourite tutorials and workshops on your tablet or phone. Easy to use and with everything you need to get started right out of the box, the Gemini 2 is for beginners and experienced makers alike. From scrapbooking and home decor to handmade cards, quilting and everything in between, bring your creativity to life with the Gemini 2.
Hello there and welcome back to our final live hour on Hobbymaker this evening. And it is very good to have your company because yet again we are bringing you some amazing products that I know you are going to love. And we've got some lovely demonstrations coming up because the lovely Lily's back again. Hello, Lily.
I'm super excited to be back here for the final hour of the day. More gorgeous projects coming up, so I'm super excited to share those with you guys.
Absolutely. And I have to say, I've had a little look at the dies that we've got and the finished samples that have been created. And these strike me as absolutely incredible. Not only as quick cards, but almost, and my description of these as I came into the studio and looked at them was, they're almost like each little pack is a little card kit in its own right.
Yeah, definitely. I love the fact that with these, it's not just about that gorgeous die that you've got around the edge. It's about those sentiments as well, which will perfectly nestle into the inside. So you've literally got everything you need within that one set to create the most gorgeous, really super impactful cards. I love this collection, Hayley. I think it's just beautiful.
Absolutely. And it's what you're going to be able to create with these as well, because because what you've actually got is inspiration on the packaging that shows you how you can use the components that are in there. But when you see the components, I know your creative minds are going to go into overdrive because there's so many different possibilities that you've got with these. Now, they're called confetti dies, and you can understand why when you've got all these fabulous little areas that are going to fall away.
Absolutely. So the main piece is going to give you that gorgeous cut-in detail. But of course, as crafters, we don't ever let anything go to waste. So all those tiny little pieces that pop out, of course, you could be using those for confetti, maybe for table favours, weddings, events, etc., or for your shaker cards, or even just separate little embellishments. They are so super gorgeous.
I love it. Hearts and stars. I love this starburst.
That is so cool, isn't it? I'm thinking New Year's Day cards would be amazing with that.
Wow.
Bonfire night.
Any celebration with those party poppers, really,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
yeah.
I love it. Loads of lovely sentiments, and the nice thing is, because they're all sized in a similar sort of manner, I suppose you can cross those over if you wanted to.
Oh, absolutely, of course you can. And I love the fact that you've got one die for one word, and then you've got lots of different options with the stamp sentiments as well. Don't read the stamps all in one go, because it does sound a little bit funny. The idea is that you mix and match the stamps with the die. So you've got things like Let's Party, Time to Party, or Birthday Party with that one.
Nice idea. I love it. And of course, I love this one as well, where you've got the butterfly, but then the confetti is also little tiny butterflies.
It's so clever, isn't it? These are just super stylish. I think they're going to make the most gorgeous, contemporary, really quite expensive and luxurious looking cards. I mean, look at that. Talk about dramatic.
That is gorgeous, isn't it? And you don't need to put a lot with these cards. I mean, this card that we've got here with the little heart on it, it's just a little bit of kind of inky detail.
Yeah, that looks like it might even be one of our shimmer sprays. Literally just one panel, few mats and layers, sentiment in the middle, and it's going to look absolutely outstanding.
And of course, you almost get a twofer with these, don't you? Because that's your one card, but then all of the confetti, you could be using that in a little shaker card.
Oh, definitely.
Like
Yeah, that's like the start of your next project, isn't it? And I love cards like that, where you create one card and then all the bits left over, that's the start of your next card.
That is very effective. I'm going to hold that one nice and still so you can see, kind of got that gold look there. Is that kind of offset?
Yeah, I think what's been done there is just another layer cut and drop shadowed ever so slightly underneath. Looks incredible, doesn't it?
Beautiful. Very clever trick. But of course, it's the dies that are going to make it easy for you, because the dies are doing all the hard work. You just get creative with these in a whole host of different ways, some of which we'll see with Lily in a few moments. But the details are on the screen. So if you fancy getting involved, then please do so. But please don't think you're going to be paying £59.94 for these. Oh no, that is not what you're going to be paying. But I'm going to keep you in suspense for just a wee while before I actually give you that price. In fact, I'm not going to keep you much longer. Let's get that price dropped down. So the details are on the screen. If you want to get involved, MZ2041, that's the all-important item number. You're just looking at £49.99. Now, I lost count of how many dies. I was trying to count the dies at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's actually working out at less than £10 a die.
That's incredible to take into consideration that you've got that large die, you've got another smaller die for the sentiment, and you're getting your sentiment stamps as well. Really, really great value for money. I think you'll be going to these time and time again, especially when you're wanting one of those quick makes.
Absolutely. Now, talking about going to them, shall we get straight into a demonstration? Because I can't wait to see these in action. What have you got planned?
Do you know what? I think we're going to start off by creating our own background, which is something I love doing. I think it's super, super fun. We're going to get a little bit inky, which is always, always a fun thing to be doing. So we're going to start off with some of our duet ink pads. So first of all, we're going in with our rosy apple, and for this our surface is literally going to be our glass mat here. So what we're going to do is we are taking a piece of our watercolour cardstock, just a square of our watercolour card. It's the best one for any sort of water-based medium. When you're going to be using your spritzers like we are, it's going to take that water a lot better. We're going to squidge out some of that ink onto our glass mat, and you can use any water-based ink. It could be our water reactives, it could be our opaque pigments, could even be our shimmer ink pads if you want a really nice sparkly effect. Then we're going to take our fine spray mister bottle. We're just going to spritz over that area just to moisten that up. We'll take our cardstock, take in the reverse, and just focusing on that one corner at a time, we're just going to dab that into that colour, pick up some of the colour. Remove that, see if you're happy. If you want to add some more colour, absolutely you can do. That choice is up to you. Maybe you want it a little bit less watery. We'll then go in with that ink pad once again into a dry area in the mat. You don't want to squidge that ink back into the water because it could then end up diluting your ink pad, which is not what you want.
That's good advice.
It's one of those ones that It's ever so frustrating when you
do
do
as I say, not do as I do.
Oh yes,
situation.
I've done that before, believe you me, Hayley. Then all we're going to do is going to bring in our heat tool, just because I'm impatient, because quite frankly we don't want to basically watch paint dry, which is never the most entertaining thing. And we are just going to dry that off, just because we don't want our next layer to merge.
Oh, okay, that's good advice as well. So get each layer dry before you go to the next one.
Yeah, if you wanted to create this sort of effect where you've actually got those sort of compartments of colour, if you like we're doing here, then you want to make sure that the different layers that you're doing are dry. Next up, we're going in with our yellow. This is the absolutely stunning, lemon meringue.
Oh, nice.
Delicious.
Lemon meringue.
I know, it's that sort of day, isn't it? It's getting towards the summer. Yeah, a little bit of lemon meringue eaten mess as well. That's another lovely
nice.
sort of summer dessert. Oh, yeah. Mind you, the sunshine was out a little bit earlier. Maybe summer it's on its way.
We've had all the seasons.
Oh gosh,
yeah. Rain before I got into work today.
Yeah, well, it was funny because obviously I've travelled down from quite far up north, up in County Durham, and it's usually worse weather up there. Let's be honest. It's usually cold. It's usually raining. It's usually not great. And it was actually beautiful sunshine this morning, although it was about 7 degrees. We'll gloss over that bit. It was quite chilly.
Well, you brought the sunshine down to the Midlands, so
but
it
was funny as we went further down south. It actually got worse weather, which doesn't happen very often.
It doesn't.
Yeah, we had rain as we went through Leeds, York sort of area, which was not very welcome.
Now, you may well have spotted on the screen the details have changed because those fabulous duet ink pads that we're seeing being used by Lily, we thought we'd let you know how you can get hold of them. So you're going to get a set of 10 gorgeous colours in there, and £59.90 is the price you'd usually pay, but Alex is going to drop that price down for you. So for just £49.99, you can get all of those ink pads. I'll show you them a little bit later on, but I want to see what Lauren's up to, so I'm going to head back over there.
So there we've gone ahead and done our 3 colours, and you can see there as that transition goes from the red to that yellow, you can see the yellow's actually layered over the top of the red, which is quite incredible for a paler colour to go over the top of a dark colour. That's the beauty of these duet ink pads. As long as those layers are dry, you can actually layer over the top, and they will layer. They're incredible ink pads. I absolutely love these. They are super versatile. They're water-based, and they are a reactive ink that's actually a hybrid between your dye and your pigment, and it's going to give you more of a chalky finish.
I was going to say that, have they got a chalky finish? Because of layering the colours up. Right.
Yeah, so if I just scribble these down onto the back so you can see them a little bit better. And I love the fact that with these you've got that teardrop shape.
Yes.
So if you're going in for your stamps, because you can stamp with these as well, you've got that really detailed, fine nib if you want to get into all those intricate details of those really fine stamps.
Oh, you can see the texture of your watercolour card there as well.
So if you use it onto a smooth cardstock, obviously you get that smoother laydown of colour, but I always like that textured effect with your watercolour cardstock. I think it looks lovely. You can see there, that's just 3 of those gorgeous colours as part of that duet ink pad collection. They lay down onto your watercolour card perfectly. If you're not adding any water, I wouldn't say to go on watercolour card, just go on your regular card. But if you're creating a background like this where we're bringing in our spritzers, or maybe you're bringing in a paintbrush and actually painting with these, which of course you can do as well, then I would definitely recommend your watercolour cardstock.
Perfect.
Now we're just going to fast forward a little bit.
Ooh,
same technique all over our piece of cardstock like so, and then we've just taken our die and we've die cut our beautiful sort of balloon. This is our party balloon into the centre. Doesn't that look absolutely incredible?
I didn't notice the balloon at first sight because I was all the streamers.
Yeah.
But yes, you've got that solid balloon in the middle.
I mean, if you wanted to pull that out even more, go ahead, die cut another of these, maybe from black cardstock, or a contrasting colour, and then all you're going to do is you're going to take a pencil, you're going to draw all around that inner line, and then you're just going to go around and snip that out, layer that back over the top, and it's going to make it pop even more, which is going to look absolutely incredible. Now let's get that laid up. To make it pop even more from there, let's actually take some of our foam and a roll. And now what this is going to do is it's going to sort of give us a little bit of a drop shadow underneath our die cut design, and that's going to make it stand proud from that black backing even more. And that lovely black cardstock, it's not our matte black cardstock, it's actually the Centura Pearl Black.
Oh, nice.
And you will find that as part of that Centura Pearl Darks pack.
We have got a bumper bundle when it comes to cardstock. I'll share with you in a little while.
It's absolutely incredible. I have to say, I love this cardstock. I think it looks so super expensive. You can get pearl cardstock in lots of different colours, but it's quite rare you find such a gorgeous black.
True. Very true.
And it's, for me, it's one of those go-tos. I just adore it. Especially when you've got such bright colours. I think sometimes we worry because obviously we've got those lovely bright poppy colours. You might automatically think that by bringing in some of that black cardstock, it's going to dull them down. But the beauty of your black cardstock is it actually does the opposite. actually makes those colours pop even more. It's going to draw your eye into the centre.
Clever little trick, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to say, I love black cardstock. The amount of black cardstock I get through, honestly. Oh dear, it's absolutely stunning though. It really does make a huge difference. So never fear your black cardstock. So if we go from that, look at it against white, it looks pretty, but you can't really see the detail very much. Pop it against the black and oh my word.
Look at that.
Well, if you're really into your paper piecing, I do like my paper piecing, but I'm not sure I'm into it quite that much. Die cut it again, and maybe just some of the little stars. It doesn't have to be the whole design. Maybe pick out some of those in metallic or something like that, and it would look absolutely gorgeous. Great idea from our producer in our ear.
Absolutely.
What about your illusion film?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just thinking as well, if you pop that on the sides of a box, battery operated tea light in the middle, illusion film on the outside, oh my goodness, that's going to look incredible. Now it's looking a little bit empty in the middle, so we're going to have to add something in there just to make it stand out that little bit more. And this is where we bring our fabulous sentiment. It's so cool, the fact that we've got those matching sentiments that have been sized and designed specifically to fit into the centre of these dies. And like Hayley says earlier, of course you can be mixing and matching between the sets, but Party does match absolutely perfectly with this particular die. What we're going to do is going to use our Gemini 2, but it is quite a small die. So as soon as we can hear that sort of change in the pitch and the tone of our machine, we're just going to pause it and reverse it back out. Because I've popped that right at the top, there's no point letting that go all the way through. It's going to be a lot quicker if we actually just pop that top.
Seconds,
I know, it's a long time, it's a very long time. I'd much rather be crafting, quite frankly. It's daft, isn't it? Because it is such a short space of time, but even that, it's like, oh, it's too long, I want to get to the fun bit. It's funny because I always say, and a lot of crafters always say, oh, we love die cutting, but in reality, we don't really love actual die cutting. We love the sort of results that die cutting gives us. So it's that ability, it's that sort of kind of like leveler when it comes to your die cutting. It doesn't matter if you've been crafting for years or brand new to crafting, everyone's going to get the same results, and you're going to get the same result every time as well, because you're going to have that beautiful die cut the same every single time. It could be 100 wedding invites, it could be one-off cards. They're all going to look equally stunning. So you can see there we've got that super fine sentiment die cut in the black. That looks gorgeous. And we've also got a few more cut into some rainbow coloured cardstock. And I thought, you know what, why have one party when you can have three parties?
Absolutely. Party, party, party.
Yeah, I thought that'd be quite fun. So we're going with those into the centre. We'll get some of our dotty tape pen onto the back of these. This is going to be your absolute best friend when it comes to adhering these incredibly detailed die cuts to your card bases. Just because you're not going to get any of those horrible stringy bits of glue between those intricate areas of the die cut, you're going to get it just exactly where you want it and nowhere where you don't want it. So that's going to go into the middle of that. And then we are going to get onto our other two. This is actually the Colour Your World 12 by 12 paper pad that I've used. I adore this paper pad. It is absolutely, it's just so fun. Super cool, super uplifting, which is just what we want if we're going to be celebrating with a party like we are for this particular card. Do you know what? I think we're going to overlap that a little bit. I think that works quite nicely.
That's nice, yeah.
Looks quite funky there. And then we'll go in with our other one that's going to go at the top. But showing how you can create your own backgrounds and die cut those as well. So often we just think to die cut our pattern papers, and that's going to look equally beautiful, but bring out all those inks. Perhaps you're just using your inks at the moment for stamping or blending the edges of your cardstock. You can create the most fabulous inky backgrounds with little to no effort, which I think is just so much fun to do. We'll just go in with that top one, and because these are quite intricate, you can actually bend them around curves if you want. So if you want that curving around that top edge of the balloon, then absolutely you can be doing that.
Yeah.
I do like that with the 3 sentiments. I think that looks quite funky. We'll leave that to one side for just a moment, then we'll start to layer up our card base. Now we've got a 6 by 6 inch card base here, but all we've gone ahead and done is we've scored at 3 inches. So that's halfway on that front bit, and we've folded that back. Could be a fold back Z fold style card, but instead we're going to create a sort of reverse easel card, which I always think is a super fun style of card to put together, something a little bit different. More papers from that gorgeous Colour Your World collection, and this is another one of those where it's really difficult to decide what side of the paper pad you want to use. They're all absolutely stunning. It's got almost like a little bit of a watercolour effect to this one, so I thought it worked a treat with the background that we've just created.
And perfect with balloons on it.
Yeah, it does look fun, doesn't it? I love that when you've got a die, you can sort of look in your crafty stash and you've got papers that already match. There's something very satisfying about that. And then we'll just go in with a couple of smaller mats and layers that are going to go onto like the first 2 sections of our card. But just to keep everything sort of mashing together, I'm always talking about that design flow between those different sections of the card. So we're keeping the same mats and layers, that lovely gorgeous Centaur pearl in the black. So we're going to have the same mats and layers for our topper and for our pattern papers as well. So 2 of those smaller mats, just lining them up, and I tend to go with quite small mats and layers for my cards, usually about 1/4 of an inch or sometimes even a little bit smaller, which just gives you that really thin hint of colour without it sort of overtaking that beautiful pattern paper that we've laid over the top.
Perfect.
So one of those is going to go into the base. That's our larger mat and layer, just like so. And then our other 2 are just going to go onto those first 2 sections of our card base. I do love creating a concept card. I think it's really fun to have all those different folds, all those different shapes. And especially if you're gifting these to non-crafters, they're always a little bit astounded sort of as to how you've put these together. But this is literally just the 1 sheet of card. All we've done, the only difference between this and a regular card base is the fact that we've actually just added in an extra score line.
It's so effective though, I think that's the key thing, and like you say, makes the recipient feel even more special because they've got something a little bit different.
Absolutely, yeah, but the beauty of these as well is that they're going to fit and fold flat into your regular envelopes.
Of course, yeah.
Which is always good when we're thinking about postage and worrying about quite how much it's going to cost us, especially when you've got as many layers on the cards as I like to put on mine. So let's pop some more foam, of course, onto the top part of our topper. Now, what I tend to do with this, because obviously we don't have it adhesive all over the back, we don't want to seal that card shut. I always have a line along that top part of the topper, but then I'll just pop the other piece on the bottom there, so that you know we've got plenty, so it's going to be nice and balanced, it's going to be nice and secure, but we've not sort of gone over the edge. It's not pushed us over the edge, this card, so to speak, so we will not be sort of sealing that card shut, which is not what we want. So that's just going to be lined up, so we've got an even space in left and right, top and bottom, and that's going to go just like so. But with any stopper, whether it's, with any easel, whether it's a reverse easel or a regular easel, you do need to actually make sure you've got a stopper. And it does also help if you peel off the backing of your foam tape. The amount of times I do that, I'm thinking, why is it not stuck? The backing's still on, Lily, what are you doing? So there we've stamped our sentiment. Within this collection, of course, you do get your matching sentiment stamps. You've got Let's, you've got Time To, and you've got Birthday, which you can mix and match with that fabulous die cut party. So we've stamped Let's, and we're going to pop that onto some more of our gorgeous Centaur pearl in the black with that little thin border all around the edge. And then we've also die cut some more of those parties, and I think, should we go for the black? I think the black.
I like that. It's classic, isn't it?
Yeah. Does make it pop, and it matches quite nicely with the sentiment that we've stamped, because obviously that being in the black, it ties together quite nicely. If you do find it easier, you can use your tacky glue in your fine tip glue applicators, but your dotty tape pen is absolutely ideal, and it's instant. Once you've popped it down, it is stuck there nice and firm. And there we have got our Let's party, all good to go. On the back of there, we'll need a little bit of foam. Just with it being a stopper, you do need that little bit of height and dimension to make sure that card does not fall down once it's been stood up. So just a little bit of foam pads on the back. Decide how sort of much you want it stood up. Do you want it quite far back? Do you want it quite forward?
Like the angle, yeah.
Yeah, that choice is entirely yours, and I love that about easel cards. You have got your options, whether it's a regular easel, whether it's a reverse easel like we've done here. And quite easy, quickly and simply, but really quite modern, we have popped together that funky card. I think that'd be great for teenage cards, great for kids cards as well, which sometimes we can struggle with, but just how fun are these dies? I think they're brilliant. And that's literally one pass through the machine to create that incredible confetti style effect.
I love that. And if you're making cards in multiples, like you said, if you've got a wedding or a special birthday or something like that, then it could be a case of you're going to make, I don't know, 50 or 100 invitations. Something like that, that particular die there is going to create a fabulous base in such a short space of time. Now, the dies are available individually. I know some of you have found those individually, but the biggest saving is if you are going for them as a set. Reason being, you're looking at £9.99 for each one of those. But when you're actually going for the set, you can see that you've actually got 6 in there. So theoretically, that should be £60, but it's not, because we're looking at £49.99, just shy of £50, which means that you're paying, well, you're getting one as a bonus, aren't you, actually, when you look at it that way. Now, the beauty is as well, well, you've also got your split pay on this one. So two-way split, which means today you're making that initial payment of £24.99, but everything is being sent to you. So not only are you going to get the fabulous one with the Let's Party and the balloon on there, you're also going to get your star in there. You're going to get the one with the gorgeous heart in there as well. I'm just having to pick them up because when there's so many of them, it's hard to remember all the different ones. So you've got the love one in there. You've got the fabulous star in there as well. And of course, these will all kind of cross over and you can use them in different ways. You're a super, you're a shining star, as you can see with that gorgeous explosion there. I mean, that is brilliant. I'm thinking like New Year's parties and things like that. This one, if you're looking for it individually, is called Just For You. And then the last one, oh, not the last one, sorry, Happy Flowers. Happy flowers, and little tiny flowers all around the outside as well. Really pretty. Time to party with that balloon in there as well. Perfect space for you to put special numbers in there. So if you have got stamps that are numbers, it could be a significant birthday. And then the last one with the beautiful butterflies there. Isn't that gorgeous? So all of those, usually that'd be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 pounds, but not when you're going for them as a bundle, because you're actually paying for 5, getting 6 sent to you, and loads of creativity. And you are loving them. You are loving them. So yeah, if you like the idea of getting hold of them, then the details are there on your screen. Lots of other things that we can share with you during this hour as well. Now, I've got loads and loads of cardstock here, but I think we are missing just a little element of this. I'm going to have to hold them up separately because there's way too much for me to hold together.
You're not an octopus at the end of the day.
Oh, well, this is it. And also, there's muscles on muscles because there's quite a weight with this. Now, this is one section of the card collection, and this is featuring the Centura Pearl Darks.
Yeah, and that's the black in there is the one that I've just used in that demonstration. You also get that gorgeous deep purple. You've got that really classy dark chocolate that's just hiding.
Oh, it is. It's high. It's been a bit shy.
I know.
Come
out,
there
chocolate. You've got your royal blue, and you've got that stunning platinum. I mean, look at the lustre on there.
Beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. 310 GSM. So it is construction weight, but you can still die cut it. You can emboss it, stamp onto it. It's just that touch of luxury that all of your projects deserve.
Absolutely. And the beauty is this collection is, or this bundle has been put together with so many different kind of areas to cross over, because this one here has got some gorgeous glitter card in here, and this one is your precious metals.
This is
beautiful.
If you've never tried glitter card, or if you've never tried your mirror card, this is a great, almost like taster pack to go for. You've got all those different finishes, you've got all those different colours, just so classy. I adore
those down
that.
For a minute.
Some of them are even self-adhesive with those as well, just incredible.
Okay, perfect. Oh yes, actually, I've just got one there. Yeah. And I was just thinking, when we were looking at the chocolate and the pearl a few moments ago, I mean, that alongside that rose gold.
Talk about classy. That is beautiful.
Gorgeous. I love it. And it could be that you're die cutting your sentiments out of that self-adhesive card, so you don't even need any adhesive with it.
Absolutely. I mean, particularly for the sentiments that we've got in that collection, that's going to be absolutely ideal.
Perfect. I'm going to pop that down because I did give you a little sneaky peek of the blue. So in the blue, I've got that here as well. So the blue, you've got a mixture of your mirror cards, you've got your satin finish, your gorgeous glitter, and then the glitter's got almost like an ice blue effect to it.
It's beautiful. You get 10 sheets of each, 10 sheets of each even. Your glitter, you've got your matte mirror, and you've got your regular, as I call it, proper mirror card. You can actually die cut all of those cardstocks. That glitter can sometimes look a little bit silvery, but once you pop it next to silver, you can see the difference. It does have that tinge of blue.
Perfect, lovely. So you're going to get that as well. Put that down because I can't pick everything up. Oh, hello, pick everything up. As you can see there, you've also got your luxury linen cardstock in there as well. This is beautiful. It's one of Craig's favourites, this one. And this is where you've got those gorgeous kind of pinks and purples and greens in here as well. How gorgeous is that? That lovely soft linen finish.
So classy. I love that linen cardstock. It gives you, makes that tiny little bit of texture. It's not going to overtake any of your designs, but it gives it that classy look and feel. That green to me is one of those go-tos for die cutting all my foliage. I know it's part of the fabulous fuchsia collection, but just think of it as gorgeous colours of cardstock. You can use it with anything in your crafty stash.
Absolutely beautiful. Double-sided, as you can see, with regards to that one as well. So you're going to get that, and you are also going to get your Wild at Heart 12 by 12. And this is beautiful because this is where you're you're going to see even more glitter card, even more mirror card, and even more inspiration. You've got that gorgeous kind of black. So can you imagine that behind some of those gorgeous confetti dies?
It's amazing, that black. You got your gold as well, which is an essential.
Look at that.
Who can we pick up on that lovely shiny?
Can I get you, Lauren? Can I get you?
So shiny, isn't it? It's incredible.
I love it. We've got a fabulous mirror effect, as you can see, with regards to that. I love it. I was trying to get Lily there, but I didn't quite catch you there. You might have to wave your arms around a bit more. But there you go. All of those. So you're also going to get, if you look at the picture there, you can see you're actually going to get that additional pad there, just up in the top corner. I haven't got that here to show you in the studio, but what a bumper bundle. So £80.94, that's what you'd usually be paying for all of that. And you can understand why. You're getting absolutely loads in there, loads of gorgeousness, precious metals, gorgeous mirror card in there, fabulous glitter card stock as well. But you know what? That is a fabulous deal to be had. Is that the price we're going to be paying on that one? Of course not. Alex is keeping me in suspense. $54.99 for all of that. My goodness. You've got 6 different packs of cardstock in there. And it's all speciality cards because you've got your glitter and your gorgeous finishes in there. Now, again, it might be something that you weren't thinking about getting hold of, which is why we've got split pay for this one as well. So that means you can add it into your basket alongside everything else, and then you can spread the cost of this particular item to £27.49. Really does make the finished kind of results, doesn't it, having that speciality card.
Certainly does. It's the same with any sort of like recipe. If you're cooking something, if you start off with not very good ingredients, maybe your spinach is slightly wilted, it's slightly over the hill, if you like. If all your ingredients are not of the best quality, you're not going to get the best dish. And it's exactly the same with your crafting. You need those quality sort of ingredients, if you like, those quality cardstocks, those quality items to allow you to create the most fabulous finished articles. And your cardstock has got to be one of the most important things. At the end of the day, we're card makers. We're going to struggle to make a card without card. So you need plenty of the stuff.
That is so true. So there you go. While you're checking your baskets out with that, you might fancy adding this bundle in. Now, I will warn you, it doesn't come in this fabulous crate that I'm sharing with you, but it's what's in there that is amazing. So I'm going to get everything out and show you. So I'm going to bring the details up to start with. So on your screen, you can see we've got a jolly good price because there's a lot of stuff in here, I have to say. But what have we got in here? Well, starting from the back, what have we got here? Centura Pearl, straight away. Gorgeous cardstock, Lily.
An absolute essential, that one. Once again, construction weight with it being our Centura Pearl. You've got that gorgeous pearlescent sheen on one side of the cardstock. Use it for your box making, use it for your die cutting, your stamping, your embossing, even your card bases. It's that touch of luxury. Great if you're doing wedding stationery as well with that one.
Absolutely. It's got that little hint of silver in there, and you're going to get 10 sheets of that. But I was a bit distracted because you've actually got tools in this bundle as well.
Yeah, love that. That is our die brush tool. So if you are struggling to release those intricate pieces from a delicate die cut, of course you can use your pokey tool, but I know a lot of crafters find it a lot easier and a lot quicker to use their die brush tool. Pop your die cut on that piece of foam, use those bristles on the brush, and it's going to remove all of those pieces. That's really quite a therapeutic noise, that, Hayley. That was lovely.
It's like walking over kind of, leaves and things like that. Beautiful. So you're going to get that. And the fabulous thing is you're actually going to get additional heads with this as well.
Yeah, definitely. As you use that, it will get a little bit frayed, so to speak. Not instantly, it will take a little while, but I love the fact that we've sort of future-proofed you. So we've included 3 extra heads. All you need to do is just go in and replace them and you're good to go and getting those pieces out your die cuts once again.
Talking about getting pieces out of your die cut, this is a brilliant bundle because you're actually going to get your pokey tools in here as well. A set of 2 with their protective caps on there to protect your fingers because there's always areas that you need to poke out.
Oh, absolutely. And it's one of those tools we always say you can never have enough of them. I'll have one on my craft desk, I'll have one on my craft tote, I'll have one here, there and everywhere. They have a habit of going missing, so it's always good to have spares.
Absolutely. And when you come to positioning your dies, then you're going to need that low-tech tape, aren't you? And here you have got 3 little canisters, as you can see there, little tape runners in their little holders there. You've actually got 25 metres on each one of those, so there is a lot. You can't do without this, can you?
Absolutely. I have to say I try and use this every time I pass a die through my die cutting machine. One of the only ways that you can ruin your dies is if they cross over as they go through that machine. So it really is good practice to actually take them down as you run them through that die cutting machine, or maybe you're cutting something like the vignettes that Carla showed us in the last hour with your Carnation Crafts dies, then you do need to make sure you've got that die positioned centrally of that artwork. Low tack tape is the way to do it. It's my go-to. I could not be without it. Anytime you look at my die cutting machine, it's always got pieces running up and down, ready to be used again. You've got to have that in your crafty stash. And it's
absolutely.
essential.
So you're going to get that. Now, you might be forgiven for thinking we've got to the bottom of our crate, but oh no, there is one more thing to share. What have I got? I have got you a tape pen. 22 metres of adhesive on there, the solid tape runner, a brilliant addition. This is a fabulous bundle. I love this. For any die cutter, this is a brilliant bundle.
Absolutely. Maybe you've got somebody who's brand new to crafting and you want to give them some of those essential tools. Or maybe if you're trying out die cutting for the first time, perhaps you've already got lots of tools in your crafty stash, but nothing sort of specific to die cutting. This is going to be absolutely ideal. And that price is incredible. The amount you get is amazing.
Absolutely. So you are going to get your tape pen in there. You're going to get your replacement heads in there. You're also going to get that mat and the tool included as well. And then in addition to that, you are going to get your pokey tools, 2 of those. And then the last thing that you're going to get in addition to this is that tape set of tape runners. Is it all going to stay there? Oh, I'm stepping away. It is there. £23.94. Brilliant value for money. And it's kind of an essential, except that price is not the price you were going to pay. I, hand on heart, thought that that was going to be the price.
So did I.
That is a brilliant price considering. So, Alex, what price have you got for us on this? I forgot about the cardstock as well, because you're going to get that in there. Wow. £15.99. See, I would be more than happy to pay that for the actual die brush. Because that is going to be something that's so useful to have. The fact that you're getting everything else in there as well is phenomenal.
Well, I mean, back in the day when those die brushes first came out, they were close to about £15, weren't they?
Absolutely, yeah.
And the fact that you get everything else besides is incredible. Get it while you can.
Absolutely. So there you go. If you like the idea of that one, pop it into your basket, maybe alongside some of those other bargains that we've been sharing with you. Now, I'm looking at the clock. We're a little over halfway through the show. So maybe, should we go for another demo?
Shall we do it? Yeah.
Go on,
play
let's
with
do it.
what is maybe my favourite. I'm terrible. Whenever somebody says, oh, what's your favourite? It's always whatever die set or stamp set or pen or ink pad colour, the one that I've just used. And then I'll use another and suddenly that's my favourite. I can't choose. So I think us crafters are all like that. That's why I always go for the bundles, because then you get everything. Then you don't have to choose. But I am really, really fond of butterflies. They're one of my favourite sort of artwork, if you like, when it comes to craft. Flowers and butterflies, I always say you cannot go far wrong. And here we've got the most stunning butterfly. I love the fact that in the centre you have that main butterfly shape, and then all around the edge you've got that incredible cascade of butterflies. They are just absolutely incredible, all the detail in there. And of course, once again, you get your fantastic sentiment die form in the middle, your hello, and then you get your matching sentiment stamps. Don't have to use those. You can use that sentiment on its own in die form. That is completely and utterly your choice. Now, what we've got here is we've actually got a piece of that cardstock that comes as part of your Nature's Garden Fabulous Fuchsia A4 linen card pack as part of that incredible bumper bundle. And we're going to take our die, and instead of popping it straight bang in the middle of the cardstock, we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to pop it on a twist, and we're going to have it sort of extending over the edges of our cardstock rather than having that complete design. So we're going to pop that over the edge there. I'm not being really specific about where I'm having it. I just want some overlap at the top and some overlap at the edge and having it at a slight angle as well. I think it gives it really quite a quirky and fun feel. So what we'll do is we'll pop our plates onto there and run it through our Gemini die cutting machine. Now that with this being an intricate die cut, you do need that sort of full platform combination. I know sometimes we talk about taking out that magnetic sheet if you've got sort of a basic nesting shaped die, but because it's got all that incredible detail within it, we are going to go in with our 2 cutting plates, with our plastic shim and with our magnetic shim as well. And this has die cut perfectly with one pass through. Now, if I was at home, I'd be getting a little bag or a little container, and I would be scooping all these little goodies up. I would be popping them into that container, and I'd be saving them either for this project or for a future project if they don't particularly sort of work with this particular project. So all we'll go ahead and do now is we'll take our pokey tool, as always, essential tool. I don't think I ever craft a day without using my pokey tool. It genuinely is an essential. It's absolutely fantastic for getting those pieces out of your dies. I have to say, when I first started die cutting, there wasn't really the tools like we have now. Poke tools were about, but when I first started, I didn't really know about them, so I used to go around with a little needle and poke all the bits out. And then I remember when I found out about poke tools, I was like, oh my goodness, this is going to like revolutionise my life.
Well, sometimes when you're die cutting, you almost get like a suction on the die, don't you? And the die piece is stuck within the die. It's not that it hasn't cut, it's just the pressure is keeping it in place. So sometimes you have to kind of release it, don't you, with a little tiny kind of poke with the tool.
Yeah. Absolutely, but yeah, there I was going around with a little needle, and then I found poke tools and everything changed.
Oh, isn't that effective?
That's gorgeous. I really love that effect of having that sort of over that edge.
Yeah, tumbling over. Yeah,
really think that's really quite sweet. So we'll go in again. So we're going to take our die once again, and it's always important when you go to die cut, make sure all the pieces are out of your die. Reason being is if you've got pieces stuck in that die, you try to die cut again, that cardstock that you're trying to die cut has basically got nowhere to go. Those pieces are almost like blocking it, if you like. So make sure that you pop all of those pieces out. I always try and do it before I pop my dies away, because there's nothing worse when you thought I'm going to do a little bit of crafting, you get it out, you're like, oh, I can't even die cut it yet, I've got to pop all the pieces out, and you just want to get crafting and you can't. It's nothing worse. Sometimes the preparation is the most boring bit, isn't it? But,
absolutely. Don't forget Gemini 2. We've got a fabulous deal on the Gemini 2 as well. So if you are in the market for a die cutting machine, now is the perfect time for you to shop for your Gemini 2. Got discounted price. So usually you're paying $225.99, I think it is. $229.99, I do apologise. But you are saving around £30. And that £30 could be going towards these fabulous dies if you are considering getting hold of the machine. Then the details are on your screen. Less than £200 at the moment. Brilliant. Amazing price. And you've got your split pay.
Oh yeah, even better. I'm not sure about you, Hayley, I don't know if you do the same, but quite often if I buy something, I see the saving. Maybe, for example, it's £5, I think, right, well, I've got £5 to spend now, haven't I?
That's it, yeah. That's it.
You end up spending your saving. Honestly, I'm terrible. That's the way I work things out. I've saved such and such, so technically I would have been paying that, so that means I'm going to spend that. Oh dear. You can see there, we've got our 2 butterflies onto our piece of cardstock. It completely changes up that look and feel of the die, which I think is really quite nice. Yeah. Just to bring that out a little bit more, all I've gone ahead and done is I've taken one of my ink pads and I've literally just added some ink to the edges. Just nice and quick and easy, just draws your eye in a little bit more, and it picks up that lovely linen detail, which I think is really quite sweet. But now let's make that pop even more. Oh. That cardstock, oh my goodness me, talk about luxurious. Now that is from the 12 by 12 inch Sarah Signature Wild at Heart. It is part of that bundle. I love the fact that we've got the 12 by 12 pads. I find personally you get an awful lot from that 12 by 12 sheet, especially if you do your 6 by 6 cards.
It's a very popular cut of cardstock, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah,
very, very popular.
I love it. I think years and years ago we used to think it was just for scrapbookers, and I think a lot of us card makers got a little bit intimidated by it. But I must say, I think I probably use it more so than A4 card. I think it's just gives me even better value, which I'm definitely all for.
I don't think you're on your own there.
Yeah, it's funny because whenever we used to look at it years ago, we were like, oh, that's not for us card makers. That's
don't
for
want
us.
12 by 12, don't scrapbook.
No. What we want that for?
All change now.
I know, it's funny, isn't it? The sort of shift in craft, it's brilliant. I love my 12 by 12 pads. They're absolutely fabulous. So we're going to pop some of our foam tape on the back. I just want to make sure I've got plenty on there, just because I don't want that to sag or sort of dip in the middle. Obviously, we've taken a fair bit of the cardstock out by die cutting, so I just want to make sure that it's going to be nice and strong while I actually do that matting and layering. And by using your foam tape, it will give you that height, it will give you that dimension. They'll make that detail pop even more, so those gorgeous butterflies will stand out beautifully against that. It's almost like a glittery chocolate brown. Oh,
gorgeous. Now, if you are looking for your foam on a roll, I'm sure you will find that on the website. I have got a fabulous adhesive bundle that I'll tell you about in a few moments, alongside lots of other bargains to be had. So we'll squeeze those in before we say goodbye to you.
Oh, yes. So many bargains over on the website. It's fabulous. Just before we actually stick our mat and layer on with our foam tape, I find it a little bit easier to do this flat layer first. So we'll stick this to our card base first while it's flat. I just find that a little bit easier to do. So that's going to go in the centre of our white card blank, just like that. And then we'll take our other piece that we've just die cut, inked, and popped our foam tape onto the back, and that's going to go in the middle there. We've got that gorgeous glitter showing through behind those confetti areas, and we've got that border as well.
Effective, that's gorgeous.
That's so like expensive looking. I think that brown, I always think your brown cardstocks always look really, really quite glamorous. So at this point, we're actually going to bring the die back into play. And all we've done here is we've taken a piece of our white cardstock, just like so. And it's a similar technique to what I was talking about earlier. I've just grabbed a pencil and I've just gone all the way around with my pencil in the inside of there. And then I've just literally cut that out with a pair of scissors, and that gives you your separate embellishments. You could be using those completely standalone if you like. Those look gorgeous as they are on their own. But what we're going to do is we want to accentuate those beautiful butterflies in the middle a little bit more. So we're going to lay those over the top.
That's effective, isn't it?
Now what I was going to do is I was going to lay it down and trim it off, but I'm not sure if I'm going to trim it off now.
I kind of like them hanging off the edge.
Yeah, I think so. I do think so. Yeah, great idea from Alex and Aria. You could bend the wings up.
It's getting very creative.
It is, isn't it? Dangerous. It's very dangerous. Be a crafter before we know it. We'll have to watch our backs, eh? But yeah, absolutely love that hanging over the edge. I always think there's something quite dynamic by having areas sort of hanging over the edge of your cards. I think sometimes we worry about that, but at the end of the day, you can always create yourself a slightly larger envelope if you need to. I actually tend to create my card bases from larger sheets of card rather than buy pre-made, so mine are never sort of a standard size. They tend to get bigger and bigger. Yeah, should we leave it as it is? I quite like,
yeah. So, yeah.
Let's do that. Right, we've got a couple of the hellos that we've die cut. Just deciding, do we want the, we're going to drop shadow that, do we want...
that's effective, I like it.
I think I like the chocolate in the front actually rather than the white. Yeah. Should we go for chocolate at the front?
Yeah, let's
do it. So let's pop some of our dotty tape pen once again. It's been the star of the day, this dotty tape pen. I've been using it time and time again. It is absolutely incredible. And then let's take...
We've still got that deal on the
have we?
Buy one, get one free, I think the deal was earlier on today.
You can't go wrong with that, can you? Buy one, get one free. So that's going to go onto that. But we've also stamped our sentiment, which is the beautiful. So obviously going to want our beautiful last and our hello at the top. So we'll be spelling out hello beautiful, which I think is such a sweet sentiment to send maybe to your best friend. It could be to your sister, to your mum, any loved one. Just think a little bit uplifting as well, especially if somebody's going through a tough time.
Absolutely.
Just a hello card. I think hello cards, we don't send them enough, do we?
We don't.
Just for the sake of saying hello, why on earth not? And then let's take our beautiful, and of course, we've got to get another foam pad onto the situation here. So let's just take a little bit of our foam on a roll, and that's just going to go onto that bottom corner. Matted and layered onto some of that absolutely stunning chocolate glitter card, and that will go onto that bottom side. I do love trimming the edges into that pennon shape. I think it looks really cool. Finally, to finish it off, I actually die cut one of the confetti dies in white, and I thought, you know what, let's go in. This could be very fiddly, but if you're crafting at home, if you find it easier to use tweezers, then by all means go ahead and use those. I always find it easier not to use tweezers, but I think I'm in a minority there.
The tool can be useful with these, can't they?
Yeah, definitely. I know a lot of crafters do like to use the tweezers. I don't know why I always find it more difficult to use them. Not quite sure why, but I always say it's horses for courses.
Cute, the little tiny butterflies.
So cute, aren't they? They're gorgeous. Rather than gems or pearls, I think it's quite nice just to use these, and it's all going to tie together absolutely perfectly. So,
incidentally, the die that's being used at the moment is the beautiful butterflies. It's called Hello Butterfly, in fact. You can shop for it by itself, as you can with all the others as well. So if you want it by itself, then you can do. Beauty is that they're all available individually, but the biggest saving is with the bundle. So $9.99, whichever one you go for. But to be honest, most of you are going for them as a bundle. If you're looking at getting this one by itself, that is looking pretty vulnerable. So make sure you get hold of it as soon as you possibly can. I don't want to detract from the demonstration too much, so we're going to head back over and see lovely Lily. Sorry, I pulled you away.
That's all right. No problem at all. All we were doing was just adding our little butterflies on, and that's going to finish that card off perfectly. A really quite simple card. I think these are perfect for your contemporary cards, for your modern cards. They're going to be super easy to put together, but just to show you that you do not need to just die cut one of them. Why not die cut a couple, pop them on an angle? Love the fact that we've got our little butterflies protruding over the edge, and you've got a really pretty finished card using some of the cardstock as well that we also have on the show for you guys at home.
That is incredible.
Oh,
that is amazing, isn't it, that card? That's going to really gain you confidence if you are a new die cutter. I mean, maybe you've only recently invested in your die cutting machine, or maybe you're thinking about getting a die cutting machine. Well, you can't go far wrong with the elements that we're bringing to you on the show today. I mean, you could get your die cutting machine today. You could get those fabulous confetti dies. And I often say this, that many people do watch us, a hobby maker. They'll watch from the kind of sidelines, and then there'll be something that will make them think, you know what, today is the day. Today's the day I'm going to go for that die cutting machine. I've been thinking about it. And these confetti dies could be the ones that kind of get you to that position. Because the beauty is they are so effective in so many different ways. As I've seen with all the different finished samples, the fabulous demonstrations, you're going to be able to use them in loads and loads of different ways, whether it's individually, whether it's cross-pollinating, all of these coming to you for a phenomenal price. They're usually $9.99, but at $9.99 you'd be looking at £60 for the whole bundle. But you're not actually paying that price because you are paying for 5 of these rather than shopping for all 6 of them and paying $59.99. You're paying $49.99, and you've got the beauty of spreading the cost over 2 payments if you so choose. Details are on your screen. But while I've got your attention, can I tell you about some of the other deals that we've got on the show? Because there's loads of things to share with you as well. Now, if you're wanting to go for, now let's have a little look. What we've got first, the tool essentials, the essential tools. This is brilliant because I think this is phenomenal because you've got in here, this is a brilliant little kit.
This is amazing, especially if you're new crafty. It's the fact that you get everything self-contained within that one box. Look at all those tools, you get tons within there.
Well, you were talking about tweezers earlier on, which made me think, oh, definitely need to mention this one. You're going to get the cutest little cutting mat. I mean,
that is so cute.
On the move. This is a brilliant
idea.
Absolutely.
I know if a lot of us guys, we like to go on holiday and take our crafting. I can't go anywhere without craft with me. I've got to take something with me everywhere. And if you need a self-healing cutting mat with you, that's going to be ideal. It's so dinky though, isn't it? It's adorable. Brilliant. I love it.
Inches on one side, centimetres on the other, and then you've got the most amazing little tool set that works alongside it. I'd be tempted to keep everything in the box. The reason being is that way you've got everything then, haven't you? Oh, I've gone and tipped that out and I've knocked that off and all sorts of different things going on. We've got reverse tweezers with these as well, which are one of my favourites, I have to say, because when you actually squeeze them together, that's when you release them and they open up. But that means that when your hand is relaxed, it's gripping whatever it is that you need to work with.
They're so good. I know so many people use them when they're creating their flowers, when they're doing their decoupage, all those different uses.
Brilliant idea.
I think they are just absolutely brilliant. In fact, you get all of those. You've got your craft knife in there. You've got your small ruler, which again is really rather quite cute with it being a smaller size ruler. You've got your precision scissors there, 4.5 inches in the blade length. You've got your craft knife. You've got that craft pick as well, like a pokey tool, which is super useful. There's something about the way that that's packaged that reminds me of a selection box.
It is a bit like
that, yeah. But even better because it's going to last you year in, year out. It's not going to be gone in 5 minutes. You're not going to feel sick after using it. It's just going to be a staple in your crafty stash.
Brilliant little set. And do keep it in the box because, as I say, it's a perfect way for you to actually store it and keep it together. You've got the cutting mat in there as well. The price on your screen, though, incidentally, is not the price you're going to be paying. We're going to drop that price down for you. So just £17.99. Absolutely brilliant value for money if you wanted to take advantage of that. Where should we go next, Alex? The paper trimmer. Now, we regularly see people using paper trimmers throughout all of the shows. And again, it's something that you might have a big guillotine at home and you're going off and you're crafting on the road or in your caravan or on holiday or whatever. I mean, this is a brilliant idea.
It absolutely is. I'll be perfectly honest, I've always been a guillotine girl. And when we brought our trimmer out, I was kind of like, okay, that's great if you like trimmers. And I never quite understood it. And there was one day I was actually watching Craig demonstrate, and the penny sort of dropped. For me, it was when he showed actually gutting the cardstock using the trimmer. The difference with a trimmer and a guillotine, and I will always stand by my guillotine. I love my guillotine. It's always going to be my favourite, but the trimmer does some things that the guillotine can't. So with the trimmer, you can do partial cuts. And what that means is you can do your apertures. So it's not a case of you have to cut that full length. You can start and stop wherever you like. So it's actually going to end up saving you money because you can actually gut all of your cardstock. So take the middle out of the centre of your cardstock. You're going to save cardstock. In the end, you're going to end up saving money. So for me now, it's become one of those crafty must-haves. I have ate my words. I'll still use my guillotine, but I'll also have my trimmer right next to it.
I love it. And it's so portable because it just literally it slides in together. You can pop that in your craft bag and away you go. So again, $19.99. It's not. Alex is up to it again. It's going to match the price that we saw on the toolkit.
Oh,
so
wow.
just $17.99 if you fancy getting hold of that. So definitely worth going hold of that. Now, I don't know if you noticed that our Lily is a little bit of a fan of the foam pad. So it's only right that we bring you a wonderful selection. So we have got all sorts here. I'm going to bring them all in and we'll work through them individually. So where should we start? We're going to start off. Let's go large to start with. Go large or go home. That's my phrase.
Absolutely.
So these double-sided foam sheets.
These are brilliant. Do you know what? I find I'm using these more and more because I find that you get best value for money from using these sheets because you cut them down to exactly the size you want. So you're not using too much foam, you're not using too little, you're using that exact size that you want. Beauty of these as well is you've actually got 3 different depths. So you've got your 3, your 2 and your 1 mil in depth. So lots of variety. You could even die cut it as well, which is amazing.
$9.99 is your usual price, but you know what? We're going to throw in a cheeky little bit of a discount on this one as well because all those pounds do count, don't they? So by dropping it down to $8.99, you've got a little bit of a saving there, but certainly a saving to be had. Now we have got a foam pad bundle. Now we've got all sorts in here. So you've got 20 sheets in here, a variety of different sizes featured in here, and I'm sure we'll be bringing you a little bit of a discount on these too as well. Nice to have a variety, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. At the end of the day, we need different size foam pads for different jobs. And within one pack, you are getting tons and tons of variety. You're getting different depths, but most importantly, different sizes, different shapes and sizes for all those different applications. Once again, like all adhesives, it's horses for courses, but another absolute go-to in my crafty stash. Another one of those that's always in that adhesive box. I've got to have one spare at least because I use them day in, day out.
I love it. Now, if you fancy getting hold of those, details are on your screen. The price is going to drop down. So again, all those savings add up. And now is the perfect opportunity for you to get these at £15.29. Now, we've only got 5 minutes left on the show, so I better tell you about some of these as well. So your mini foam pads. Now, I don't know whether you get 1 or 2 packs of these, to be fair. We've got different thickness. So what we've got there, we've got foam. One is 3 mil. Oh, I can see the sizes. Oh, these are little rectangles. Little rectangles, these ones. So these ones are 12 mil by 6 mil. They're 3 mil thick, so it's consistent with the thickness of these.
Yeah, absolutely. These are brilliant to stock up on. I mean, look at that price. That's crazy price. Throw it in your basket. Why on earth not? If you're going for another item, go for this. These are fabulous. I love the fact that you've got the 3 mil depth, nice big chunky foam pad. Of course, you can cut them down to size if you so choose, but they're going to be great for those larger applications as well.
But you know what? Our Alex is in a discounting mood, so he's going to bring that price down. How he can bring it down from $1.99, but every little bit helps, doesn't it? So there you go. And of course, if you go for multiples, then you're saving more of those savings. So it is worth thinking about. These ones are the little squares. So with these ones, they're 5 by 5. So little tiny squares. Sometimes useful when you've got those little areas, I guess, in your projects.
And that last show when we had the little dot over the eye, that was the foam pad I had to use for that.
Okay.
Sometimes you want to stick something down that's really tiny, but you still want to give it that little bit of lift. These are ideal. Of course, you can be cutting down those larger foam pads, but when we give you the smaller ones, why not go for those as well? It's just different applications for the different sizes. They are brilliant, though.
Absolutely. Alex is looking after those pennies for you, and of course, those pennies make pounds. So yes, definitely worth getting hold of these. Now, we literally only have a few moments left, and I've just seen this. Didn't realise we'd got it, and this is a bumper bundle of Centura Pearl. Gorgeous cardstock.
Look at that. The quality of Centura Pearl is incredible. For me, it screams luxury. If you want to create the most luxurious, opulent cards, this is the way to go. Single-sided pearlescent sheen. Once again, with any Centura Pearl, it's construction weight, 310 GSN. It can be your card bases, box bases. It could be memory albums, die cut it, emboss it, stamp on it. But the array of colours there is absolutely gorgeous.
And it's got that gorgeous sheen to it. Absolutely incredible. I mean, it's lovely when you're die cutting it. Wonderful putting it through embossing folders as well.
It looks incredible, especially a 3D embossing folder. It picks up that sheen even more. Truly stunning. There I'm thinking new baby girl, new baby boy cards, and those colours will work a treat.
£23.94 for 6 packs. No, not at all. We're dropping the price down. You've got 60 sheets here, 10 of each of those colours there, but you're looking now at £18.99. That is phenomenal value for money. Now, I know you like your Centura Centura pearl, but we don't very often bring it to you in this size. And we're going large. I know I spoke about going large earlier on, but this, oh my goodness, I'm going to need both hands to hold this, because we are looking at, oh my goodness, 8-3 insides. Now we're going to get all of these 70 sheets in your gorgeous pearlescent, as you can see, those gorgeous pastel tones.
Those are beautiful. Springtime, new baby cards, Easter, that's going to be absolutely perfect. Just incredible. I love my A3 cardstock for creating my card bases, especially when I'm going large and creating a 7x7 or 8x8 inch card base. This is going to score beautifully. It's going to give your projects that really, really gorgeous luster. Look at that sheen. It's just stunning.
It's nice if you wanted to make a card box, or like use it for the box lid. So if you're using Centura pearl on the inside, then definitely worth going for it. £37.97, phenomenal value for money. Not today, £29.99.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness. All those gorgeous colours in there with your pastels, your white, your gold, your silver in there as well. We have got the A4. I'm not going to have time to show you this, but you'll find this on the website. If you want a pack of the Snow White, do look on the website and you'll be able to get hold of it there. Lily, do we know when you're back again?
I'm not sure yet. Hopefully next month, fingers crossed. But yeah,
sure
I've had a... Oh no, I'm back on Friday.
Oh,
hold the phone.
Oh, yes, you are.
My memory is brilliant, isn't it? I'm back on Friday. I'm not going home. I'm going back to the hotel. I'm back here on Friday.
Everybody at Crafter's is just thinking, she's got to
stay, Lily, stay.
Don't send her home. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you.
Oh, and you too. It's been lovely,
Hayley.
Me too.
Now, you guys, you need to check your baskets out. Tomorrow, we've got another fun-filled day, kicking off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So do make sure you tune in. Lovely Rosie's going to be kicking off the day, and it's going to be a fabulous... I think we've got Dave in as well later on in that day. So I won't see you for a little while now, but when I do see you, you'll know all about it, because I'll be wearing something as loud as this, more than likely. You take care of yourself in the meantime. As I say, check those baskets out. Don't forget, post and packing takes you right the way through to midnight, and that means you can add all those additional goodies in, like those little bargains we were just sharing with you. We're going to say goodbye now.
We are. Bye-bye.